Colleagues, we will start in about 2 minutes, just waiting for everyone to come back in and take their seats. Good morning, everyone. We can take our seats. See Reverend Meshwe is still outside, but will join us shortly. Good morning and welcome. Today is a long day, so we'll have to ask Honorable Letlape to keep the time for us. She's a very good timekeeper. But welcome to everyone, and I know a lot of people traveled extensively already this week, so thank you for availing yourselves to be here today. Let's start by adoption of the agenda. Can we move to adopt the agenda? Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Is there a second? Honorable Schikkeling, thank you very much. Apologies. Honorable Klutter we note his apology. Honorable Muela is also at another committee. Honorable James is on her way. They are still in the bus, so it seems that they are slightly delayed. Honorable Taibosh has also excused himself due to clashing with another committee. And then I know that the Minister of Police and so too the Deputy Minister have also asked to leave slightly earlier due to debates in the NCOP that is ongoing. And that's obviously 100% no problem. And then just thoughts to Deputy Minister Boshielo, who got some minor injuries last week on the way to the mine in Stilfontein with a small accident. So just for her to feel better soon. Colleagues, I want to ask that we immediately kick off with opening remarks before we, yes.
No, Chair, just to add,
Yes.
Honorable Skosana's apology, and I'm standing in for him.
Fantastic. Welcome. Thank you very much. Noted. We were worried because every week he asks, is it virtual or in person? So I'm glad you're here. Welcome. I'm going to head over to the opening remarks, and then from there we will continue the discussion. I also, after the opening remarks, would just like to hand over to the Minister of Police for just a brief introduction before we start with the rest of the presentations. You just give me a second. I just want to open here. Colleagues, it's a mixture of message today. A lot of things have happened over the last few weeks. I want to kick off with the Charles Kinnear report that was declassified last week. And I must express deep concern. I got a lot of messages, not only from committee members, but from all over, about the fact that IPID failed to inform both the police committee as well as the family of Colonel Kinnear about the declassification of the report. And I must emphasize this towards IPID. It's absolutely unacceptable. I think it's insensitive, and it's something that should have been taken far more seriously, especially considering what the family has been through. In terms of the process, we as the committee have asked for a copy of the report, the final one. I know a lot of people have seen it because it was leaked just before it was classified and again after that, but we have asked that, and we're awaiting that report. We also want to do a call on police management towards the National Commissioner with the support of the Minister of Police to ensure that the different individuals that have been implicated need to face a fair and swift disciplinary process. I'm aware, and I had a bit of an embarrassed laugh with the MEC of Police Oversight and Community Safety in the Western Cape, because some of the people implicated in the Kinnear matter visit her office on a bi-weekly basis for a provincial meeting. And it makes it quite uncomfortable when you hear that someone's implicated in such a serious matter, yet they're still in the senior rank in the South African Police Service. We, as a committee, would like to reaffirm our commitment to ensuring justice is served. I know a lot of time has been spent on the matter, but we will continue to come back to it until we see that the right action is taken. On a different note, I want to do a very specific commendation to the Police Minister, along with the Minister of Public Works, yesterday at the Construction Summit in KZN. It is the first time that a national construction summit of its kind was held, and the Police Minister, along with the Minister of Public Works, took the lead on setting the tone for this summit. And it's the first time that all the different stakeholders have come together the way they did. I'm told that even some of the construction mafia bosses were in attendance, and I think that some of them felt quite uncomfortable about the fact that people are starting to openly push back and speak out about their wrongdoing. And it's important, as a landmark event led by the two ministers, as being held in KZN, where the construction mafia originally started doing what they do. So I think that, Minister, I must commend you for that. I think it was a terrific, terrific job. I also want to then go to a specific breakaway session, which was one of the commissions at the construction summit, that was led by Deputy Minister Matale and Lieutenant General Sintimule, with regards to the whole law enforcement effort and how collaboration with public and private sector, local government, provincial government can work together against not only extortion, but obviously this was more focused on extortion with regards to the construction mafia. The feedback was extremely positive. It's the first time in months that I got some really positive feedback regarding the way that things are facilitated by the police, and it's encouraging to get that kind of feedback. The feedback from local and provincial government, and especially the MPA, noted, and it's something that must be noted in other provinces, the way that the police and the MPA have started to work together in cases over the last 2 years in KZN is something that should be duplicated in other provinces too. So I must commend General to you and dear Matale, fantastic facilitation of that process yesterday. Colleagues, I want to head over to Stilfontein, something that's been in the media quite a bit. It's an uncomfortable topic for some, and I think we can expect to get criticism for it. I've already received significant criticism for it. But I want to say to the South African Police Service that it's encouraging to the majority of people in this country to see the police stand their ground. And the analogy that I used is the following. I said that it's similar to bank robbers that storm a vault and they rig the building with explosives to ward off interference. They're armed to the teeth. They hold their ground while police surround the bank. Negotiators urge caution, knowing that storming the building could lead to a deadly explosion and loss of innocent lives. Days pass and supplies inside the bank begin to dwindle. Slowly but surely the robbers emerge, desperate and weak, and no longer a threat. The police arrest them without a single life lost. Now, there's no difference between this and a bank siege like that. And I think it would be wrong to unnecessarily criticize the police and ask cops to have to go 2,500 meters below ground, which they are not trained to go into a potentially booby-trapped and very, very dangerous situation with heavily armed illegal miners down there. I think it's important that we are also more outspoken about the police standing their ground in this regard. And for so long as it's within the framework of the Constitution, there should be nothing to worry about. But we need to be less comforting towards criminals that blatantly continue to disregard the law in this country. In terms of Phillippi Training Academy, I know that we're speaking about it today. It's a vital institution to equip new police recruits. And it's facing several significant challenges. As the committee, we visited in September, and the Academy's buildings were outdated, poorly maintained, and we're going to touch on that with our session with Public Works later today too. And it's certainly not fit for modern training purposes. And this includes lecture halls, accommodation facilities, and practical training areas that unfortunately don't meet the demands of contemporary policing. Over the last 2 weeks, the committee learned that the criminal and forensic investigations into significant fraud and corruption are being dragged out. As mentioned in last week's meeting, the situation at the Academy has become untenable and must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Let's say even more urgency. It was urgent already. The chronic underfunding and alleged pervasive corruption and mismanagement limit the Academy's ability to address its infrastructure and resources management. Colleagues, the last few comments, just in terms of the police, the SAPS amendment bill, it is something that we're going to start also questioning or wanting to assist to drive. I think it's critical that this amendment bill is brought to Parliament next year. This legislation is critical to addressing systematic challenges within the South African Police Service and ensuring that it operates effectively and transparently in serving and protecting all citizens. In terms of extortion, on the 27th of November 2024, the Portfolio Committee on Police will meet with senior management of the South African Police Service and the Minister of Police to review the second quarter crime statistics of 2024-25 financial year. The committee has specifically requested that case management of extortion-related crimes be included in the discussions. And during the same meeting, we have also asked that SAPS kindly brief the committee on the safer festive season operations with a focus on planned interventions to address extortion-related crimes, as obviously we expect these to rise during the festive season. The committee has also engaged preliminary discussion with the Select Committee on Security and Justice to conduct a joint oversight visit to the Western Cape province early next year. This visit will focus on gang-related violence and extortion. The draft terms of reference has already been developed. This collaborative approach between both houses of Parliament aim to enhance the impact and reach of oversight efforts concerning these interconnected crime categories. Colleagues, on a less positive note, on the 6th of November, I was informed that 8 protectors assigned to the Deputy President who stand accused of assaulting innocent civilians had been suspended without pay. And on the same day, my office formally requested confirmation of their suspension. Despite multiple follow-ups, no response has been forthcoming. It makes it very difficult to communicate if there's just no response whatsoever, because it's a simple yes or no. And it seems a bit of a disregard for urgency in addressing a matter that raises serious concerns, and a matter like this that actually sets a certain precedent in the country. In conclusion, with regards to capital works, today we will be looking at progress and in some parts dilapidated state of police stations in South Africa. That obviously it's a pressing concern for all of us, and it directly impacts the ability of law enforcement to effectively serve communities. And these challenges are evident in both urban and rural areas where poor infrastructure and inadequate resources undermine service delivery. Police stations are often housed in outdated buildings that have not been properly maintained, and issues such as leaking roofs, cracked walls, broken windows, and faulty plumbing are common that create an uncomfortable and often an unsafe space for officers and civilians alike. Several police stations were not designed to accommodate the current staff complement or the increased volume of public interactions. Overcrowded officers and inadequate space for detective support staff and public service areas hinder productivity and efficiency. Police stations in rural areas often, unfortunately, face even greater challenges, including being in remote locations with limited accessibility. Many police stations operate on tight budgets, as we all do, leaving little or no funds for regular maintenance or upgrades, and delays in repair work often exacerbate structural problems, making them costlier to address in the long run. Colleagues, we further, and I'm going to end with this, let me just scroll down, we'll go through the process with the Deputy Minister of Public Works later today, along with the South African Police Service, to look at the future in terms of current developments for infrastructure in the South African Police Service, and so to the relevant potential developments for the South African Police Service over the next coming months and so to years. Thank you very much. I'm going to, if I may, ask that we just go over the adoption of minutes, members, before we start. If you have the relevant minutes that we have sent to everyone, can we move to adopt? Okay. Sorry? Okay. No, that was the agenda. Thank you. So I've got a second and an adoption. Thank you. Then, Minister Mkhunu, can I hand over to you first for an introduction and maybe just how we will facilitate the program? I know first on the agenda, I don't see General Labia here, but is the feedback regarding the forensic and criminal investigation at the Philippi Training Academy. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to the officials. Firstly, to welcome your remarks as you made them. And indeed, we had a good conference on construction mafias and sites. And I think the message would have landed to people that as government were balanced, were not the aim of the workshop or the conference. It was not to condemn those who are on the other side in terms of wrongdoing, beyond specifically saying, stop what you are doing, do things the right way, and in your efforts to get opportunities in South Africa in the economy, do the right thing, don't do it the wrong way. Because very often government is misunderstood to say, if I'm a small businessman, or I'm an aspiring businessman, I have no space, nobody's prepared to help me. But the wrong thing is to take the wrong direction and want to use the gun and all of that, illegal ways. So I hope that the message is out there in a positive way. The matters that we are dealing with by and large today, starting with Philippi, it has been with us for some time on both sides. This that is required today, the forensic criminal investigations, which General Nkosi will handle in the absence of Libya. But Philippi has not been good to SAPS at all, and I take it that we're on our path we're on our way to turn the negatives to positives to the best of our ability going forward. But we appreciate the intervention by the portfolio committee, and we should be able to overcome the problem. Next one is the hotline. Just one thing about the hotline. Anything that has to do with police and security in South Africa is approached with doubt by people for some reason, and I think it's going to take us some time to bring back trust and so on. Those numbers are functional to the extent that I'm sure the report will show out of more than 200 people who phone and use these numbers, you'll find a very limited number that use the numbers for the purpose. Others would phone and ask, this number, is this SAPS? Oh, okay. Others talk about other things which are not relevant and so on, but they do use the numbers. Maybe it will get to the second wave where they use the numbers for the purpose. But those few that have used it for the purpose, it has been very useful, and we followed up on what they were doing, on what they were directing us to. And then later, it will be capacity of SAPS and specialized units. There, just to say that we do think and believe that unless we exercise very strong, consistent and efficient leadership, both at ministerial and managerial level, we're not going to be able to overcome this particular problem, because you need to remember what you said, what you did, what resolution you took last month, and connect it to what you are doing, so that we keep apace with these matters of capacitating SAPS and specialized units in a very tight situation of finances and so on. But the report will show we're doing our best. But we do need to be very conscious that this capacity needs to be at on a multiplicity of fronts. You can't push one front and then the other legs behind, as you say. And we still believe that we've got to tackle the issue of police stations, and then you build upwards. But while we are finding our ways of establishing ourselves, re-establishing ourselves properly at police station level, we are dealing with other matters at upper levels, so that we connect well with what we want to do. But the day we're able to be functional and strong, and with all the systems at police station level, we will be on our way to overcoming most of our problems, or more than half of our problems. But as long as police stations, dilapidation, functionality, and equipment and support is seen to be weak, we can try our best nationally, but it won't transform into what people see in terms of the service where they live. It will always be weak, and that's what we need to be equal to in terms of the challenge. The issue of numbers, we've long circled the issue of numbers to say numbers are going to be growing in SAPS, but at a slower pace than would be necessary in terms of the population. And therefore, technology and other means will have to be pushed faster so that we make up or mitigate the issue of numbers. but we are aware that we have to do that, and we're doing our best currently. But we also need those who are there must be highly motivated, maybe double the level where we are in terms of motivation. SAPS are motivated generally, members, but not highly motivated, and not the very high numbers of SAPS people that are motivated. So it's still a worry to us, and it's something that we have to tackle, because with lower numbers and you add demotivated people, it counts against us, and we have to look at it. We've started though, at least we now have finalized the organizational structure in terms of the 7th administration, and we hope that it will be enabling in a number of fronts, standing as it stands. At some point, we would want to brief the portfolio committee on how the organizational structure has been reorganized this time around when the opportunity arises. But we still have that workshop that we spoke about in January, which will be a 3-day workshop to deal with, by and large, wellness issues within SAPS. Because as long as we not pay enough attention to those, it will count demotivation. It will count on demotivation on their side. Of course, Chair, the partnerships are very important going forward, and we pay a lot of attention to those, including with public works and so on. And I must state that at the moment, while we are trying to cultivate good relations with public works in particular, but what is happening between us and public works is not very positive, not really positive, and it will show in the afternoon when we present on Telecom, for instance. Not all is well, but it is good that we need to find one another, but we need more than that. We need to translate it into departmental effectiveness in terms of and efficiencies in terms of doing work that public works need to do in order for us to benefit as SAPS from their work, if the relationships are going to be constructive. But we have challenges, serious challenges. Last thing is Stilfontein that you touched on. I agree fully with your views in terms of the need to balance things up. But I had a long argument with Advocate Pikoli, special advisor, saying no, it's wrong to talk about a balance, because as far as is concerned, he said there are 2 sections, one on dignity, one on fundamental rights that are overriding, and therefore you don't balance them. They are as they are. You don't need to balance them with anything. But I know what we are referring to. We are referring to giving space to those rights, but while giving space to those rights, have due regard to other aspects that have to do with those people. More and more information that's coming out is saying that there is hard criminality on the people who are down there, and therefore we want to stick with the situation where everyone who gets out is arrested, processed thoroughly in terms of fingerprints and so on, because information does trickle out that some of them would have done some of the terrible things, and then they go down there to stay there for keeps and so on, hence the apparent resistance, as it were. But we're also making progress on the other hand with people who operate rescues and rescue missions, mining rescues, rescue operations, and they are going to be starting in a day or two. But they are clearing there, and I think today they will get there to start lowering material that they would need to help us on in terms of work to get them out. But so far so good. Things are working as planned, and ultimately we will all see whether the numbers that are being spoken about are there actually, or it's otherwise, and also the identities of each of those people that are down there. With that, we are fine to proceed with the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. May I hand over to, is it General Nkosi? I'm so careful with pronunciation. I'd learned from General Masemola, you need to practice. So I'm getting there. Thank you, General. You're more than welcome to continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and the committee members. Good morning to our Minister. As far as it relates to the Philippi case, one can report that the complainant who gave the details of the alleged fraud and corruption was interviewed, and the statement was obtained from the complainant, and further to indicate that the witnesses that were mentioned by the complainant were also interviewed. A total of 19 affidavits up to date were obtained from the respective witnesses. And I can also indicate that we have allocated a few members to attend to the matter. That's why we were able to obtain this number of statements up to date. And our internal audit within the SAPS are working on a full-scale audit within that same environment. We are expecting them then to finalize the report, which will then enable us to determine whether there are any criminal activities that can surely be confirmed and be taken to court. We have an allocated prosecutor as well. We have seen the current statements that have been obtained, and the prosecutors are also in agreement with us to await the outcome of this internal audit. I can just indicate that as they progress, there will obviously be conversations, engagement to ensure that if there are aspects or parts of the investigations that can be prioritized and finalized speedily, so we will utilize that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. To the members, are there any questions? Just in terms of this mixed with the disciplinary process, I just want to know, when did the audit start? Let's start with the audit first. When did that start?
Well, the starting date, I'm not certain, but can just confirm that the audit scope, the period, it's between 2018 up to 2022. That is the period that they intend to cover, and that is informed by the complainant's version of events.
Okay. Yes. Honorable Schikkerling.
Hey, Chairperson. Good morning to everybody here. Thank you very much for the feedback. I just have a concern, because when we were at Philippi, and I speak under correction, I think it was like the 24th of September, around about there, we're almost 2 months later, and they told us that you were busy finalizing that the witnesses had been interviewed and that everything had been concluded by that time. Now we 2 months later and there's actually no change in what you've told us today to what we were told 2 months ago. So by when will this be finalized? Because we never, in this committee, we always ask questions, but we never have a finalized date, a timeline of when this will be finalized. And I am concerned that there's really nothing that you're telling us today that is different from that date. So, I mean, something should have been done in the 2 months since then, because we all know that there's been various events that have taken place in Philippi. And as a committee, we've been informed of other corruption that's taken place there in the form of financial mismanagement. So why is it taking so long? Surely, as the police, we should make sure that our internal investigations are included as soon as possible to make sure that we have the manpower that we have is spent servicing the people of our country and not ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schickling. Honorable Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wonder if I might ask what's being done to protect the anonymity of those who are giving evidence. It was said that people were actually being called to the office over the loudhailers. Everybody heard exactly who was going in to give evidence. And I mean, that's not protecting witnesses. That's setting them up as targets. And I was very concerned when I heard that. I mean, it should have been discrete interviews held with individuals, not literally loud-hailed across Philippi. It sounded completely wrong to me. And I don't think you've done pretty much anything to protect those who are making the accusations or who are acting as witnesses. I'd like to know what you've done in this regard, because I've seen it countless times where people wanting to be witnesses are threatened, beaten up, things are done to them, and suddenly they draw their affidavits. One I know of had a gun to their head. Oh no, I withdrew it. It was all fraudulent. And they were forced to do that. And I'm very nervous that the longer this goes on, the more likely that is to happen. And suddenly your witnesses evaporate like the morning mist. Please just fill us in on what you've done to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Barnard. General, I also have one or two questions. With regards to the sergeant that stole ammunition a few years ago, and it was reported to the commander of the college, has that sergeant been charged? I asked this question when we visited Philippi. And has the relevant commanders, have they been charged for defeating the ends for the fact that they didn't report the matter? So those two questions. And then in terms of the shooting, that two of the commanders, one I'm told tried to challenge the commander of the college a few weeks ago, pointed a gun at him, shot allegedly went off, one collapsed. Was that tended to? Have the relevant charges been laid? And then my other questions, do the relevant people that have been implicated in the corruption or alleged corruption still have access to the bank accounts? Because up until the passing out parade of 3 weeks ago, everyone still had access to the bank accounts. And I know there were junior members that were caught with a whole lot of food that they packed into their vehicles and drove out of the college with. And the commander of the college allegedly took them on about it. So that question. And then just in terms of the complainant, yesterday the complainant was suspended without pay for 2 months. Colleagues, if this is how we're going to deal with the good people in the police that speak out against corruption, then we're not protecting whistleblowers. This, it just simply cannot be. So someone speaks out against corruption, it takes 6 years for the police and the Hawks to do something about it. In general, with respect, you haven't told us anything new today. And I say that with utter respect. I don't mean it in discontent, but honestly, how do you expect us to take this investigation seriously? If I am able to know these things, surely something could have been done by now. And then just in terms of charges, have the relevant people been denied access from the college? Have there been suspensions to those that have been implicated in the corruption? We're talking several millions of rands that has been allegedly stolen. And yeah, do they still have access to the college? According to me, one of the commanders lives on the property. So, yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the questions. I will try in any way and align myself to the ones I have been briefed about, but I am noting also the new intervening facts that are being stated here, and we will in any way follow up on those. On the one question that deals with the finalization of the investigation, as much as I indicate that the 19 affidavits were obtained, the critical perhaps issue up to date is that there is not sufficient evidence that can be placed before a court on the particular evidence that have been provided. But I was not aware that witnesses were either called and briefed together, because in the normal course of investigation, witnesses should be separated so that they can individually state their side of the story, and indeed they need to be protected as well. And I will in any way engage with the provincial head to follow up on the matter. How are we then doing the investigation? Is it us, or is it perhaps through this current running internal audit process? As far as it relates to the bank accounts of the suspects, I think as part of the investigation, we'll be able to gather more details, either subpoena the banks to get the information, but that will only be guided by the available evidence, whether the courts will approve our subpoenas to get that additional information. On the new complaints, then the suspension parts, which is more now into discipline, and the access into the college, I don't have information. That's why then I would ask that perhaps the general responsible for HRM assist in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. I'm gonna, before we head over to the disciplinary, I just want to continue. None of this is new that I've said to you now. The only thing that is new that I said to you now is the fact that the complainant has been suspended. This was discussed when we were at Philippi. It was mentioned again last week in preparation for this week. In general, a 205 takes less than a day to obtain. There is no court in this country that will not support a 205 for the mess account and the personnel account at the college. During our visit, I shared the voice note about one of the members, one of the commanders at the college, a senior member at the college, that was asking students to pay money into her account in order to buy tracksuits, things that were standardly issued. I shared this. So, General, none of this is new. I'm concerned, colleagues, because when I look at a day like yesterday and I look at the way the police approaches it, it was tremendously positive. So it seems there's two channels. There's one, and this isn't directed at you, General. I know you're just giving feedback, so please don't take offense by me speaking frankly. But there's a channel that on the one side is looking to really fight back against corruption and extortion. And in this, it's either a lack of interest or there's a deliberate pushback because there's just no action whatsoever. Now, I can give you the answer about the bank accounts. They do still have access to the bank accounts. I can tell you now. And again, if I am able to find this out, the most elite investigative unit in the police, namely the Hawks in the Western Cape, how on earth were they not able to? And what Honorable Carla Barnard mentioned is referring to the taking of affidavits. And I mentioned this when we visited the college as well, is that people were called on the loudspeaker at the college on their names to come and give or do interviews with the Hawks, while all of the people suspected of corruption are at the college. So they were sitting watching people go do interviews in the office of one of the people implicated in the corruption. So you're on the spot here, General, and I know again, you're between a rock and a hard place. But again, it makes it very uncomfortable because what's the use? All of these members, most of these members went to the college. We've given extended time. It was meant to be 5 to 6 weeks. We've actually given almost 2 months now. And it seems that something is wrong here. So I don't want to labor the point unless the members want to, Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I must say it's a pity that General Libya is not here. I was really hoping to engage with him. But the responses given by the General here, they are actually uninspiring, to be honest. They are tired. It's almost like this meeting was sprung up on him this morning. I mean, the agenda has always been laid out. Surely if a person comes to a meeting, you come to a meeting prepared to anticipate questions and all of that. Some basics here that the General doesn't seem to know the answers. It really does not assist. So I think, Chair, this is probably the same kind of a posture, you know, lack of seriousness that has ended up with this docket on Phala being declared non-prosecutable. I'm not, having listened to this, I now understand why is it that maybe the NPA decided that there's nothing here. So, Chairperson, if you allow me, I want to pose 5 areas here very briefly, which I don't want responses for here now, because there won't be any, that maybe they can be submitted in writing. There's 5 areas, very briefly.
They related to the specific topic, Honorable Manye.
No, not to the specific topic.
Can we keep them to the discussion at the end then?
Okay, sure.
Please, I don't want to lose focus on the
Okay.
on the topic. Are there
Okay.
any other comments from the members? Colleagues, I'm going to convene the Philippi matter because I'm afraid that we're going to be running in circles. Please be ready next week with the relevant answers and the specific questions. Let me state them. Members, please say if you want to add questions. I want to know, was the sergeant charged for stealing ammunition and a magazine from the college? Question number 1. Question number 2, if that person was not charged, why not? And are they still in service of the South African Police Service? That's on the first sergeant. Was the commander of the college who knew about the theft of ammunition and a magazine charged, and were the relevant disciplinary processes followed? In terms of the personnel in the mess account at the college, do they still have access to those accounts? Because those are 2 of the accounts that were unfortunately used to facilitate transactions that were unbecoming. And then just in terms of the 205, and this is just a last comment, the 205 is very simple to get. Anyone in here knows to get a 205 application for a bank account is simple. This case, I know for a fact, has more than enough significant evidence to motivate something like that. And if we need to have a joint sitting with the Justice Committee, we can do that too, for members from that committee to motivate what I'm saying. But these answers just aren't on. I'm going to leave it there. I think you can look at the report that was submitted to Parliament. It will be tabled within the next week or 2 with regards to corruption at Philippi. It's the report that was already circulated to all the committee members, and it was adopted by this committee with regards to recommendations, etc. And that report has everything in it regarding the Philippi matter. Colleagues, I'm going to move on from Philippi, and I'm going to hand over to Lieutenant General Sentrumule. General, on a lighter note, I said to her yesterday, at the rate that we are meeting at the moment, it feels like we are family already. So again, congratulations for the work that you and the Deputy Minister did yesterday with regards to the Commission of Law Enforcement at the Construction Summit. I'm going to hand over to you for the feedback regarding operations of the Extortion Hotline, provincial and national. Thank you. General?
Maybe just before he comes in, Chair, I think it is fair for us to say, to acknowledge that it does seem that What am I doing? I was obstructing. Okay, so I'm saying, I think it is fair at this stage to acknowledge that not all is well in Philippi College. And that it is time for us to escalate it to a discussion, a fuller discussion between ministry and management. We've never placed this on the agenda in any of our meetings that have taken place so far, because each time it came, we took it that it will go through management without necessarily successfully go through management without us having to call for it to be on the agenda. And I see that it's actually not a good story. And we will place it on the agenda in a meeting so that we don't come seemingly unprepared. For all other matters that are here on the agenda, we had a discussion last night. Somehow this one escaped us. I don't know how, because we would have listened to the report to say whether it is adequate or not adequate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Noted and appreciated. Thank you. General, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and good morning to the honorable members. The Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, the Acting DNC, and the Deputy Head of the Hawks and my colleagues. Chairperson, I'll just go straight to the report, but I want to also highlight what the Minister alluded to earlier by specifying that all these lines are fully functional and are manned 24/7. I am going to take you through the statistics as recorded from the month of October up until now. And looking at the Eastern Cape, the stats will cover from inception up until now. The Western Cape as well, we will try to look at what the Western Cape hotline has been able to produce and how many of those calls received translated into registered cases. In terms of the National Head Office line, which was launched on the 28th of October, 2024, the number that is 0800 911 011. To date, we have received 427 calls, of which from those 11 led into cases being registered in the following provinces: Northwest, Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. And from those 11 cases registered, 13 arrests were made out of 4 cases in Northwest. The other 4 provinces are still investigating their cases and no arrests have been made to date. The minister did say that a number of the calls, or bulk of the calls that are coming through, are unrelated to extortion. So in this regard, from the 427 from head office, 416 calls either are dropped calls, test calls, or pranks. We are trying to now segregate the numbers to see how many are dropped calls, how many are tests, and how many are pranks. And then we will be able to do an awareness to the public that these numbers be used exclusively for what they are meant for, and that actually using them for other reasons are tantamount to wasting state resources. In the Western Cape, Chairperson, from the 1st of April to date, only 320 calls were recorded, and we take it is because this line is seasoned, so people are actually using it for what it's meant to be. And emanating from those 320 calls to date, we've only had 4 cases registered and 3 arrests have been made to date. And according to the province, there's been no calls which were either dropped or test calls or even pranks. Eastern Cape, which is where we've got the biggest problem in the country on extortions, from 23rd August 2024 on the launch to date, a total of 3,964 calls were received. And from those, 47 translated into cases. And to date, 59 arrests were made from 40 cases. out of the 3,000 plus calls, 1,941 calls were either dropped calls, test calls, or pranks. But you can see that the Eastern Cape is generating a bulk of what we're receiving from the extortion hotline. And it is because of the cumbersome nature of the problem that the province is facing in relation to the extortion in the country. I think I will submit now, Chairperson. This is basically what we prepared for this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. To the members, are there questions regarding the hotlines? I see Honorable Carla Barnard, Honorable Setlape, Honorable Garner, and Honorable James, and Honorable Schikkeling. Honorable Carla Barnard, can we start with you? Reverend, I see you as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm concerned that we didn't receive the presentation, which we could have given more thought to had we received it in advance. So that is a shame, but I'm also equally concerned about the number of prank calls. I mean, it's outrageous in a country where we have murder levels like we do, extortion levels like we do, that people are making prank calls. It's absolutely ludicrous, and hopefully it's a novelty, and I can only imagine it's teenagers doing it, youngsters doing it. Maybe it'll wear off, but absolutely it should be made very clear in public service announcements that it's against the law to do that. And there will be consequences, and of course numbers can all be tracked back these days. So it is a huge issue. But I would like to see the provincial breakdown. You know, we've gone through a couple of them. Eastern Cape is a huge concern that you have such a mass of calls. It means that the populace there are desperate. And that extortion is a major, major issue there, which to me was quite surprising. KZN to me would have been the biggie. But we didn't hear the figures. So it would be very nice to be able to receive that, the full presentation for the committee, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Carla Barnard. I just received a message, just a success from the police in eMalahleni that they arrested 4 kidnappers this morning, which is positive. I thought I'd just share it. Over to Honorable Letlape.
Morning, Chair, and good morning to the colleagues. I just want to check. So, Minister, first, when we say the number is not going through, sometimes you make calls, and on the day in Parliament when you made a presentation, we called the hotline, and there was no one picking. And that's where the concern was raised, that you call this hotline and you don't get anyone to attend to you. That's the first thing. But I also want to check, Chair, I must first raise it that we can't be getting reports as if we are by the ways here. This issue of extortion is an issue that even through voting, majority of the political parties in Parliament voted against an ad hoc committee to take on this particular crime, and that this portfolio committee will deal with it. And you can't get a report on extortion, on anything with regards to this crime, as a by the way issue. We can't be listening to one person making a presentation and not having the actual report in front of us unless there's some security issues that must be raised with the portfolio committee. I want to check, majority of the calls that we have here are not really registered cases. Is there a way, or is there a strategy from SAPS to try and limit these prank calls? Is there, with regards to technology, is there a way of trying to limit these prank calls? And I once asked a question on what are some of cases that are related to extortion that communities may not know about. Because when you say extortion, you are speaking to 90% of the people don't understand what extortion is up until today, despite the fact that there's posters now, social media platforms on Twitter, you will find communications, blowing up this extortion issue, but 90% of our people in the different areas don't understand what extortion is. Are there partnerships that are still continuing? Because I know there's also those teams that are put in place to look into this particular crime? Are there partnerships that are there in place? And maybe if we can get a brief on what is it or what are some of the things that have been put in place to ensure that we limit the prank calls, but to also encourage people in the different communities to lodge in legit complaints about extortion. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Lehlape. Honorable Mania, I've noted you. I'll come back to you. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me join also in terms of the need for a written report that is circulated to the portfolio committee. One of the things that I think we have to do, General, it's also on the language and definition. We're battling in a way to define what is it that we are talking about. So this is what's happening. And when I visit police station or areas, now you have what let's call them patrollers. We know the patrollers in communities that are in a way demanding protection fees or forcing households to pay on a monthly to so that they get protected, and it's getting right. That's a form of extortion. But we are kind of not defining it, and Honorable Lehlape is correct, in a way that it's understood. So we, as a result of the crime levels in the country, now you have a lot of groups that are have inserted themselves to play the role of protection. And those that they deem to be protecting are asked to pay protection fees. So the practice it's rife in communities. The numbers and also the ones that end up being cases are just too low for in terms of the practice out there. And I think we need to revisit the language that we use when we talk about this particular matter, so that we can educate. Because some people, they pay will they are at a point where they pay willing. So we know that a lot of spaza shops across the country, they are paying protection fees. Someone is going around the spaza shops collecting the protection fees. That's why even now, when you have this battle on the foreign-owned spaza shops and so forth, there are people that will stand to lose from their lucrative business of collecting protection fees, and they will be against whether it's a registration, whether it's the taxing and so forth of the spaza shops, because people are benefiting from that. They are collecting protection fees. But I think when you submit the report on the this particular matter, there needs to be a further analysis beyond how many calls, how many have resulted in cases. Because now Parliament has said to us as a portfolio committee that we must look at this matter a lot more closely. So the information that comes to us must also give us the profile of the people that are calling. What kind, are they individuals? Are they businesses? What kind of business they are in? So that we get to understand the extent of the problem. Because just giving us to say there were 3,946 calls, out of that 57 were cases. We are unable to do the work. Who are the people that are calling? Are they South Africans? Are they foreign owned? I mean, are they foreigners, not foreign owned? What kind of businesses are they in? Is it a transport business? Is it I know in Tata, you know, you've got doctors that are targeted, filling stations that are targeted. Let's do a proper analysis. So when the document comes to us, let it not just be, we are told that no, there were so many calls, so many arrests and so forth. For us to deal with the matter in the manner in which Parliament has asked this portfolio committee to do, we need to really go a lot deeper than just the numbers and so forth. We need to understand who's doing the calls, where are they from, what kind of a neighborhood is there a police station and all that, so that we can deal with. And as a final question, the call center itself, the people that are manning the call center, is it an in-house that is so we are going to deal with the capacity of SAPS now. Is it in-house? Is it a contracted service? Because if it's a contracted service, what are the you know, the terms, you know, the service level agreement with the service provider? If it's in-house, where were the people sourced and so forth? So these are the things that when you report on the call center, it needs to go in so that it equip us to do our work in a manner in which the National Assembly asked us to deal with this particular matter. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Reverend Meshwe, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Reverend, just give me a second, Minister. Sorry, Reverend, I missed the. Okay, Reverend, please do continue.
Chairperson, I also want to confirm what some members have said about the importance of having stats in black and white, because it is not easy to remember the numbers that are being given. And so we want to emphasize that they should always be in writing if it is stats. And my other question is about the abuse of the system when people make pranks. Do they know that it is a serious offense and there are consequences when people make pranks, make jokes, when people with serious issues to report are denied the opportunity because it's being used by people who are just making pranks? And when it comes to extortions, the numbers obviously are very low. Many people do not believe those numbers. Now, one of the reasons could be, as we have heard, in some cases, that extortionists warn the victims or potential victims that if you report on this, I'm going to be informed, I'm going to know, and I will come back to you. Now, what is being done, because there are such people who do not report, to assure the people that if you report of a person who is trying to extort money from you for whatever reason, that person will not know that you have reported, because from our side, we're going to make sure that what has happened is confidential. It is confidence in police that makes people to always go forward. When people don't want to go forward, they're scared. Now, how do we deal with the problem of assuring the people who are scared to go forward that whatever you say here is going to end up here, is going to be known, and whoever has threatened you that they will know and come after you, they will not know. There's just no way. So I think an effort has to be made by the police to assure the people that they should come forward and report on those who are trying to extort money from them for whatever reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and the national leadership. First and foremost, if we can be taken through the process of these lines? When someone calls, what is the process? What happens? How does it get diverted to the police station? How long does it take for someone to actually respond? I also want to say there's a difference between the presenter said that they have X amount, sorry, in the absence of a report, there's X amount of calls that are being dropped. I'm one of those people who dropped calls. Because on the 10th of November, I tried to call this line and I dropped it probably 3 times because I was holding on too long and then tried a different avenue. So making a statement saying that we have a fully functional call centers, that is not true. That is not true when you are recording X amount of dropped calls, and those dropped calls is as a result of no one actually answering and responding. And I have the evidence on my phone I can show you. So that is completely unacceptable. Waiting 10 minutes when you are in an emergency is unacceptable. I want to know, what is this process? I want to know, what is the staff complement at these call centers? How many people do you have working there? And what is the training that they receive? The drop calls, I already spoke about it. The response time between the call center and the station, because we find that many of our stations don't have working telephone lines. So you are given a reference number when you are in distress, and who is that call diverted to once it gets through the call center? And what is the response time, right? Where is it based? The reference number, what is the purpose of that reference number? I want to know. The prank calls, what programs, since you have noticed that there are such a high volume of prank calls, what have you done? What intervention have you made to address these prank calls? How many, in terms of extortion, how many departmental cases has been registered? Because as we speak, and my colleague covered me there are so many officers now seeing the spaza shop situation, Minister, as an opportunity to get money out of these spaza shop owners. Just last week, I reported a case where I was sent photos and I've reported it to the provincial commissioner. I want to know how many departmental cases has since been reported and we are investigating. I think I'm going to leave it there for now. Also, just one more thing, in communities hard hit by crime, and I'm going to go back to the Cape Flats again, are you making these numbers available to these communities? And I say this because yesterday, 3 children were shot on, 1 was murdered, and they waited over 1.5 hours for a van to get to the scene. The van that eventually pitched was not even from the Ravensmead police station. So this is a very, very important matter that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. I'm going to head, we've got 2 more, Honorable Schikkerling and then Honorable Manye. Just want to say, colleagues, remember that next week we've got an in-depth session about extortion. It's good to ask questions as well now, but just remember we do have an in-depth coming up next week. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to prolong this discussion because a lot has been covered by the other members. I actually welcome the hotline. I think it's a very progressive approach by the police, and I think it's something that they should be proud of establishing. I do think, however, that more must be done to educate the community about the hotline. I think that's perhaps where the problem is lying, is because the community don't really know what the hotline is for. And I, again, want to say I don't think they completely always understand what extortion is, because extortion in a broader term, people think of the building mafia and all of that. They don't understand that extortion is paying for you the 10 Rand you pay to put up your stand next to the road every day to sell your fruit and vegetables that you worked hard to grow, or your magwinyas that you're selling to the children. They don't understand that having to pay for security is extortion. So I think it's a broader approach that you have to look at and encourage the community to use the hotline. I think a lot of the community it feels that perhaps the call won't make a difference. I know of several people that have called 10111 and have been waiting for hours or have not been assisted correctly. And I think perhaps there should be a distinction made between the 10111 and this line, so that they know that this is exactly for extortion, so that they're not worried that they're going to wait for hours. Because while extortion is something that might happen now and you have to report it immediately, we all know that it's actually an ongoing problem. It's not something that happens really once off. It's an ongoing issue. So it's not something that has to be reported right now. And there are some things that must be reported right now, but the majority of extortion cases is something that takes time. So I think they should know about that. And then I am also concerned about the prank calls, not for the reason that, I mean, kids and people do take chances, but perhaps you should look into those prank calls. It can be that people are trying to make a prank call just to take our attention of something else that is happening. So perhaps you should just investigate those prank calls to just make sure that they're not done purposefully and that somebody is perhaps not trying to give you information without actually giving you information. So, but otherwise from my side, thank you. I think it's good. And I think the fact that there are arrests made and that cases have been registered is positive to what the police are trying to do to combat extortion in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schickling. Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, firstly, I must also just perhaps also add on the lamentation about the reports not being submitted beforehand. I actually thought because I wasn't standing in for someone, I was the only one without the report. Then to discover that no one actually has a report, I think Chairperson must take this seriously. It's a symptom of how police do their work. And then they get surprised that the public confidence is so low. This is a kind of service that people get. We sit here, we represent millions of people. You come into a meeting to deal with people that represent millions of our vulnerable people. And you come like this. Imagine the people going to the police station, what kind of service they're going to get. This is shockingly poor performance, Chairperson. It's the first point. But I want to ask some questions, and some of these questions that I'm going to ask very briefly. I would request that the answer must start with a yes or no, then we can elaborate on these questions. But the first one, Chairperson, I wanted to just understand what is the world best practice on these things? You know, the minister in the National Assembly the other day was saying this number for this number for that, this number for this, different numbers. When I watch TV and I listen to how they do it in the States, you know, this is not my space, but I just watch TV, I watch movies. In the US, they just have 9111 or something. That number does everything it doesn't matter whether it's a rape, whether it's car theft, whether it's this. Why are we making it? And this is now first world economy. Everybody there, the level of people there that have matric are probably higher than ours here. But they've made life simple. Why are we complicated? We've got very low literacy levels in this country. And then you compound the matter. You say for extortion is this, for car theft is this. Why are all these different numbers? Why don't just one simple number? 10,111 should do everything somehow. So that's the first thing, Chairperson. Also, I'm not sure whether these numbers are zero rated and all of that. Can we just check actually whether we have to have data for this number, or even if we haven't got data, the number goes through? I actually don't know. Because I always have data on my phone. So I don't know about the vulnerable people, whether they're able to use the services as readily. And then, Chairperson, I wanted to just ask, do we have, this is when I need the answer to be preceded by yes or no. Do we have dedicated anti-extortionist units? It's my view that this is not just some constable matter. It's a very complex matter, this. So in my view, there should be this thing. So I just want to know, do we have these extortionists? You see the point that was made by the honorable member here, that even the lady selling at a hawker might not know that she's being extorted. The same level of ignorance could be prevalent to some constable there that might not understand a particular issue as extortion. So therefore you need a specialized unit. So direct question, do we have this specialized unit, yes or no? Number one. Number two, because it's common cause that police themselves are implicated in these criminal activities. Do we have a proper internal mechanism to oversight police, just to make sure that we are not policed by thugs, as it were? What are the internal oversight mechanisms that are there to police the police, as it were. Number three, a lot of these witnesses, they actually don't come forth now because of lack of protection and all of that. Do you have dependable witness protection programs? Yes or no? Do we have this? Are people safe when they report? Because these gangsters are well organized. If they know that you said something about them, trust me, you and your family are gone. What is it? Do you have units? Do you have protection programs? Yes or no? And then, do you have outreach programs for communities out there just so they know where to even find these numbers? I mean, if I'm from Soweto, and I don't remember walking around Soweto finding any number publicly displayed anywhere. It's very easy to sit in these air-conditioned environments with internet and all to say, no, this is a number, this is this, go to the website, go to this. But the people on the ground without the wherewithal, where are they supposed to find these numbers? And so on, are they publicly displayed anywhere? What is the situation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manye. Before I hand over to the police, Honorable Manye, witness protection falls under the MPA. So it's not a discussion that we can have a joint session on it to discuss how the handover of the witness, but it's not a police function, primary police function. In terms of one number, if I may, it's already been put forward by Cabinet that we do have one emergency number for everything. Everyone welcomed it. I think it's a very positive step. If that system works properly, I think it's an excellent idea. So it is coming. And then in terms of oversight, I hope the police don't take offense that I'm answering some of the questions, but we've got IPID, we've got a significant role to play. We've got the inspectorate. Some provinces have an ombudsman. There's a provincial inspectorate, so we need to use those remedies. And then, colleagues, I just want to emphasize, we didn't ask the police for a report today. We just asked to answer a question about the hotline. The report is for next week. So please don't bash the police for the report today, because it wasn't the aim of today. Today's main focus is capacitation of specialized units and capital works. That's what we're focusing on. So if we want to report, we need to ask for that, and I'll take responsibility for that. But please just let me know then if you want a physical report. But please don't bash if we didn't ask for it, because then the fault is with us. Honorable Tlape, you can sort me out. Minister or General, if I may, with all the comments, if we can just have the feedback, please, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we will respect any guidance on the side of the committee in terms of a comprehensive report if the committee wants that. But I just want to clear a number of things so that we are not said to be terrible in performance, as Honorable Mani is saying. Now, number one, we agree that in the country we have a lot of crimes, and crimes are high. And all of us lined up here, we have agreed that our priority and our focus is bringing crime down, and that's what we're doing. And as part of that, we say communities must be active. They must report criminality and crimes and criminals and all of that. And one of the ways in which we do it, we say report crimes. The most basic way of reporting crime, or well known, is to go and open a case in a police station. But then there are also a lot of complications, like we don't trust, like when we report, the people who report at police stations come back to boast that there's nothing that will happen because we're friends with that policeman, that policewoman in the station. So you then say, here are toll-free lines over and above that, but let me touch on opening cases. We're emphasizing these days that not only must you open a case next door, go to any other police station, even when you come from Entwati, like I do come from there, you happen to be in Joburg, or you go to town in the next town, open a case there. And you don't have to leave your number, your name and your number and your surname. Just open a case. Say, I know of a person called Castle Matala. He was involved in the murder of so and so and so and so on such a day and so on. Open that case without declaring who you are because of this. We are saying this all over. But let me come to this. I'm not wanting to make sweeping statements about what Honorable Lehlape is saying. But almost in all the places where we meet people in larger numbers, let me take the case of Mthatha. The hall was full there. And people did say what we say here, they don't understand. We had to close the hands because there were too many people who were talking on extortion, reporting, each one of them wanting to report extortion to us. We didn't have enough time. But what they reported, we understood that almost everyone in the hall wants to report directly to us on extortions. So they know. It may be a platform, it may be any other, but they know. That doesn't mean that we must stop asking those questions whether they know and stop telling people or defining it, but they know because I saw it there. In fact, if you see everything that has happened in Mthatha, it's because on extortions just around Mthatha, it's because of what they reported on that day. And we followed up. So let's not completely undermine their knowledge and their consciousness on this, but they have limitations, of course, access to phones and all of that, data and so on. But what I found to be quite an issue among people is that they don't trust. So that's why at some point, shortly after we went to Mthatha, people wanted to come to Pretoria, and actually they did come. We had to allocate people to this one, that one, because they wanted to report directly. So in other words, go to police station. If you're afraid of this and that, report on these toll-free numbers. If you are still afraid, go wherever we can meet. Because they do say, we want to report directly, like one man did last night when I got to Cape Town from Resenbeck, saying, no, I want to meet you. And then I say, no, but I don't stay in one place for more than 3 days. So where are you going to go to? It's, no, that is yours. I want to meet you on illegal mining. So I'll finally have to meet that person. So you do have such cases. Now, let me, on that day in Parliament, this is very interesting because I also was sitting there and I called someone to our spokesperson in SAPS, phone these numbers, check, because parliamentarians say these numbers don't work. And she came back to say, this one is working. This one I've had to phone twice because on phoning for the second time, I established that there are 2 ladies that work there on this number. But one was on the phone, not on the passage, and another was in the toilet, in the bathroom. So no one was taking the numbers. And I scolded them. That's what she said. We scolded them that they must never leave, both of them. At least one must always stay on the line and so on. So it does happen. but the numbers were working. I don't have any other way of confirming it, but they were working. But these numbers that they are quoting here, this 2,000 or 3,000, it shows, it's a demonstration that they do work, but they don't use them for the purpose and so on. But let me leave that. It's something that we have to go on and on. But let me read this, just to say that we are taking extortions seriously, much more than it appears here. In the in Northwest, just this financial year, or beginning of this year, 15 cases were reported. 7 are extortions. 8 are related to extortions. And 16 arrests, and 8 are under investigation. 6 are awaiting decision of courts. 8 are already ongoing in court. You have Western Cape, 22 cases, 17 extortion, 5 related, and it gets on and on like that. It's part of the comprehensive report that will come to you if members say, just give us everything about extortions. That will include units that are there working on this. And it will, maybe if the portfolio committee guides us, what period do you want this report on? But National Commissioner, you will also report on, you'll include cases where, like in Milnerton, where you meet people, you have already received information that there are people full in a combi. They are going for extortions. They will be distributed. You confront that, they confront you, they shoot at you, and so on. And they get shot and killed without opening a case because it happens on the street. And there's more than one. There are quite a number. It has happened over time. So you will include that because I see that there is seriousness on the side of the committee wanting information so that you can then decide what you want to do. But one thing that I need to say beyond any doubt is that we are taking this quite seriously, and there have been confrontations, and people have died on this matter of extortions. But the last thing I want to say, you will also bring in information where we are saying, because it is organized crime overall, there are people upper in the lines. You can have 8 people in a kumbi, unless it is organized crime, being flooded to town in a particular street to go and collect money and so on. It's clearly is organized crime. It's a form of organized crime. We will include that aspect if we're directed to do it that way. But on some of the issues that members are raising, at the end of the day, it's up to the citizen to open a case. Because if they don't want to open cases, and we have not yet received any information or via intelligence obtained information, it's difficult to keep a pace with what we think would be prevalence of the issue in an area until such things happen. So the reporting is direct, and I'm sure you also receive cases of extortions yourselves as members of parliament. If you don't or haven't, I would be surprised. And so all of us need to be active, and when you receive, I would even recommend that if you receive any case of extortion or you have knowledge of it, please report to us. You can approach us directly because you're members of parliament and say, this is, if you're afraid yourselves, then I don't know who is not afraid. And if you don't trust even the minister, I don't know who else you will trust. But I would want to prove to you that we are trustworthy people when it comes to you reporting such cases to us by taking them directly to us, and then we follow them directly to prove to you. But we won't isolate and focus only on what you report to us directly. But I'm just saying you will experience something else if you do take that kind of line. So it's direct information, calling, opening cases, toll-free lines. It's quite a number of ways in which we can report these cases. But take it seriously, we are taking this matter seriously, but I'm not answering everything. And I'm sure some specific issues like the unit and so on, officials can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Kalabona.
To request through you, Chair, to the Minister, if on the preparation of that report for this committee for next week, if that could be divided up very clearly. I gather there were about 6,000 extortion cases over the last 3 years. But if we can look at the areas, construction, which of the extortion entities, spaza shop, pensions, people are made to hand over their pensions as they receive them from SASSA. SASSA personnel are threatened. So if you could divide that up for us, I think it would give us an indication of where it's going and has gone over the last 3 years and what we're looking at. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. General Masemola, if I may hand over to the team for any other clarity on questions asked, and then with the permission of the committee, if we could possibly, I see the tea break is at 11:15. After the feedback from the police, let's do the tea break for 5 or 10 minutes quickly, come back, and then we can start with the specialized unit capacitation, that the discussion and the presentation is not split from each other. Is that okay? Yeah, great. General?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Maybe it will suffice to say that if the chair, we can be clear as to, but you have already said it, that as we come here, we know what is it that we are coming to do. Because we come for one agenda point and there is 5 other ones. So we know we are responsible to account to you, to account to the public, but sometimes catch us off guard if we have to answer certain things that we weren't so prepared. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me start with the last one, the one number which Honorable Mani spoke about in terms of extortion. You rightly said, Honorable Chair, that the one number is on the line is coming. We do have a government committee that has been doing a research which we are participating. I know they are either last week or this week, they are in the US looking at the magnitude of how this will work. So yes, it is indeed on the go, is coming. On other matters like limiting prank calls and also going deeper into who's calling. Honorable members should remember that this is an anonymous call, as the minister said. You can elect not to say anything, to say your name, your address, but you give us the information. So out of that information, we follow up, and sometime a case get open immediately for investigation, sometime an arrest get made out of that. And also taking note that this is not an emergency number. It's a extortion line which where we require that people report those when there are extortions. Also, we do assure confidentiality of people. That's why we sometimes don't require the name of the person. So yeah, I think in terms of, do we have anti-extortionist units? We have 10 units countrywide. Each province have got task teams, not necessarily units, task teams that are investigating extortion, but they also have got a combat team that are assisting them. Internally in SAPS, we have got what we call anti-corruption unit. We have it at provincial level only in each province, and national we have also the overall commander, which he also have a team at national, but he oversee the 9 anti-corruption unit. And you must have seen a lot of police members were arrested in last time here in Cape Town. The police members were arrested by anti-corruption unit for extortion. In KwaZulu-Natal point, remember 7 police members were also arrested there. So yes, we do. Beside IPID being there, that is investigating police, we also do have our own anti-corruption unit. What we definitely acknowledge we need to improve on is community outreach, and especially in all different languages, various projects. There I agree we have a shortfall. We will improve on that to make sure that everybody else there on the street, they understand what is it. Because the prank calls, yes, some might be kids, some are older people, some are verifying, so we can't blame them. Some they dial the number, just say, I just wanted to make sure, is it the extortion line? You say yes, say no, thank you. They drop the call. So there's nothing wrong with that. Well, he might be at that time disrupting somebody that want to report something serious, but maybe our outreach will maybe lessen those numbers if people start knowing exactly the number and the processes. So I think there I do take note that we will make sure that we improve on that. General Sintumule, I'm not sure if there are any other questions that you'd love to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think before I give my other inputs, I would also like to submit that respectfully we respect this House, and that the report requested was specific to say it's verbal. However, we will submit a follow-up report in detail as requested, and that we undertake that whatever our obligation as the police, we will fulfill to this House. Moving further, I think the NATCOM has covered me on a number of issues, but I also want to reassure Honorable Manyi that the numbers are 0 rated and they're all toll-free. And move over to the issue of Honorable James, that on a daily basis, probably every hour, I call the number and it is responded to within a few rings. If maybe by any chance that you had to wait that long, I also request that we have a discussion, because I think the issue here is to make us more effective, that where we are found to have shortcomings, that we are assisted. So I would really appreciate your engagement in future matters on the specific one, and that we can deal with it, because it is actually for the public to be able to report. I thank you. The issue of the reference number, if you call any call center, I think you are given the reference number for the purpose of further inquiries and to follow up on your matter. So for example, if you report a case and there is no progress on that particular case, or you don't see maybe any action by the police, you have a right to actually come back and say, on this day I called, here's the reference number. However, I see the same action that I reported taking place. So that is the reason for being given that reference number. To Honorable Meshwe, I know that we did report that people have got limitations or actually reservations to reporting these crimes. I want to cite a case in Northwest where a contractor was extorted and he refused to open a case until the amounts went exorbitantly high. And as the police in Northwest, we then opted to do a 252A operation entrapment, and those suspects were arrested. So we do also take into account that as people fear, but they have an obligation to report, because it is actually them that are compromised in the process. However, we also spoke to the NPA in terms of virtual hearing for some of the witnesses. It's something that we are exploring as law enforcement. NATCOM, I'm not sure if there are any other questions, but I could just remember those that you've missed in your response. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, General. Colleagues, I'm going to let us just break for 10 minutes. Can we return at 11 a.m. sharp to continue? Thank you. Colleagues, if we can slowly start taking our seats. I think we can kick off. Next up is the briefing regarding the capacitation of specialized units, and that will be led by Lieutenant General Nkua. So thank you, General. I'm going to hand over to you.
Good morning to you, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister of Police, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner, and all my colleagues in the meeting. Chairperson, my presentation is going to be very short because we were requested to come and brief the committee on the capacitation of specialized units within the SAPS. And also noting that next week, I know we are back here, Chairperson, in terms of presenting to the committee regarding capacitation of the detectives. In terms of the background, the table of contents, the outline of the presentation, Chairperson, is as outlined on the slide. In the purpose and the background, police officer capacitation from 22-23 to 24-25. And we will also be showing the workforce growth for the same period and the current gap analysis. And what we also maybe decided to do is just to share with the committee the definition of the specialized units. And number 5 will be taking the committee on the various environments where we are having the specialized units and how those environments are capacitated will be covered under number 6. And number 7, it will be our staffing plan for 24-25, as well as 25-26, and that will bring us to the end of our presentation. The purpose of this presentation, Chairperson, as I've indicated, is to brief the PCOP on the capacitation of the specialized units. Background. In terms of the background, Chairperson, we thought it will be important that we give a background that will indicate the correlation between the increase of the entry-level police officials with the increased capacitation of the specialized units. Over the last 2 financial years, Chairperson, the police recruited 20,376 police officials. I think we termed that part of recruitment as Project 10,000. So for the last 2 financial years, we recruited 20,376. And within the current financial year, we are recruiting 10,017. And currently we are having about 4,517 that reported at the college in April of 2024. And I can also indicate there that more than 2,000 of them have already passed out. And we are having about 2,000 as well that will be passing out in December. And we are currently busy with the recruitment of 5,500, which will conclude our last project of Project 10,000. And it is envisaged that they will be reporting at the academies in February of 2025. Then it will conclude all the Project 10,000, which we were supposed to spend over a period of 3 years. Then the priorities during the previous financial years were to capacitate public order policing and the visible policing environment, and other environments were largely maintained as depicted below. For 22-23 financial year, the allocation of 7,500 Chairperson was divided as follows. Provincial allocation was 6,585. National allocation was 915. And in terms of the 2 programs, VISPOL and detectives, because normally the entry levels, they are mainly for operational environment, they are not for support services. So they will be under Program 2 and Program 3, as well as to the crime intelligence. But in that financial year 22-23, no allocation was done to crime intelligence. And of the provincial allocation chairperson, we gave the stations 2,406 and we gave POPs units 4,000. And of the 4,000 that we gave to POPs units, 3,460 were given to the provincial POPs and 540 were given to national POP unit. And in terms of how the detectives benefited out of that 7,500, we gave general detectives 719 and FCS units FCS, and in total, program 3 received 1,094. And in addition to the 7,500 entry-level trainees recruited, SAPS also enlisted the foreign police officials during the same financial year. It was 2,858, and which was focusing mainly on the reservists, Public Service Act personnel, and graduates, and all of them, they were placed within the visible policing environment. For the financial year 23-24, chairperson, the 10,018 that we received, it was distributed as follows. Provincial allocations, 7,672. The national allocation, it was 2,346. And for program 2, 3, and 4, program 2, we gave them 6,624. Once again, we gave an allocation of 1,000 to POPs units, and we gave 535 to 10,111 centers to address the issues that we're experiencing in the 10,111 centers. And 5,084 were distributed between stations and other visible policing specialized units. Then program 3 received 2,794 and 1,615 were for the stations detectives members, as well as specialized units that are falling under the detectives. And the FCS units received 433 to deal with the GBV cases that we are having. And we also gave 600 to CR and CSM, and DPCI received 146. And we also gave 600 to crime intelligence at program 4. Then for the current financial year, chairperson, which is our last leg of completing our project 10,000, our allocation for this year is 10,017. And in terms of the distribution of that, 9,117 will go to provinces and 900 will go to national. And out of that, program 2, what they will be getting is 5,648 and 4,523 is for Vispol and 1,125 is for the top 30 high crime stations. And program 3, they will be receiving 4,069, of which 3,094 will be going to the detectives, 375 to the top 30 high crime stations, 600 to CR and CM, and again, National Crime Intelligence will be receiving 300. And what we are saying at the footnote there, chairperson, is that when we capacitate specialized units, we are saying we grow our own timber, because specialized units, they recruit from the existing members, from the already experienced officials. So that is why we started by giving the background of saying there is a correlation between recruiting entry as well as capacitating the specialized units. So the recruitment of police officials is to ensure the capacitation of the production core salary levels 1 to 7 of the stations, as well as specialized units environment. And we are saying supervisory positions are predominantly filled from the production core, and commander positions are predominantly filled from the job-related supervisory pools. So when it comes to supervisory positions, we don't have any challenges in as far as filling all the specialized units posts. Then the next slide, chairperson, just giving you an indication of the workforce growth from 2022, 23 to 24, as well as the current gap analysis. And we are using the fixed establishment that was allocated to us, meaning that the fixed establishment will be those posts that are funded. We're just giving an indication in terms of from the financial year 22, 23 up to 24, 25, how as the organization we have been growing. I'm just going to focus on the first line there, that is the total workforce. 22, 23 financial year, our total workforce was 179,624, consisting of 145,384 of Police Act and 34,240 of Public Service Act. Then moving to 24, 25, September 2024, we grew to 185,196, giving us 152,031 for Police Act and 33,165. So in terms of the gaps, in terms of our total workforce, you'll realize on the last column, Chairperson, that the Police Act, we short of 3,170, and we are over in terms of Public Service Act employees by 3,145. So this is based on the funded post, the funded fixed establishment. But we know as an organization that ideally, we need more than what we can afford in terms of the budget allocated to us. So during the past 18 months, March 23 up to September 24, the SAPS increased by 5,572 employees, and the total number of police officials increased by 6,647, while salary level 1 to 7, the production corps, increased by 8,640. And in terms of the FE, the specialized units represent approximately 16.5% of our post allocation. And for the 22-23 financial year, the workforce exit was 6,430, meaning that we lost 3.58% of our employees. And for 23-24 financial year, the exits were 6,677, constituting 3.72% of our establishment. And for current financial year up to September, we have already lost 3,572. So on average, every year, Chairperson, we are losing between 6,000 and 6,500 employees, including those that we are losing within the specialized units. And the staffing requirements for SAPS based on work study investigation that have assessed the staffing needs of various business units is 310. So this is the ideal. This is where we say, if we are being asked, how many posts do you want? We can say at least 310,132, consisting of 254,248 Police Act members and 55,840 Public Service Act personnel, indicating a significant shortfall from the current levels. So in terms of the definition, Chairperson, of the specialized units, we are saying a specialized unit is a group of police officials appointed in terms of the Police Act, specifically trained in the utilization of organizational operational techniques and equipment in order to render duties outside the normal scope of police duties and or a combination thereof. This includes, but not limited to, group of members with special expertise, trained for one particular purpose or occupation, special equipment and specialized training, further training in order to meet professional requirements of a specialized unit, to concentrate on a particular activity or product, and duties and responsibilities are significantly different from other police in the same force. So in the SAPS in total, Chairperson, we are having about 24 different types of specialized units spread across 6 organizational operational environment, and a total of 20.8% police officials on different levels are attached to these specialized units. And specialized units are capacitated from the current pool of police officials, meaning specialized units positions are advertised and filled internally. That's why I was bringing in Chairperson earlier on in my opening slide, that when we recruit more members at entry level, we allow the specialized units to recruit, from those members that are already experienced in the police. So it is important to note that to increase the specialized unit capacity, there must be an increase in the entry-level police officials to feed the specialized units. If the recruitment of entry-level police officials is low in numbers, it will also result in a low growth of specialized units. So the next slide, Chairperson, is just giving an indication on the 6 environments where our specialized units are found. As I've indicated, there are 24 different types of specialized units. Under visible policing, Chairperson, they are listed there. And ORS is visual policing as well as ORS, and ORS is anti-gang technical public order. Then under the detective services, we also have anti-corruption unit, family violence, child protection and sexual offenses unit, and they are listed all there. Under forensic services, we have listed 2 there. DPCI is also classified as a specialized unit, as well as PSS. We have PSS K9 unit, VIP protection, counter assault and physical protection. There was a growth in numbers in all the environments except within PSS, Chairperson, and the 4 environments increased in numbers over the last 18 months. That is visible policing, they grew by 5.4%, detectives by 8.3%, forensic services by 9.72%, ORS by 19.7%, and DPCI by 25.4%. And significant shortages can, however, be found in the detectives, 23.4%, and DPCI, 26.8%. Then, yes, Chairperson, the slow growth in certain units were due to competing priorities. As I've indicated, Chair, that during the financial year 22-23, we capacitated POPs units by 4,000 police officials out of the 10,000 that we received. And the rest we had to divide it amongst other units. And for 23-24 financial year, we once again gave POP 1,000 police officials. So for the 2 financial years, the public order policing grew significantly. They got additional 5,000 posts on their establishment. The capacitation of the investigative units will receive priority during the current financial year 24-25 and will continue to be prioritized in the next financial years. And the capacity within specialized units are monitored continuously to ensure identified shortages within these units are appropriately addressed. As I've indicated, Chairperson, lower level, we capacitate them in terms of the normal recruitment, and also the supervisory position is internal advertisement where we are advertising the supervisory positions. Then last slide, Leon. In terms of the staffing plan for the current financial year, Chairperson, the 10,000 that I've indicated that we are busy with currently, and we are going to give 5,648 posts to visible policing stations and specialized units, and 4,069 will be going to the detectives to capacitate general detectives as well as specialized units, and the 300 posts will be going to crime intelligence. And in terms of what we are recruiting this year, we are only gaining about 4,717, and 5,300 is just replacing those members that have left the organization. And for what we also have done within the detectives environment, Chairperson, there was an internal advertisement where detectives received 1,000 posts and crime intelligence received 200. And we also advertised 200 posts for reenlistment, particularly to address the shortages within the detectives environment. And we also advertised 120 for the DPCI. And in terms of the annual promotion drives, we advertised 3,464 where we are addressing supervisory positions, and 821 posts went to specialized units and 170 went to the DPCI. So when we look in terms of the outer year, 25-26, we already received an indication that we'll only be allowed to recruit 5,500. And with that 5,500, 5,003 is only the replacements, meaning that our growth will be 200. So it will be difficult for us to continue capacitating the specialized units, as we know that some of the specialized units were recently established, and we are unable to give them enough posts as we wish, because of, the number of posts that we are recruiting. If we can be allowed to continue recruiting 10,000, yes, we'll see, a significant growth in terms of our establishment. Last slide. In conclusion, Chairperson, we are saying police officials, yes, they were increased by 13.4% at specialized units during the period March 23 until September 24, over 18 months. And the capacitation of specialized units will continue to be prioritized during the 7th administration. As I've indicated, supervisory positions will continue to be filled from time to time. On this one, Chair, we don't have a challenge because, when they leave, that money, we use it to advertise internally so that we can promote, those that are still in the service. Should additional funding be secured to increase the capacity of police officials, it will allow for a steady increase in policing capacity in general, as well as that of specialized units. And challenges are also experienced in terms of the retention of police officials, especially on the specialized unit due to other law enforcement entities and private sector continuously recruiting and filling their positions from the trained and experienced police officials of these units. I think even Chairperson, when I come and present next week on the capacitation of the detectives, you'll more or less see a similar picture in terms of, the growth when it comes to detective services. That is the end of my presentation, Chair. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, General. We can move over to questions. Quickly take a note. Okay, let's start with Honorable Garner.
I'm not used to be the first one. I do like warming up, Chair, as you know. But let me get to the, so there's a slide, I think it's item 3, which, and you said that you are going to come with the detectives next week. So effectively, what we are getting is that to maintain, assuming that things stays the same. So I'm making my input assuming that the rate at which people are exiting the system will not change. We know that things never stay the same. And if we were to do an analysis in terms of the rate of people exiting, so there are two aspects that we are not in control of. One, it's when members pass away, and when members reach retirement age. But it's and not preempting what you're going to say next week, but the rate at which, let's call it, the policemen and women who are leaving the force at their peak. So someone has gone through the training, and I will say police, they kind of peak their late 30s, early 40s. You understand the environment fully through the trainings and so forth. I think when you come next week on the exits, the age analysis of who is leaving. So there are those that are leaving. It's a natural in terms of passing away and people going on retirement. But it's the ones that are living at their peak that, for me, it's something that we need to look at. Because if one looks at even the plan going forward, just to maintain the current levels, we need to be recruiting at the same rate. If the rate of recruitment slows down, then we are heading into a crisis, Minister. In that you'll start getting in real terms. We know that in real terms, per capita, that's why the last line there on slide number 6, in terms of the desirable number, it's around 310,000. We are not there. And it doesn't look like we'll get there because we'll not have the funds to get there. But if our rate of intakes does not, it's lagging or it's below the exits, it calls on the police to start thinking of an innovative way of fighting crime, because boots on the ground will not be able to result in a safer country. And it might help to start thinking, maybe not for today, Chair, so that the general does not say that we ask questions that they were not prepared for. But for maybe when there will be a meeting where we'll look at the crime stats or quarterly reports to start even early thoughts around what happens when the numbers drop below a particular level. What are the interventions that we have to make so that we at least we are a step ahead? But for me, that is the concerning number, and there has to be a plan to, because we know the money side, the fiscals, constrained as it is now. We might not get the 10,000. I think generally we're talking about after this 10,000, it might take maybe another 2-3 years to enlist another cohort of 10,000. What do we do in the meantime? And then link maybe as a final input, Chair, around the identification and training of detectives. I think you spoke around in terms of there's an aspect of internal promotion for other salary levels. But is there a thought in terms of in the capacitation of the detective service, understanding that you are coming next week, but a different approach, a kind of a departure to a standard way of recruiting? Because it sounds to me at the moment that so when we went to the traffic police, they say that no, we need to recruit people of a certain age for the first intake. So the law says that you need to be of a particular age for the first so if someone is coming to the college for the first time, so if you have a 45-year-old that wants to change a career and wants into the police, then you can't take that person. Or maybe you can respond whether a 42-year-old like myself who might want to go into the police, that with a normal advert, I'm not catered for. Is there a way of looking at the skills of those that might have missed the cut of the 35-year upper age limit so that they can enter? Because if you think of it, someone who applies who's 34 now, there's a cohort, applies, is not taken. Now next year, they are too old to get into the first intake. Now they have missed that chance for life. Is there a way of a program for those over the age of 35 that might have an interest to serve in the police to enter the service? That's my last question. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Did I hear correctly that you're 22 years of age? Oh, okay. Excellent. Honorable Mbio.
Okay, thanks, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. Mine is very quick. In fact, I wanted to know what are the reasons why people are leaving the system? And two, is that which age group is it? So that we're able to identify, to know what are the issues. If, for example, if it's young people, why are they leaving? Except the fact that it's the natural causes of death and other things, but we also need to know why are they leaving our police, ne? So that we are then able to know what as the SAPS we come with solutions, because in reality that we need to have a development system. So your recruitment, does it allows you Inati to join the SAPS at the age of 35? Then she's going to be doing that job for the next coming 10 years. So if she will be doing that job for the next coming 10 years and there's no growth in there, and then that person end up saying, no, I'd rather go and look. So when I'm from the SAPS and moving to the detective, and do you have those job opportunities for those people so that in order for them to grow? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbio. Honorable Leklape.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think my main concern is the growing rate of SAPS, because if in average we lose 5,300 officers annually, and in a financial year we're able to have 10,000, it means we only have 4,700 in the system. And maybe even when we do the intake, it shouldn't be a 10, I think someone said 10,000 something, like a trend that we stick to 10,000. Maybe the idea is to have twice that to be able to cover what we have lost. And with the issue of losing officers, we also know that they go to the private sector. It pays better and all of that. And maybe that we should also consider that when we get reasons why officers leave the system, it's not necessarily that they are retiring, but also even if it's retiring, they're able to be absorbed by the private sector. And maybe we should look into that because in the process, we also lose very experienced officers. That also drags us in the growth of detectives and specialized units because you need more experienced people to be in that field. So maybe we must also just get a bit of analysis or research on why and how SAPS can try to cover and try to match the private sector in terms of limiting the shortage or the leaving of police officers into the private sector. I just want to check as well. I hope that in the report that we would get, I would have loved for us to also see the total number of police officers that we have in the different environments. You know, if you are in the detective service, how many do we have in the anti-corruption unit? How many do we have in this? How many do we have in that? So that we also get an idea of where we are as a department. But specifically, I would want to know how many police officers do we have or are deployed to the VIP protection service? And how many are deployed in the family violence, child protection and sexual offenses unit overall? And what is the ideal number? Maybe SAPS would be able to tell us. What is the ideal number of police officers that need to be taken into the system annually to try and match the resources that we have as opposed to the crime trends that we have, and how we would somehow find a way of combating crime or try to, you know, cover some gaps that we have currently. And with the intakes that we have, are there considerations of mobile police stations? Because you find that, yes, we do have 10,000 police officers new into the system, but they go to the same places. Is there other consideration of mobile police stations or trying to broaden up the police service, try to reach out as many communities as we can? Because the closer you are to communities, then the easier it becomes, even resource-wise. You don't need to travel an hour before you get to a crime scene, or you don't need to travel 2 hours to get to a crime scene if you've got a mobile police station. And maybe we'll talk about it during the presentation of public works, because there are avenues that we can look into to try and cover up the shortage of resources, but also considering the fact that there is still mandate from SAPS to ensure that we service our people. There's no one who's going to understand that there's a shortage of police officers. And maybe we must just look into these avenues that we can look into. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tlhape. Honorable Manye.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Firstly, let me welcome the presentation. I think it was nice and clear and everything. Yeah, so that was good. I wanted to just check, Chairperson, that, I got the sense that this is just general recruitment as opposed to strategic recruitment. You see, for instance, when I do oversight, for instance, in hospitals, I get told there that there's an auxiliary nurse, there's a staff nurse, and the ICU nurse. And I'm sure there are similar kind of categories with the police. If you go to the engineering space, you'll find an apprentice, you'll find a technician, you'll find an engineer, proper PReng, a professional engineer at the end. Now, no amount of experience that an apprentice or an auxiliary nurse can have that will ever prepare them for being an engineer or being an ICU nurse, because it's highly specialized. But what I seem to be hearing from you is that you just have this general entry of everyone. And then from this general entry, you then just distribute and so on. I would have thought that there would be certain elite units in the police where the recruitment is not your general recruitment, 7,000 people, no, because you're then looking for, even at a qualification level, you then will be looking at not your normal matric constable with respect. You then say, but this one here is maybe for forensic kind of recruitment. Therefore, you need somebody with a particular level of qualification and all of that. That's going to be easy to fit into the training for, therefore. So I didn't get a sense that that is the case. So, and that worries me because then it means that, you see, the fact that we've been a constable for 15 years, in my view, does not mean that you have the wherewithal to now immediately appreciate how you can bungle up forensic evidence of some sophisticated crime, because all you've been, all your time, you've just been a basic constable. But what you've just said to us here is that you recruit from internally. Now, who do you have internally? A lot of constables that have been there for many years, and all of a sudden, they are now in the running to be in the elite unit. It's not making sense to me. It's not making sense. It's like making an apprentice an engineer or making an auxiliary nurse, make them an ICU nurse. The level of preparation can never be enough for some of these levels and so on. So I'm suggesting that you relook into your recruitment and make it a bit more strategic. That's the first thing. The second thing, Chair, I wanted to just check because you talk about capacitation. This term capacitation is a broad term, but you just picked up one thing on it. You just picked up the recruitment. There's also facilities where these people must operate. For instance, if you go to a police station and you find that, the problem that we have is that somebody coming to report a sexual offense is just there with general public, and they must now repeat this embarrassing situation, this degrading situation in full view of everybody else. Do you have now facilities, when you say capacitation, do you have capacitation in terms of appropriate facilities depending on what a person is there for, and all of that? Lastly, on the issue of capacitation again, I didn't hear you saying anything about training here and so on. Is there anything like that so that there's continuous development, there's training and all of that? And maybe there are other elements of capacitation. So all I'm asking is that when we talk about capacitation, let's look at capacitation holistically and make sure that we're dealing with this thing properly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Reverend Meshwe, and then Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Chairperson. We know that on average, about 5,300 police officers exit the SAPS. I assume that the majority of them exit because of reaching the pensionable age. So my question on that is because many of experienced police are exiting the service. Is there any plan to review their pensionable age? Because it is easier to replace police who are not in specialized units. So I want to know if we want to retain service of experienced people, why don't we make plans to keep them longer because of the current crime rate? And when one looks at the specialized units, I firstly want to know whether extortion will have its own unit. And if not, why not? Because extortion is becoming a very serious challenge in the country. I see we have a Stepping Stones one-stop youth center as a specialized unit. Now, what are the main functions of this youth center? And where are these youth centers located? What are the main functions and where are they located? Now, since government has adopted an open border policy, do you still have a unit for border policing. Are they still required when there is an open border policy? And I also want to know the difference between the counter-assault team and the physical protection. Counter-assault, what does that mean? Do we mean those who assault the police or members of the public? Do you send a specialized unit to deal with such cases? Or what is the difference between the counter-assault team and the physical protection team? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Reverend. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, on slide 8, you say there are 24 different types of specialized units, but you list 40 within those 6 environments. The only similarities I can see perhaps the 2 canine units, but they're under different sections. So perhaps just explain that to us. Considering the number leaving the SAPS, and that's usually of highly experienced personnel who've been trained by the SAPS, how many of those coming in? Are you training when they arrive? How many are already experienced? What are the numbers looking like? I do know the call's gone out asking experienced police to return to the SAPS. Perhaps they've left for pastures new or simply left for other reasons. Has that call been answered? Are you getting people coming back to the SAPS? Because that would bring back much needed expertise. Now, you're up by 5,572, but you lost 6,677, and the previous year, you lost 6,430. And that puts you far below your full complement, and both years far exceed what you claim to be the average loss of 5,300 annually. Of course, your staffing levels are far below what you should have, and perhaps the most worrying statement is on slide 12, where you say the staffing requirement of 310,132 is out of reach. And that's a crying shame. What's the plan on the way forward? What is your retention strategy in the face of the higher paid jobs? They usually, SAPS members, as we all know, they leave for higher paid jobs, frequently in the private security sector. So is there a specific retention strategy? Now, of the various types of specialized units, and that staff contingent is barely growing, if at all, there are certain ones of them that may be considered to be absolutely crucial that just have never kept up. In my experience, for example, the stock theft units, they're undercapacitated. There's virtually no ability to track, for example, an entire herd of cattle being driven over the border. They just stand and watch. I've been with them. And the water wing, well, they seldom actually have functioning boats. They're supposed to go out to ships, for example, to check for firearms, check them in and out the country, but they have no boats. So either they're relying on private individuals, and that's been stopped. But what is the situation currently? That's certainly the case in Richards Bay. And then there's the cybercrime unit. I personally think that cybercrime unit, in the light of the fact that South Africans are scammed of hundreds of thousands of rands on a daily basis, as are our banks. We're talking millions stolen straight out the banks. The cybercrime unit should be massive. I'd like to know how many people you actually, of expertise in terms of people you have in that unit. And could you, we're going to speak, I believe, of the detectives more next week in the meeting. But to see shortages in that and the DPCI, they should be our premier units in terms of high profile cases. It's very sad to see. Talk to me about the staffing levels of the VIP protection unit. That oddly enough never seems to be a problem in terms of staffing. Would I be correct in saying it's the single specialized unit that is not understaffed? And finally, I'm in total agreement that the stress was on the POPs capacitation during 22-23. That was, considering the riots that we had, absolutely the right thing to do in the previous periods, and the investigative units currently. But what conversations have you had with Treasury in terms of funding? And does the fact that there are no further talks of cutting your numbers. In fact, there seems to be have been a turnaround. Is that the result of those conversations in some regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Colleagues, we've got 3 more questions and then we'll hand over for feedback. I've got you on the list, Honorable James. In fact, Honorable James, you can go next, followed by Honorable Sokopo and then Honorable Shikaling.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think it's safe to say that this department is in a crisis, which means that our country is under siege. And I say this again, based on the oversight visits that I've conducted. 10K entry-level officials, and I don't see anything in this report that actually speaks to a specialized unit that focuses on drug abuse and narcotics, when that is currently destroying our communities. It's sad. I also want to ask, have we done research in terms of what the current population with an influx of foreign nationals contributing to the high crime rate? Will 10,000 entry-level members actually suffice? How are we deploying these 10,000 members per province? Have we done research to determine and to ascertain where are the shortages and where the impact is needed and the workforce is needed and where impact needs to be made? In terms of the workforce exit, can you tell us of this workforce exit? And I'll tell you why this is concerning to me. Because after I have engaged with a few members, the morale of the SAPS members is at an all-time low. There are so many good members within SAPS, and I've realized this after doing my oversight. So many good members within SAPS that don't have the necessary resources to actually fulfill and do their jobs. I spoke to a detective yesterday, and he said to me, you know what, I hope there can be change at Ravensmead Police Station, where he's been working for over 20 years, where 18 detectives are having to share one office. And I'm saying this because we are now allocating more staff, more boots on the ground. And even if we have more boots on the ground, these boots don't have resources. Has that been included in our budget? The last time we deployed more boots into these units, they didn't have name tags for almost 3 years. They didn't have computers. They didn't have cell phones. So when we say we are capacitating detectives, do we have the resources? Are they going to get the bare basic minimum tool like a cell phone and a computer? Have we taken that into account? The exit interviews, are we finding out why members are leaving? What is the issue? We get complaints from members. We are deploying more staff. And do we know what are the challenges there when it comes to salaries, to overtime, and to lack of resources? The anti-gang unit, I see there's an intention to capacitate the anti-gang unit. There's so many of these members unable to do their work. Putting more boots with them is needed, but they don't have vehicles. I spoke to them. Report on. I also want to ask once again, I know we've spoken about this previously, Chair, the reservists, the thousands of reservists that are out there, considering that we have a budget shortage, considering that there's no funds, and most of these members have been through the training, and most of these members are still able to do their jobs, they are still willing. Is there not a possibility that we can absorb them in certain places when it comes to this recruitment drive? Also, we are now saying that, yes, again, we are employing and getting another 10K members. Office space, where are these people going to sit and where are they going to work from? Because at all of our police stations, there's no space for not even a fly. So I'm not sure where we're going to put all of these members. Already we haven't taken into account tools of trade, and also I don't think we've taken into account where we're actually going to place them. That is also another concern. I see you speak to capacitating most of these specialized units, but in order for us to see an impact in terms of addressing crime, what are we saying about the garages, the staff at the SAPS garages? And I can't even say that's undercapacitated. There's no staff there. The staff in Johannesburg has one spray painter. Are we overlooking this section? And one panel beater? Are they not due to get staff over there? I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it for now. And please, and when we answer questions, I find that most of my questions, Chair, aren't being answered. Can we please answer all the questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Over to Honorable Sokopo and then Honorable Schikkerling.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the NATCOM and the team members. I'm trying to check, Chair, on page 6. Am I correct when I see that the report says, which I'm welcoming the report, that 3,145 people that are employed on the public service administration are in excess of, that's the excess number. The reason I'm trying to establish that, National Commissioner, is to check what is the possibility of working on these PSA people to move over to be employed as Police Act. The reason I'm raising it is because I know that they earn less than those that are in uniform and probably would have interest to join the police force. I have seen court interpreters that have become very good prosecutors and finally magistrates, because those administrators, one way or the other, does interact with the work of the police, whether in a form of taking statements and so. So I'm just trying to check what is the possibility of working on them here, move them to college, bring them back as police in uniform. Would that not assist as you do your intake? And I'm also checking, and I'm going with the other members that are saying that you have this loss of plus minus 5,000 or so annually. What is your plan if it is something that has happened in 3 consecutive financial years? What is the projection? You are saying now, but because now you have an opportunity to say that this is what has been happening. Therefore, we can project for the future in order for us to be able to look at employing more. Could it be it's money that the minister would have to go and engage his colleague in the executive of National Treasury to give you more money, or what could have been the issue? I'm also interested to check about those that leave, except those that goes on retirement. The age group of those that are leaving the system, not only because they go for private sector or so, because, and I'm trying to tie this question up with a question of what is the age group of those that are always found to be at wrong as police? The reason I'm asking this question is because if they are between the age of 22 and 35, then it means that those that do crime at the same age. Could it be that I'm a police officer at the age of 24 and my friend that I grew up in the same street, what is on the other side? Could that not be a reason for us finding these young police officers found at the wrong? Is because their friends are actually the ones that are dealing with extortion, and later find our young police finding themselves on being part of those people, because obviously if I am a extortionist and I drive a Golf 7, and the one who's not an extortionist, who's a serious police officer, a constable, still drive a Golf 1. It will then work on me and entice me to find a way of working with those that are at wrong. I think let me end there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sokopo. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm really glad to see that there is some growth in the police services. I mean, it is welcome. However, if you look at it, we're taking in 10,000 people, we're losing 5. So actually, we're only filling 50%. We're not filling 100%. So perhaps the police should consider recruiting 15,000 members per year instead of 10, just to make up the shortfall. Which would make sense to me. I mean, if you look at costs, those that leave and those that come in, there is definitely a difference. And the problem is that the burden on our current members and their workforce, their workload just keeps increasing. So they're never actually going to be in a better position where instead of sitting with 300 or 400 dockets, they maybe only have 200, because we're never going to be able to fill that space. So I really think we must look at the increase of our recruitment. Many members of the police services have left, as you all know. And I agree with you about growing our own timber. But you have timber that's sitting out there. They might not be 24, 25, they might be 35 or 40, but they have the necessary skills because they've already gone through the college. What are we doing to get those people back? There are of those people that have left the police services for whatever reason that want to come back. I regularly, when I do oversight visits or when I visit towns, there's so many ex-police officials that say to me they would love to return to the police service, but it's like knocking on a door that never opens. Nobody ever gets back to them, and there's so many of these officers, especially the elderly officers that have retired, that are willing to share their knowledge for free. Why are we not opening a forum for these police officers to ensure that there's a place for them to come and speak and to help us? I mean, if people want to help us for free, we must take all the help we can. And I think it will be really good because they're also willing to give training for free. And there's several members that I've spoken to that have retired that were in the police force for 30 services for 30 years that are sitting with this knowledge. Let's bring them back and let's help that knowledge. And then, I mean, we understand natural attrition, and several of the members have asked about the age group, but we must also make sure that we look after the mental health and well-being of our members. And I know it is something that the minister has spoken about recently and several times. But colleagues, life is difficult. And as you all know, things happen to everybody. It's just not just certain people. The police members are affected by crime and by poverty just as much as everybody else in South Africa. And we should be looking after them and making sure that there's something for them to grow towards. Because I've spoken to many members that have been in the same position for more than 15 years, and they've never ever gotten a increase or gone to a higher position. So how do you take these members along? What are you doing to make sure that when you do have vacancies, that you consider them to grow? There's many police station commanders that I've spoken to that just want simple transfers to fill vacancies, lateral transfers. It's not at an extra cost. They're sitting for 6-8 months. There's no lateral transfers happening. Why can't we just help these police stations and capacitate them so that they have enough members on duty at a time? Because if you have 6 members, 2 are off, 2 are working, 2 should be working and they work shifts, and somebody falls ill, then you have a problem. So let's just make sure that we capacitate everybody. I would just like to know, when we do have the further report, how many of the police officials in South Africa are female and how many are male? Because the FCS is undercapacitated, as we all know, and GBV is a massive problem in our country. And several police stations across South Africa do not have female police officers on duty, or even have female police officers based at police stations. And the Northern Cape is one of them, and I do understand due to distance, but surely there is something we can do about that, because the rural areas are very affected by GBV. It might not seem like it, but those people are scared and there's no one for them to go speak to, because I certainly know of many women that are not going to a police station to go and report crime of GBV if there's only male. So we have to look at capacitating all the police stations with a sufficient staff that they need. And then my last question is, I'd just like to know, when the highway patrol in the Western Cape, if they will become a permanent unit soon and when this will happen. Thank you so much.
Honorable Cola Barnard.
Yes, thank you. I've just got a point of clarity, if I may ask it before we go to answers. The SAPS Anti-Economical and Extortion Crime Task Team that exists in the Western Cape, I presume that was a pilot project. Is that now working nationwide? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cola Barnard. Just from myself, also 2 or 3 questions. The first one is the anti-gang unit in the Western Cape. That unit received vehicles in 2019 and they've never received vehicles again. It shouldn't be a joke, but I mean, I was joking with some of the members the other day because their one minibus, it usually doesn't have brakes. So they have to use the gears to brake. And it's a running joke of AGU, and the gangs actually laugh at AGU. They don't take them seriously because of that. So I think we're putting those cops in danger. So I would like to know, when are they receiving the vehicles? Not if, when, because I know of other places that actually have too many vehicles. That's the one question. The other one is with regards to FCS, and I did a little bit of homework, and I used Kales River FCS as an example. I just want to read to you the summary that I wrote from it. Currently, FCS in Kales River only has 7 members. They're meant to have 17, and they're serving, I think, over 20 stations, if I'm not mistaken. It's a massive area. Now, you can imagine you've got the entire Philippi and Mfuleni, that entire area that you have to serve in terms of gender-based violence-related matters with only 7 members. So that's something critical. Something that's positive, though, that I'm excited to see what happens about it, and I think it will lessen the burden with regards to FCS, is the comment that the minister made recently about social workers being deployed to stations, and I think it's the right thing to do. So that's just a side note. And then the last question, 2 last questions, sorry. The first one is in terms of the retirement age. Have we made any progress with regards to making it a little bit older? Because I think we're losing people that can outrun everyone in this room that are phenomenal police officers at too young an age. I don't think we need to lose them. And then the last one with regards to detectives. To be honest, I wouldn't want to be a detective in SAPS because you don't get paid overtime. It's far more rewarding to be a uniform member. You get a far easier job, you know, when you book off duty, do critical work, but when you book off, you're off. These detectives don't get overtime, they get paid with off days. So, yeah, just in terms of that. And I say that specifically under capacitation because it's difficult to capacitate something if there's no incentive or reason for someone to want to work in that space. So that's a mouthful of questions. I'm going to hand over to General Masemola.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. We will, of course, answer with the colleagues as we go along. The first one was on age analysis of members of SAPS. That we will bring as we come back, the whole age analysis, we will do that. On training of detectives, maybe I can take that one together with the one of the chairperson. Yeah, detectives, we do train them, but as you are aware, there are various types of detectives. You first come to general detectives, then thereafter you can start specializing, be it commercial, cyber, or FCS. That's how their training is being done. Why members are leaving SAPS? There is various reasons. Majority that leaves due to first in the age, mostly from about 50 to 60, but too much between 57 and 58, just before the pensionable age, meaning they want to cash up on their, when they resign. They resign at 57, 58, 59. So they don't retire, but they resign to get their lump sum pension. But that, of course, was triggered in many ways on stories about pensions, but both public service and administration and us, we did make it aware to them that there is no worry for people, their pensions are safe. Honorable Chair, we do have members that are living at the younger ages, especially from specialized units, both the combat teams, I'm talking about then your TRT, NIU, Special Task Force. Those do live in young ages. Reason being, yes, they go some to the private sector and some to various metros, especially the city of Cape Town have got majority of them, which they've taken over. They emptied our NIU and our Special Task Force. In the course of this year, early, with a view to retain most of them, we increased the allowance of the Special Task Force. Few are coming back in that line. Of course, our increase is not matching what they are getting, both in the private security industry and in other areas they give them. For example, we know of some private security companies where they give them quite a very high salary and a vehicle. So majority of them, they leave and go there. We advertised, very few are coming back, and also some young specialized investigation, they also leave, also to the same environment of security, private security industry. The question on how can we match the private sector, Honorable Chair members, that will more be depending on the budget that we have. Private sector, we might not easily match them because their offerings are quite high, but some like your city, police and so on, I'm sure if we get sufficient, we get sufficient budget, we might be able to match that. Unfortunately, we work within the constraints of budget. It also goes with, I think, the question of Honorable Schickling, where she said she met a lot of them wants to come back. Last year, we advertised externally 200 posts for members to come back. We get far beyond that. It's not because we want to advertise 200, we want more, but the funding that is available to us restricts us to that. Currently, we also again advertised 200, which we want to take them to be detectives. But as I said, yes, you are right if you say many wants to come back. We want to have more, but we can only, our compensation budget, we can only work within what we have. How many do we, what is the ideal intake per year? We were employing before about 1,000 to 2,000 per year, up to 3,000, which, as you can see, we lose average 5,300. So that was below. Hence, we motivated, and then we end up getting this 10,000 that we got over this past few years. But still, as you see, you can see the net gain is about 4,000 plus. So we will need this 10,000 or even more, as you suggest, 15,000 to carry on, because people will always pension. They will always reach pensionable age. Most police forces across the world, they reduce age instead of increasing. But we accept that the stage where we are, we need more and we need experience. Yes, we need to look at the increasing the age. That we can only do through legislation. The current police amendment bill that is in the go, we will, with the minister, propose there with a view to increase the age. But the current legislation do allow the minister as and when people apply. Actually, as and when we identify them ourselves as the employer, we identify them, those that are especially good performers, they are regular workers, they don't stay away from work. We do approach them, and the minister have got the power to extend to them up to maximum of 5 years, meaning he can extend up to 65 years. So we currently, that's the means that we are applying to retain them. But of course, we can't retain somebody that always don't come to work, doesn't do work. So it is based on merit currently. Mobile police stations, we do produce between 15 and 30 a year, which we identify areas where these police stations should be deployed, and we allocate them. You'd recall, even before Makassar Police Station was built, we had a mobile police station there. So we do allocate them. But what the members need to take note is that the mobile police station is still going to take police members from that very same police station to reach that other area. So whether if you have enough cars to use the same members to reach the far outlying areas for service, or you use a mobile. So it is dependent on police member, the availability of police members. In terms of what we employ in specialized units, qualification, of course, is taken into account, yes. For example, people that we employ in forensic science, we have scientists, we do have few auditors, like in our internal audit, we do have auditors, we have vets that take care of our horses and dogs, and we have psychologists, we have pilots, and there are people that, Honorable Banyu, we employ at that age of, let's say, 40 or 42. If there is a specific skill that we need, we'll advertise. We can't advertise a post of an auditor and want to have you at the age of 24. No, we'll obviously employ people that are a little bit older, but there are those that, like you are vets. We have a challenge on vets. They don't stay longer because of, again, the salary benefits in terms of what we are paying and what they get outside there. Some of them, we have realized they come to gain experience at some point, then they go to private sector. Majority, they don't even go in the country, they go abroad. But we also said we need to see how we can make them a special categories that we pay them a little bit more than what we are currently paying, with a view to attract them. Even in the investigation environment, we have various specialist qualifications that we employ the members there. Well, the review of the pensionable age, I think I've just answered that, Honorable Minister. Members can stay longer, as I explained. Do we have extortion units? Currently, we have extortion task teams with a view that this current year, they should graduate into units. That's what we want to do before the end of the financial year, to make them units because of the problem that we have in the country. The stepping stone, General Mamutet will talk about that, because it's a unit that is mostly you'll find in the Eastern Cape, that works with some Duduzela centers and the youth. Do we still have border police? Yes, we do have border police. You'd recall the government established a border management authority that have taken most of the functions at the port of entry. We still have border police that also does specific police station functions within the border, because it is our mandate to do generic policing, including at the port of entry. yes, we don't have enough numbers, but we do have members in border police in all ports of entries. The difference between counter assault team and physical security. Physical security is the unit that do protection of like what you see in the legislatures and the 9 legislatures, including the 9 premier's offices, the national parliament, the union building, and of course, all our VIPs, the principals, those members that are working there. That's the physical security. Counter assault team, it might be too technical to go deep into what it is, taking into account that one don't want to compromise security. But if I can give you an example of what counter assault team is, you have seen the last incident where the current or incoming president of USA, he was still a former president of USA, where he was shot and missed. And the people that responded, shot the attacker, we call them counter assault team. It's just justified to explain it and leave it there. With regard to answer on the specialized units, what is the retention strategy, especially on the detectives? Last year, we worked out the modalities and the incentives for detectives. Firstly, we said we want to increase their uniform allowance, because currently their uniform allowance is too low. We want to increase it. Secondly, we want to give the detectives an allowance, because for the same reason that even if he might be not be required to do investigation, but if it's a day for going to court, you still have to go to court. And or if they say you are suspect such a place on a weekend, he must still respond. So detectives, yes, not all the time we pay overtime, but every province, every unit, they do get allocation of a specific overtime money. And of course, yes, it will get exhausted. But we did submit, a need in terms of what would be ideal for detectives. That process we are submitting to the minister with a view to submit further to the treasury, that detectives be incentivized much more better, with a view that we give them an allowance. So we worked it out, and unfortunately we could have implemented this year, but due to shortage of compensation budget, we couldn't implement it. But we are aiming that if we can get a little bit more on compensation budget. Indeed, we are going to compensate detectives in terms of first uniform allowance, which we want to increase it just above 5,000, and a specific amount of an allowance, so that it can also serve as a retention to have them where they are, and even those that are specializing. The VIP unit, whether it's under or over, currently we call it protection and security service. It is, of course, currently there is a shortage in that unit. You remember that the executive have increased, and we didn't budget. We didn't have policemen waiting, men and women waiting for that. So we have shortages to do the functions that I mentioned prior. So that is the status. Water wing and cybercrime unit. We have established a nodal point of cybercrime with CSIR, and start functioning. But what we are busy now doing is to recruit more members, especially young ones with knowledge of such an environment, to fill up that center and also fill up in the various provincial capacities. That is still in a process. Have we done research on number of crimes committed by foreigners? Well, currently we are aware that foreigners do commit crime, honorable members, but we haven't done such a research. As we report crime, normally there isn't a function where we say, are you local or foreigner, but it's something that we'll look at. Matters of resources, we do our best to resource all environments, but however, we acknowledge there are shortages in certain areas. Early this year, I established a task team to deal with the problem of our garages under the leadership of General Fani, and I appointed a brigadier ready just to look solely on police garages with a view to make sure that we have sufficient tools in the garages, we have sufficient personnel. That project is still running. We haven't reached a satisfactory level, but General Fani will talk more on that one. Reservists being absorbed into the SAPS together with the Public Service Act employees. I think in the presentation, General Nkwa did mention that, yes, the reservists and also the Public Service Act employees, you are right, we do absorb them because the difference salary level between a level 5 Public Service Act employee and a constable, the constable is quite above. So it makes sense. Those that qualify, because there are requirements, we do take them on board. Reservists, we absorb them quite a number of them. Hence, the number of reservists have gone down. So currently we do have, yes, those that still wants to be absorbed, but unfortunately, certain requirements are not being met. So we cannot then, we can't take everybody. But of course, reservists, as and when like elections, like now festive season, we do call them up in each province and they come and do the work. So the same will happen currently this festive season. Honorable Shiglin, the matter of the seniors who are willing to assist us, we do welcome that. We will work out a mechanism because at the end of the day, they don't want to, they can't just come to work for free. Even they tell you they can work for free, but as soon as I say for me, you stay in Cape Town, go and do 1, 2, 3 for me in PAL, there will be some costs involved. So we will work out, I'll task the HR to look at a mechanism on working on, in some countries, they call it a silver program. The use of those that are already grade head out back to the service. We will look at a program like that. We know in other countries, they do have such a program. The highway patrol in Cape Town being permanent. General Mamtete, I don't know if you can talk to that, but yeah. Most highway patrols are permanent in the country, but if this one is not permanent, we'll look at it as to how, but I'll allow General Mamtete to comment on that. Extortions, I think I answered it, Honorable Barnard, whether they are still testing or units. They are still testing, but we want, before end of this financial year, there should be extortion units because we see the magnitude of the problem so that they specialize. Not that they are not specializing now, they are, but they are not, they are just a task team where people all over, you put them together. So making them a unit will work much better. Western Cape, not long ago, we handed over more than 150 vehicles, and amongst that, there were vehicles for the AGU. But Honorable Chair, I can't give guarantee now, but I'll go and check as to what is it that is happening, because I know there were vehicles that were destined to go to that specific unit. I'll allow first General Mkua and then General Mamuteti, General Fani, and any other colleague that can respond on the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Minister, did you want to say something? Okay. Yes, please, General, continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, National Commissioner. I think National Commissioner has covered most of the questions. I will touch on the few that are left for me. I think there was a request, Chair. Obviously, we'll take a directive from you in terms of us coming back to make a presentation on the exits. I think several honorable members commented on the issue of the exits, the service terminations, the reasons why our members are leaving, and so on and so on. So we do have the presentation readily available because it is something that we update every month. And there was also a question linked to that in terms of whether are we analyzing the reasons for their exits. I can confirm that yes, we do. It is a requirement by Department of Public Service and Administration that those employees who are leaving, we need to conduct, exit interviews, and we are always 100%. And the National Commissioner has mentioned some of the reasons. Some of them, they mention ill health. Some are mentioning better, remuneration. There are several, reasons that they indicate in their exit documents. But when we advertise for reenlistments, you get a different story, because they leave saying all these reasons, but when we advertise for reenlistment, you then get a number of them wanting to come back. Like the current process that we're busy with, which National Commissioner indicated that we have advertised 200 reenlistments for the detectives. The people that responded to the advert, they are over 2,900, which is a clear indication that their initial reasons of them exiting was not really the reason. Probably the reason might have been maybe they wanted to access their pension. We know that our members are indebted. Maybe they wanted to take the money and do something with the money. Now that there's an opportunity, they come back. So we are in the process of, the selection so that we can ultimately give General Sintimule the 200 detectives to capacitate the detective environment. Then the next one, Chair, I think National Commissioner spoke about it as well in terms of the extending the retirement age of our police officers. Currently, it is 60 years. It's the same with the South African National Defence Force, it's the same as SSA, but the rest of the public service, they are exiting at age 65. But the door is not closed for those who can continue up to 65 because the Minister of Police is empowered, is the delegation of authority to extend the retirement age of those that the National Commissioner might want to retain them or those that still want to continue. However, Chair, in terms of us extending the retirement age, it has some implications which might also require us to consult with labor because it changes the conditions of service, because there is a benefit of members living at age 60 and against those that are living at age 65. The first one that I want to mention is the GPF contribution. The pension contribution of the employer is high, higher than, the contribution that we do on the Public Service Act to compensate for the 5-year difference of the exit age between a Police Act or a Defense Act employee and a Public Service Act. So it might not be an easy one, but I'm not saying it cannot be done. It can be done, but it will require extensive, consultation so that we can get that kind of agreement and understanding to increase our pensionable age. Then I've already spoken about, Honorable Mbio also spoke about the reasons why they leave. If we get an opportunity to come back and present. on that one, Chairperson. The growing rate of SAPS, I think that one, we already, NASCOM addressed it. Okay, the capacity, I think, Honorable Mani, in terms of capacitation, I think you are correct, sir, to say capacitation does not only talk to one, I think my presentation was focusing only on human capacity, but it is broader than that. The vehicles must also be taken into consideration. The issue of the facilities must also is actually a whole lot. So when we come next week for the detectives, a chairperson will improve our presentation to make sure that it also covers other resources that are supposed to be covered in as far as capacitation is concerned. So we take your point there, Honorable. Honorable Barnard, yes, in terms of my slides, the 24 specialized units and the 40 that are listed here, some of them are repeating themselves, but as I was counting, it's about 10. So I need to go back again, apply my mind and check where is the other 6, because you find organized crime in the DPCI, organized crime within the detectives, commercial crime, DPCI, commercial crime in the and anti-gang units also under detectives, anti-gang units under visual policing. So when I was doing my counting, there are about 10 that are repeating. So if I subtract 10 from 40, it leaves me with 30. So I still need to find out what happened to the other 4, so that to the 6, so that I give the correct number. I'll do that homework. Thank you very much. Okay, the conversation with Treasury to add more, I'm going to leave that with the Minister, Chairperson. I'm not sure if the Minister will touch on that one, but I know there were discussions with the National Treasury to say, can they give us more money so that we can increase our capacity? But I'll request the Minister maybe to touch on that one. Then Honorable James asked a question about the current population. Will the 10,000 suffice? It won't. I think somewhere in my presentation, I mentioned, Chairperson, that when we did our homework with strategic management, we said for us to be able to police the whole country, we need about 310,000. So there's a big gap. And we know that we need to, increase our recruitment in order for us to deal with replacements of those that we are losing, as well as seeing the increase of, our establishment. So the 10,000, for the past 3 financial years, we have seen the benefit of the 10,000 because we were able to cover the losses and we were able to see that little bit of a growth. And when we say 10,000, we are also looking at the capacity for training. Because when we recruit 15,000, I think there was also an input by honorable member to say, why can't you increase 15,000 or why can't you double the 10,000? Looking at our training capacity, we won't be able to train in 1 year 15,000 or 20,000, but at least 10,000. We can be able to accommodate 10,000 in terms of our training facilities. I think when we started with Project 10,000 2 years ago, we also utilized the Defense Force facilities. We also utilize the correctional services facilities so that we can train, all our members, all our employees. The reason why this year we have splitted the 2, we took the first 4,500 and we will be taking the second 5,500 batch, is because we wanted to make use of our own facilities. Because when we use SNDF or correctional, it becomes more expensive, in terms of, training our employees. But we said over 3-5 years, if we still take the 10,000, at least we will be able to see a significant growth, though it won't take us to 310, but at least, it will give us, some breather so that we can also capacitate our specialized units. I think members also spoke about the extortion task team. And the National Commission said this extortion task team for now is still a task team. In the future, it might become a unit. But what we must remember is that once it becomes a unit, it must be capacitated. We need to get new money. If we're not going to get new money to capacitate it, it means that we are going to rob stations to capacitate, the extortion unit. So it's important that we always get more than what we lose so that we can also address the new units that have been established, the new police stations, because you know that you must also build police stations in areas where they cannot get access to police stations. And those new police stations, they require additional personnel or additional capacity. In terms of the other reasons for the Honorable James mentioned, the morale of our members is very low. Yes, Honorable Member, there was a study that was conducted by our own research unit, which also they raised the reasons for the low morale of our members. And some of the reasons that came out of that work study, out of that study was the fact that our members are talking about promotions. They want to be promoted. They stay long in the rank. You know, all those things, which we know those are the challenges that we know. And those are the challenges that we are trying to address because we do have a policy that says after so many years, members must be, promoted to the next level. So there are lots of competing priorities because when we get money from finance, the CFO will say, what are you going to use this money for? So we have to sit down because the money is not enough. We have to sit down and decide as the management, are we going to put this money for promotions or are we going to use this money to recruit? Are we going to use this money to replace the supervisory level? So we are trying to play a balancing act, but yes, the morale of our members, according to that study, the reason why it is low is as a result of the conditions under which they are working, as well as the issue of promotions. And we are trying to address some of those issues as the management of the organization. Then the exits, I've already spoken to it. We'll give a good presentation on that one. We do have a presentation readily available. Then the office space, general fund and the garages, he will talk to that one. I think, Chairperson, I've addressed the mental health and well-being of members. Yes, we were directed. We are working on it in January, late January, early February. We are going to have employee health and wellness national workshop as directed by the minister to see what is it that we can do to change or to turn around the wellness of our members. Then the retirement age, I've already spoken to it, and the detectives, NASCON spoke to it. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I've covered all the issues that I had to cover. Other colleagues can continue.
Thank you, General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members, the Honorable Minister and National Commissioner Protocol observed. The stepping stone unit is one unit that was established during the introduction of one-stop center to Trizela centers. It was an idea that was coming from DSD, as we know. And during that time, the intention was to roll it out to all the provinces, but unfortunately, it was never rolled out to all the provinces. The members, what they're doing there is actually to create awarenesses, capacity building, but also to assist in building the cases ready for prosecution. So they're working very close with the police station in terms of addressing those challenges. If we check in terms of the numbers, it's not more than 4 members that are sitting in that center to assist in that regard. The issues around the highway patrol is a permanent unit within the organization, yes, of Western Cape specifically, is one of the rapid response units that we are having within the organization. And they are receiving a priority in terms of the high performance vehicles. The only thing that I would request that I check is that I check with the province how many vehicles they have been able to allocate, because the budget allocation for such unit is sitting basically with the provincial commissioners. If maybe I may submit that one through you, Chairperson, I'll be happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, National Commissioner, Acting DNC and colleagues. In terms of the garaging space, Honorable Chair, we have improved our efficiency. 2 years ago, we were sitting at vehicle availability of about 75%, and we have improved that to about 85%. There's quite a number of compounding reasons that makes it difficult to move it higher than it is. Probably about 95% of our fleet are running on 24 hours. As one shift finishes, the other shift hops on, and they carry on increasing the rate of breakdown and rate of wear out, which necessitates repair periods to be more frequent than they normally would be if they had a rest period, but we are trying to arrest those and become much more vigilant in terms of our repair methods. In terms of making sure that we've got enough personnel, artisans specifically in that environment, which was a contributing factor to the delays or downtime in the repair rate. We have started the first round of capacitation positions almost filled in that environment. As the funds are made available, we will then go on another round. However, I must indicate that we have partnered with Public Works in terms of Public Works extended program, and we will get engineers and technicians and artisans in that space that will assist us greatly with the endeavor to increase the efficiency of our fleet in that space. We had challenges with the contracts, specific contracts that are running in that environment. We are opting out on some of them, and we are putting in place proper ones. For an example, the contracts on spares did not give us the flexibility we required in our environment. And issues of repair of tires, we've opted out, and we have stabilized that environment. And we should not be having any challenges in that environment. We are also looking at long-term strategies that we will present to National Commissioner and Executive with regards to the fleet space. For an example, do we have to have a pickup running in Senton when they are arresting one person in a week, or do we need a different type of fleet? And these conversations are ongoing, and we will engage visible policing also to have an input before we have that approval in change of strategy with our fleet utilization. In terms of the facilities, the garaging facilities and facilities in general, we will touch on these when we do the capital works presentation, but majority of what we are sitting with is the suitability of facilities or changing the facility that we have to a bigger one or a better one resides solely on the leasing functionality that Giama gives to Public Works in terms of the devolution agreements. I will touch on that when we do capital works and presentation pertaining to the devolution of rights between SAPS and Public Works. I think, Honorable Chair, I would stop at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any more input from SAPS side, Minister?
Just 3 points to make, and I prefer to stand. The first one comes from one of the remarks that the Honorable Member made, asking whether there is a thought about our approach to capacity over and above bodily capacity or numbers capacity, which General was responded to. But to say, I think we must settle down as a country on the fact that it's going to take us time before we match using whatever criteria. And therefore, I think our energies, while need to go to this particular question, but I think probably most of our energy need to be driven towards what's the English word? Are we effective, the SAPS effective in combating crime in South Africa? More than whether we match numbers of SAPS against that population as a criteria that's happening elsewhere. I think we need to cool down on that and say, let's focus on impact. Let's focus on effectiveness. Let us focus on efficiency. In a police station, you can run a police station with an X number, although we're saying we need to move towards norms and standards for a police station. Basic, whether it's a big or a small police station, you must have what is a police station? What is its functionality in terms of norms and standards? But I'm saying, I'm getting worried if all our energies are on, are we matching or matching? So in other words, there is a thought that says that because we're going to take long, and it has to do with the economy of the country. It has to do with the economy of the country, which is stagnant. And in the meantime, crime is growing. And in the meantime, we've got to chase all these criminals, to apprehend them, so on. Now, we therefore have to think much broader, and there's a family, a thought. So how does it come about? It comes by way of interventions that we're trying to make. Your deals with municipalities in the metros, which are the capitals of crime in the country, in the 4 provinces, it comes in that particular format. And maybe at some point, we need an opportunity to present how that is progressing beyond the launches that we've had. What is happening? What are the processes? Where are they leading to? For the appreciation of the members or information. There's the first. So certainly there's a thought, mitigate, and the other mitigation about apart from this is technology, because we're low on technology. We're not advanced. I do want to declare that. We're not an advanced organization when it comes to technology. But that's not to say there's no technology. There is, and it's working. But because of our numbers, because of this and that, we should advance it. We should move on it. And where we are poised to do so after quite some meetings that we've had, detailed and focused, and even phasing. Where are we going to start with advanced technology covering the makers of crime? I've made that point. The second point that I need to make, and I'm persuading you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, maybe at some point to consider calling us here, but also call, because today we're called, I think, by 2 committees. It's trade and industry. They want us to go there. And then we're also called by land. We're called there. Now, maybe the committee could also call other people as well. In South Africa, there are two portfolio committees. There are 2 ministries that have been established over years, just on women. There's social development, even though it's not just specifically for women and children, but social development. We should cover. But by and large, their area is women and children and welfare issues and all of that. Now, the second one is women, the Department of Women and Children, called by the Portfolio Committee, so that, because we are saying now and then, out of scrutiny and belief, SAPS are not geared to substantially and substantively reduce GBV. I mean, you go and train as a policeman, even if we put a curriculum, and we make you stand there and we take a social worker. Ordinary people will believe that the person who knows more about society is a social worker, not a policeman. Even if you go to any other country, if they stand like this, policeman with a uniform, and then a social worker with whatever, who knows more about society? Who knows more about the community in terms of training? It is a social worker. We're the only people who believe that a social problem like GBV will be resolved by SAPS. And we spend time saying, what is your impact? We study, and civilian police, civilian secretariat produce a long report. It's fine, we're working on that. But still GBV stands out. And it's as if we're doing very little, when we're doing enough, or almost enough. Now, what do you need? You need social work intervention. And the talk that was saying, when you approach a police station and you stand in the queue and all of that, we wrote a letter, formal letter, to the Minister of Social Development. And we held a meeting and we said, can you cover or not all police stations with at least one social worker in the country? We don't have a response up to now. The promise was that we would have a meeting, it's fine, but we don't have a response. And we want to discuss this matter because it is important that if a social worker is stationed in each and every police station, because of their training, they will start studying a society and the community and individual families to find out what's happening. A policeman is looking for crime, is looking for criminals. It's not looking for love affairs that are failing, where there's beating on every night. And so that's not what they look for. That's not what they are trained to do. Of course, they can stumble, they can, but people are trained to check what's happening. We can disagree, but that's a fact. A person who must know more about society and a community is a social worker. Is not more than a policeman. Policeman chases after criminals and prevent and act thereafter. So I'm suggesting that we do so, and we lead a shift in the mind that because other departments may not be doing enough in society and government as a whole, then police must carry the whole burden. It's not going to work. We are going to do our best. I'm not saying hold, but we're not going to, we're going to do our best on that. But if we want to move, where are the other departments in terms of coming down now, helping out in this particular problem? And the last issue no, it's not the last but one, transport. No, I just mentioned this in passing. You know, we held a meeting with Minister of Transport at one point. I'm just saying, we had identified that part of extortion, which is what we discussed earlier, we'll come back next, is what is this bucket system that happens in all taxi ranks in South Africa. And I want to say, how do we combat this? And the debate went to something else, like, I mean, that's crime, that's extortion, and so on. But I want to leave that out. It's cyber that I want to. When we talk about cyber, let's be reminded that in essence, there's a duty of SSA. Okay, we may not agree, but that's main duty. Main duty there. The main department or body it goes to SSA. Well, we have to provide as well via CI, but there is also defense, intelligence. So there are three units that have to deal with cyber in South Africa. And therefore, we need just to leave space that we may go capacity, whatever, but it's not everything that it will be done by SAPS on cyber. It will have to be done by others. And on a person short, we've disestablished in the structure this unit called inspectorate. We ask questions, what exactly, how would we suffer as a country and as SAPS if we didn't have this? Because we looked at their duties and so on, and we could see that they could be catered for by others. Just to get those people back, it's a clawback kind of an initiative over and above other clawbacks that were spoken about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to give one, Honorable James, then Honorable Manye, then Letlape, and then one last round of answers, and then we're going to move to lunchtime. I just want to ask for next week's presentation, can we get clarity on the Western Cape Highway Patrol? I checked now, but those members are on detached duty from stations. It's not a permanent unit. So I just want to find out if we can get clarity on that. That was the one. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Honorable James, then Honorable Etlape.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, with all due respect, I think the members sitting here are well aware of the processes and the strategies and the relevant departments responsible for various crimes. Minister, we didn't get the confidence here today that SAPS is actually doing that which you emphasize to serve and protect and to prevent crime. Instead, you now say that, you know, you believe that, we believe that GBV will be resolved by SAPS. That is not true. We don't believe that. But the role that you are meant to be playing, we don't see that happening at the police station. We do have national instructions that speaks to the responsibility of members and in terms of what they are mandated to do after hours when social workers are not there. We don't see those national instructions being implemented in communities. We don't see the police stations having the relevant forms as per the Children's Act and as per those national instructions when they do removal of children who are at risk. So we don't see that at any of your police stations. We don't see the National Drug Master Plan finding expression at your police station in terms of Section 33 when it comes to involuntary placement. The things that you are mandated to do, we don't see it happening and unfolding at your police stations. I also think that it's an insult for you to tell us that here we are sitting focusing on the strategies and not the impact. We are not seeing impact on the ground. I think it's a sad day when we sit here and we highlight these cases, because why are we even conducting oversight as members whenever we mention police stations that are in a dire state as we speak, when we say to you there's only one panel beater, where we say to you there's only one spray painter, and still we get a response that says we are looking into it maybe during the next phase or during the next course. That means you are not doing what you are actually saying, combating crime and preventing crime. All our police stations, the few stations that has been missing, that has had challenges, here we are dragging on with the Philippi case, Chair, for more than 2 months. We can't conclude on that Philippi matter that has been brought to Parliament. We are being told almost it's part of the stream. Here we have brought Eldorado Park, Ravensmead. I'm speaking about the police station. Not one of these members here can tell us today, members, based on what you have brought to our attention as a portfolio committee, we will ensure that at the next meeting or in the next 2 weeks, we will give you a response. That makes us come across as idiots in our constituencies, running around like headless chickens when we bring these concerns to your attention and you do absolutely nothing and you tell us that it will be looked at or you're going to have a task team. It's unacceptable to tell us here today that we expect you to deal with issues of GBV when not a single police station that you have is fully capacitated. Then why do you have a VEC center at your police stations? Why are those VC centers funded if it's not your mandate at all?
That's the point.
Sure, Minister.
We haven't said what she's saying. We haven't said that it's not our mandate. We haven't said that. But the main point I want to say, when you go to a police station and you don't find the things that she's complaining about, it doesn't mean that we're not doing work outside society. There may be boxes that are not ticked in the police station file, but that does not mean that police are not doing work in that community. It doesn't mean that. Thank you.
Honorable Etlape.
Thank you very much, Chair. I feel very provoked by the minister's statement now that he just made. Firstly, because GBV is a serious crime in South Africa. And he gives us an impression that they are working on GBV because they've got mandate to do it. He does not give us confidence that SAPS really want to combat and prevent GBV in this country. It's not true that social workers can stop GBV. It's not. And the fact that we have so many GBV cases that are being reported is also because they are not concluded. And some of them, there are no arrests even made, because you tell us about arrests and then you say conviction and all of those things. But in most cases, people who are perpetrators of GBV don't even get arrested. They spend 1, 2 hours, 3 hours in a police station and they're out. And for you to make that reckless statement to say police officers are not trained to deal with GBV cases, it can't be, Minister. It's very reckless for you to say that as a Minister of Police. And I feel very undermined for women and children who are going through all these cases, these GBV cases on a daily basis. For a minister to come to a portfolio committee and say police officers are not trained to deal with GBV cases. The fact that they have to come and open cases in police stations means that it's the responsibility of SAPS to make sure that they prevent and they make arrests and they attend to those cases. Yes, there is a need of social workers, but that does not entirely say that police officers are now monsters, that they cannot be incorporated in the socio-economic issues that are happening in communities and GBV cases in particular. And Minister, you can't come here and cry at the wrong funeral. The fact that social workers or social development is not assisting on coming to the party to assist SAPS cannot be a cry here at this portfolio committee. You've got cabinet meetings. Those are some of the issues that must be raised there. Yes, we are agreeing that we must have joint meetings with other departments. That is part of our responsibilities as a portfolio committee, but you can't cry at the wrong funeral. I feel very provoked that you make such a reckless statement on GBV cases with the current conditions that we have as a country on gender-based violence. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chair. 3 issues on my side. Firstly, on the counter assault situation, I must say, personally, I was offended by the IPIT statement that welcomed the arrest of the policeman that shot the robber. Chair, from where I sit, and I know I've got a firearm, so I know all the wherewithal about when to shoot and all of that. But we have a situation here where people abuse these loopholes in the law, and we then fall into it. I mean, if I take a gun and go and shoot people in a church and then quickly throw the gun away and raise my hands, and then they get told therefore that at that point I'm not posing a risk. I've just killed 5 people and all of that. I've already declared my intention of being a killer, as it were. And all of a sudden, because I've just thrown my gun down and raised my hands, all of a sudden I'm no longer posing a threat. I think I'm trying to find a parliamentary term to describe this unacceptability of that situation, Chairperson. In this particular case, I mean, this guy goes and stabs a policeman. Imagine, a policeman is an institution. You go and stab an institution on the face, on the body, on the head, and then we get told that when a policeman removes this person from society, then all of a sudden this policeman has broken the law, must get 15 years. I think something very wrong with that situation, Chairperson. If I was a policeman, I would be discouraged if that's the situation. I think something must give. We can't have that situation. You establish your intention, and the fact that you've thrown the gun away should not remove the fact that you've just killed somebody. I mean, of those steps that policeman was suffering from this criminal, one of them could have killed this policeman. So why are we all of a sudden now becoming these nice people? I think we are using the human rights to the detriment of what is right. I have a problem with that approach. So put that aside. Minister, I think the generals here had gone some way in responding to my question, and your intervention has taken me back, so I'm going to go back to this thing. The one general accepted the issue of capacitation, that she's going to address it there, tick a box. In that capacitation, ma'am, I was going to ask that, can you add one thing? Fitness. I just have a problem with the policeman, that you look at this policeman, you see this policeman cannot run and all of that. This policeman is not fit, cannot wrestle some of these people down, some of these criminals down. So a policeman must look, I think physical fitness must be a tool of trade. You can't have a policeman that looks like he or she needs help. A policeman must look intimidating, must look at this policeman and know that I can't take a chance here. So I want to ask what is being done to ensure that police are fit, and fitness is actually not only a tool of trade, but it's a condition of employment and keeping employment. It's just unreal that we have a policeman that is just totally unfit and all that. You've got criminals that are fitter than police. That's why we have a problem. So that's on the capacitation issue. So in the next presentation, I'm sure they'll talk to this. I'm requesting that they must address this on this next one. On that issue of capacitation on the human resource element, Minister, here's the issue. I think General Masemula had addressed it to an extent where he said, we have scientists and all of that and all of that. That was talking to the issue. Now, my request is that I think we should not straitjacket police and say police are just there to chase criminals. This is now 2024, new age. Police are sophisticated, there's elite units and all of this. So I'm arguing that as a short-term intervention, we can talk to other ministries to go and assist as a short-term intervention. But I'm arguing that police must employ social workers and then train them on policing as a next step, as it were. But you should deliberately employ. I mean, that's why I have a problem with this general recruitment of 7,000 of people that at some stage, I don't know how they get to know things at a high level, as it were. Here's an example, Minister. I can see you still frowning, so I still think you don't get me. Yeah, here's a situation. For instance, let's say you've got labor inspectors. I used to be in the labor department. Let's say you have labor inspectors. Now, at a high level, you think that a labor inspector is somebody that just does with the LRA, Labor Relations Act and all of that. But strictly speaking, labor inspectors must be specialized. You go and inspect a building. You're a labor inspector. You've got no civil engineering background. How do you know then that that building is unsafe if you don't have that background? You go to inspect a building. You're supposed to say that the electrification of this building does not meet the standard. But if you haven't got that training of electricity, you're not electrical engineer or these fancy things, how are you going to do this? So I'm asking the same level of sophistication with police, that our recruitment in the police must be deliberate. It mustn't be an afterthought. It mustn't be hope for the best in the 7,000. We must say that for forensic unit, for instance, I'm looking for people with chemical engineering background. I mean, if I am a thief, if I'm a drug pusher, and I take this powder, I put it in the grandpa wrapping. A constable will not know the difference between the drug and grandpa, but a person trained in chemicals and that space, by visual inspection, might already see something that an untrained eye cannot see. So I'm agitating a minister for specialized recruitment, that I don't want to hear the 7,000 of all and sundry. I'm looking for a differentiated recruitment where the recruitment is going to say, this time around, police were looking for social workers. This time around, police were looking for a particular skill set, they know it better, and all of that. So that when you say, Minister, that you want effective policing, I'm arguing that you will not have effective policing if you don't have competent policemen and women in specialized fields, as it were. So you need to recruit with an agenda. I think that closes my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manye. Then lastly, Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must tell you that the minister's remarks about GBV really didn't come across very well. Really, I understand when he says that GBV should be an issue that social workers must know about. But Minister, your police members in your communities must know what's going on, because 90% of these offenders are repeat offenders. The police know who they are. They know where they live. They know who they are. They get locked up and a few days later they're let out again. So you can't come tell us that the police, it's not their responsibility. This is a whole of society approach. It's everybody's responsibility. It's not just one section of government's responsibility. And I really do want to disagree with you. And the comments really didn't come across very well, because you cannot deny that the FCS is undercapacitated. We know that they're undercapacitated. Everybody sitting in this room knows that they're undercapacitated. So perhaps before we make such remarks, we must make sure that we're fully capacitated to ensure that from the policing side, GBV is looked after. And then, Minister, just to put you at ease, I wrote a letter to the chairperson on the 22nd of October, and I asked for a trilateral meeting between the police, the social development and justice to specifically speak about this. I asked for an emergency joint meeting to address the dire need for coordinated interventions at protecting South Africa's women and children from heinous crimes such as rape, sexual assault, and other violent offenses. I've asked for that meeting. So you can't come say this committee must ask for the meeting. I asked for the meeting. I've done it already almost a month ago. So we've done that. And we look forward to that meeting happening sooner than later, because we do have a problem in our country and we need to address this as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Is there any minister, would you like to say something? Okay. Colleagues, I'm going to let us break for lunch. We will have to shorten it slightly for the sake of time. So let's aim for 20 to 25 minutes and try to be back by 22:02, so 13:40 if possible. Honorable Manye?
Through you, Chair, I just want to check one thing. At one point, you said that those questions which I wanted answers another time. You said at discussion time. I don't know which is this discussion time.
Yeah, we've actually got two after lunch, Honorable Manye,
Okay.
so we can gladly add them there, okay? Thank you, colleagues. Let's go have some lunch. You colleagues, if we can start taking our seats. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the team from Public Works that have joined us. You're very welcome. I said that if you feel uncomfortable with any of the political party insignia on your table, just swap it for the one you like or just turn it upside down. Welcome and thank you for being here today. I know especially a lot of you also traveled from KZN last night. So thank you again for being here. We are going to go into a briefing now headed up by Mr. Sibande regarding the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on capital works projects in the policing portfolio. We will then have a brief discussion, after which we will be going into a further discussion with regards to a briefing by the South African Police Service on capital works and capacitation and security measures at police stations. So the two obviously link with each other, and that will be led by Lieutenant General Funny. I think just before we kick off, I think this morning's discussion for the colleagues from Public Works that obviously weren't here for the start of the morning, there was quite a lot that links to this, and it's not necessary for you obviously to have been here, but I think it's a vital discussion that we will be engaging in, and once we've finished the first presentation, we will do a short discussion followed by the second presentation, and then we have another discussion period. If I may ask the members, if you would like coffee and tea, anyone likes coffee and tea, please just slip out and go and get coffee and tea, that we don't unnecessarily break and have to return again, that we can get as much as possible done. That being said, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Sibande. Welcome. And yeah, we're all ears. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, Honorable Mkhunu, the National Commissioner, Generals present, my colleagues from Public Works, the DDGs. Chair, I will firstly introduce my team that are traveling with me, the DDGs who are present, and also if perhaps it will be better to introduce themselves because we invited DBSA colleagues as well. If we can start from this side and then we go around, Chair, with your permission, with your indulgence, I will appreciate that.
100%, please do. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues, National Commissioner, Mr. Sibande. My name is Rashad Samuel from Facilities Management, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members, the Commissioner and my colleagues. My name is Nyeleti Mtetwa. I'm the DDG responsible for Real Estate Management, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members and colleagues, and I am Luyanda Kafele, responsible for the Construction Management Branch.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, National Commissioner. My name is Permanent Chabalala. I'm the Portfolio Manager within Department of Public Works responsible for SAPS. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members and colleagues. My name is Swazimaja. I'm from the DBSA as Head of Business Performance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uqinulwazi Kamata. I am the Program Manager for the DPSA. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, good day. Sasa Subin, I head the Real Estate Investment Services branch.
Good afternoon, I'm Anya Williams. I'm a Chief Architect and working for the Directorate Investment Analysis, and we do feasibility studies.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity and really appreciate the time you've given us to present, and I must further submit the apology on behalf of the DG, who then requested that I attend and present on his behalf. I'm Cesar Sibande, the Head of Property Management and Trading Entity, which is a component within Public Works. And we are responsible for the branches that the colleagues have introduced themselves, which is infrastructure, facility management, real estate and planning, and real estate management and investment. We are responsible for the portfolio as outlined in the PIAMA Act. However, today we come to this meeting to present a number of areas where we certainly need the support of the portfolio committee to address some, whereas in some areas we've already started to engage with our colleagues from the SAPS team at the national office. We are currently working together to address some of the challenges we are requested in the brief by the portfolio committee to present today. The brief requires of us to provide the following report, which is the SAPS project status report, which was outlined in the brief in detail. It also requires of us to report on the KwaZulu-Natal Forensic Science Lab, the relocation plan, and as well as the long-term solution. It also requires of us to give a report on the Telecom Towers for the SAPS in Pretoria head office, and also the affected towers in terms of the current use by the client department. I must also indicate, Chair, that the SAPS is one of our biggest client departments, and the Minister has prioritized SAPS as part of our intervention program, given the size of the portfolio and the challenges that we have inherited so far. In terms of our priority project status, I will go straight to that particular slide, slide number 5. The presentations we submitted, Chair, is only focusing on the current financial year. However, we have then realized that we did not provide detailed historical information, and therefore we will then verbally outline some of the historical issues with the utmost apology to say if that information is needed, we will then still provide additional information. So we're looking in terms of what is currently allocated to address those issues as part of the priority project. For the 2024-25 budget, of course, we have experienced a substantial reduction in the budget by Treasury, which affects all the departments across. However, projects that are still at the tender stage, as instructed by the client, have not been allocated any funding.
Sure.
If we could just find out where that slide is not in our presentation. Maybe it's further, or we're still looking for it.
Oh, it's the DPW presentation, not the SAPS one. It was emailed to everyone, just double check. You got it? Okay, so it's just on the emails. Thank you, Mrs. Manika. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for the current financial year, as I've said, we have experienced across the board substantial reduction in the budget by Treasury. And the projects at this stage, which are all at the tender stage or planning stage, are not allocated any funding, given that we are prioritizing those that are already in the construction or towards completion. The allocation for the current financial year initially was 95 million. It was revised in September to 121 million rands. So far, the expenditure for the current financial year is 38%, with a balance of 63 million rands. Project registered so far is 374 projects which are registered for the client, and the projects which are funded are 90. I will then go through the 90 projects to outline as to where we are with those projects. Then it's going to go to slide 6. We've got 90 projects, Chair, and I will explain the slide what it means and where we are with those projects, which is a high-level overview. And then I will go to specific projects as part of the presentation. At the high level, Chair, we've got the pre-implementation phase project at phase 3B. There are 17 of them. Those projects have no allocation budget for contractor. However, for consultants, there's a 1.9 million rand that is allocated. So far, within that project, we've only spent 42,000 rands, which means those are the projects at the planning stage. Projects at the design stage, which is stage 4, the task stage 4 of the project, there are 13 of them. The contractor allocation is 3 million rands. Consultant is 22 million rands. So far, the expenditure has been 12 million rands. Projects at procurement stage, which is advertised, evaluation, adjudication, and award stage, there are only 2. Those are projects which are contractor allocations 2.8 million. So far, there is no expenditure. Construction stage, we've got 5B projects. At 5B projects, which are 14 of them. We've got the allocation for contractor 21 million, consultant 16 million. Expenditure to date, total expenditure, including both consultant and contractor, is 20 million. Projects at practical completion at stage 6A, 17 of them. There was a 19.5 million allocation for the contractor and the consultant, 13 million. 19 million rand has been spent so far. Final stage projects 7A, there are 18 of them, and the contractor allocation is 9 million, consultant is 5.3. Total expenditure is 3.5. Service completed. We've got 9 projects at stage 8. Total allocation for contractor is 2.8. Consultant is 32,000. In total, we've spent 2.1 million. All in all, we've got 90 projects, which 59 million rand has been allocated for contractor, while 62 million rand has been allocated for 62 for consultants. In total, we've spent 57 million rand. That gives us the 48% expenditure. We do have projects that are executed at the level of the region, which is our offices. In Bloemfontein, we've got 1 project. There's 0 allocation in terms of the contractor. It's only allocated for project in consultation, which is 2.3 million. In Cape Town, we've got 1 project. There's this contractor 0 allocation, consultant, it's got 4 million, and the expenditure to that effect is the same. And we've got projects which are undertaken at the national level for various projects in different provinces. There are 3 of them, which is contractor allocation is 9 million, consultant is 5 million, and so far we've spent 5 million rand. That also speaks to portfolio 2 and portfolio 3. Portfolio 3, only 1 project that is happening at the national level, done at regions, 1 million, and so far we've spent 726. In Durban, we've got 4 projects. And Durban has got contractor 1.5, allocation, consultant 14, Bulk of the money is with the consultants and 10 million rands on so far spent. Gqeberha, we've got 12 projects. Allocated to contractors is 13.5. Consulted is 4.8. In total, we've spent 4.6 million. City of Johannesburg region, we've got 5 projects at 162,000 is allocated to contractor. Consulted is 5.4. We've already spent 5.7. Kimberley, we've got 4 projects. Our total allocation for contractors is 1.2. There's no money allocated for consultants. So far, we've spent 1.3. Mbombela, we've got 1 project. And contractor, Mbombela, we've got 1 project where contractor allocation is 590,000. And they have not spent any so far. For consultant, we've got 2 million. So far, we've already spent, there's no expenditure to date. Mabato, 4 projects. Contractor, 3.3 million. Consultant, 2.8. Total allocation is 6.2. However, we spent 1.6. Mthatha, we've got 13 projects. And then for contractors, we've allocated 9.3 million. And for consultant, 5.6. So far, we spent 6.6 million rands. Polokwane, we've got 12 projects. And within that 12 projects, contractors have got 3.9 allocated, consulted 803,000. In total, Chair, we spent 2.8 million. Pretoria, we've got 11 projects. Contractor allocated budget is 13.5 million, consulted 11.1 million. In total, we spent 12.8. Then we also have town planning projects, which are at the level of town planning. There are 7 projects, but the allocation for the budget so far is 1.9, and the 42,000 has been spent. Special and major projects is 1. Contractor, 1 million rand, and we've got consulting 600,000 and 1.4 million rand. That gives us the total where the breakdown of the 90 million comes from. There are specific projects that the next slide number 8. There are specific projects that the portfolio committee wanted us to come and report on. These are projects which have been happening or been under the microscope or construction for quite some time. One is Vuwani Police Station. The Vuwani Police Station is at 5B stage. The original contract expenditures to date that include contractor cost for from inception is 5.3, and the 48 million for the contractor. My apologies, Chair. And consulted is 15.3. What happened here, Chair? This is the contractor allocation. What you see before you, Chair, that is where I'll give more details a little bit of where the project is coming from, so that I will repeat this slide, so that when we go to the next slide, the members are following me, and they can also write down the numbers.
Sorry, Mr. Sibande, there's a question. Honorable Mania.
No, sorry, Chair, it's just these acronyms. What is status 5B? So I can follow.
The project is at 5B. It's at the level of, if you go to slide number 6, it tells you, slide number 6, if a project is in planning, 3B, if it's on design 4A, and procurement 5A, construction 5B, and then practical completion stage 6A, and so forth and so forth. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So if I may come back to this one, Chair, the Vuwani Police Station, it's an ongoing project. The cash flow allocation is 56 million. The consulted is 15 million. What has happened so far? There's an allocation so far from the client, which is 11.5 million. So far, we've spent 5 million rand. This is a project which has gone through various contractors. With the first contractor, we spent 48 million. The project was done, but not complete. Where we spent 48 million for 3 different projects. The first contractor, for 3 different contractors. The first contractor was 7.1 million. The second contractor was 36.3 million. And the third contractor only spent 3 million. Those 3 contractors did not complete or take the project into its final completion stage. However, we've then re-advertised the project on the 5th of February, and where it was awarded on the 5th of February 2024. The actual site in over was done on the 4th of March 2024. The project is supposed to be completed on the end of September 2025. The project is progressing well. However, we did experience community protest for subcontracting and other demands that were made at that time, which the team was dispatched to go to Vuan and deal with those issues. So this project is in progress. The next one is Tole project, which this project is also ongoing, stage 5, which is construction stage. The consultant for the project initial we paid 6.1 million. The contractor initial we paid 18.9. In total so far is 25 million. However, what is allocated is in terms of the presentation, Chair, is 42.6 million rand. The consultant, the new consultant allocation is 28 million to complete the project. And the total allocation for this project by the client department is 2 million rand. The first contractor was appointed on August 26, 2014, and was terminated in April 2019 due to non-performance. And the action plan for ensuring the replacement contractor was then undertaken. And then in 2023, the end funds were confirmed. The project was scheduled to be advertised in 2024. However, there were delays because it's an old project. The architect and the QS has retired, and therefore the department was compelled to go out and appoint a new consultant. When that happens again, you still need to go back. Our system is cumbersome, Chair. Government processes are cumbersome. When this happens, it means that you need to start the entire process from scratch of appointing consultant. However, the advertisement for replacement consultant is scheduled for the 8th of November, 2024, and will close on the 13th of December, 2024. The contractor is expected to be on site not later than the 15th of March, 2025, because the consultants, they need to do the final bill, the bill of quantity, and the scope of work needs to be reconfigured, and then we go on tender. The Odendalsras Police Station, Chair, is on stage 4, status 4. The contractor cash flow so far, what happened is that the expenditure on this project is 91 million. That includes consultant and contractor. And there's no allocation for this particular year. And the tender amount was 77 million on the 26th of September 2021. And Metro Projects issued a DBSA with a notice of termination due to non-payment, among others. So there was a dispute between our implementing agent, which is DBSA, and the project. DBSA started the process of sourcing the replacement contractor. So this is a project that is done by DBSA. Hence, we've got the DBSA colleagues who are with us today. In any event, with some questions they will assist us to respond to. So the project was advertised on the 25th of October 2023. The tender closing date was extended to November 2023. All evaluation has been completed. This project is awaiting the confirmation of fund. The appointment and awards anticipated to be concluded by the end of November. The Park Road Police Station is also on stage 5. There's zero contractor allocation. However, the history of the project is that we have already spent 69 million for consultant and a contractor. The allocation so far is 2.4, and the site handover for this project, as I've said, this old project was done in 2011, January 2021. The contractual practical completion date was 18 December 2021 and was subsequently revised to 6 May 2024 after the approval of various cessation of times. Subsequent to the intervention, the contractor, which is MBE, they sent a notification of termination of their services, citing delayed in payment and non-payment. So they were experiencing delayed in payment. Again, DBSA was then is the implementing agent on this one. They abandoned to DBSA on the 8th of May 2024. Work progress so far is 38.8%, 78.8%. And at the time of the termination, request for funding was submitted to the finance department within the DPWI, and it's going to be presented to our infrastructure and budget committee for approval. We anticipate to appoint the new contractor by February 2025. Del Selsdorp, this is one project, Chair, which is currently under litigation. An amount of 40 million rand was spent, and the building was certified not to be suitable for human habitation, and it was then condemned. And we've had several meetings with the senior management of the SAPS, and we've come to a conclusion that we have to relocate all the personnel. It's not suitable and safe for our staff. And therefore, we started the process of finding an alternate land for us to erect what is called temporary structure. The General Fani has also assisted a great deal to also engage with the municipality to secure the land, which we greatly appreciate. And we are in the process of ensuring that we install the temporary structure. However, I must also indicate that we have agreed with the colleagues that we will speed up the process of ensuring that we move the colleagues from where they are into an alternate accommodation. We have made it our planning team available to assist to that effect. And however, the process in terms of litigation and recovery of the losses of the funds is in full swing, and a budget of 7.9 million has been made available to our legal team to pursue the contract, to pursue recovery from the contractor as well as from the consultant, given that the not proper geotech assessment on the site were conducted prior to construction. And for that reason, the building was then compromised and not suitable for occupation. The Makweng Police Station, which is 5B, it's again shared. We have already spent 54 million rand on this project. There is an available amount of 60 million rand that is available, that for contractor and 11 million for consultant, and the total expenditure to date, or the total allocation for now is 1.3 million. This project share, the process of sourcing replacement contractor has already started. The project was advertised on the 8th of March 2024. Site briefing was held on the 20th of March 2024, closed on April. The project could not be awarded due to substantive response criteria relating to registered professionals. So these are some of the challenges that we have. However, what we have agreed is that we have to re-advertise. We have re-advertised on the 14th of June, and it was closed on the 9th of July. New tenders are under evaluation, and the adjudication process is underway. And the estimated cost for the outstanding work so far is 19 million rand, including professional fees. The Bulabedu Police Station is at the stage 6A. Already we have spent 110 million rand on this project. The contractor cash flow was 111 million, the consultant 30 million, total allocation 1.6. Total expenditure in terms of the current financial allocation is 1.4 million. And the project is completed. A completion certificate was issued by the municipality on the 15th of April 2024. Practical completion of the project was undertaken on the 16th of April 2024. The work completion was achieved on the 15th of October 2024. Additional work for fire, additional fire hydrant is required, and that work will require around 10 million rands, which we are discussing with the client department as well as the consultant to ensure that we don't have cost overrun to put in the additional fire hydrant work which is required by the municipality, and for this building to be fully compliant, as currently is given a conditional compliance certificate. The Pinetown Forensic Lab. The Pinetown Forensic Lab is a matter that is currently even dealt by the Judge President of KwaZulu-Natal, who has summoned us into meetings every second month to give progress. There are two processes involved in this particular project. The first one is to find a temporary accommodation. We have agreed with the client that we will have to find a temporary accommodation to relocate the client where currently they are accommodated, which is in an area which is prone to floods during summer, and it compromises the quality of investigation. And for that reason, we then agreed to undertake a process which is a two-stage bidding process after a lengthy discussion, because what is critical, Chair, it's not easy to find a existing lab in South Africa. And our tender process does not actually allow us to negotiate directly as such with the specific bidder or supplier, unless, of course, we've tested the market and we agreed that there is any alternative. In this case, we agreed that we'll go for this two-stage bidding process. We call for proposals from the potential suppliers of such facility. And for that reason, once we've shortlisted those that we feel suitable, we'll then go to the second stage building where we will then request those identified suppliers to submit their pricing. We hope this process shall be completed as agreed with the team client department last week, Friday in Durban, that we hope this process will be completed by end of July, where all processes will have been completed and the forensic lab is available. It's going to be a 5-year lease. Why 5-year lease? It's going to be linked to the long-term solution. The long-term solution that the department is currently pursuing for the Pinetown lab, we are currently exploring the build, operate, and transfer, which will be going out on tender before the end of the financial year, which says that we are not going to be using a baseline capital expenditure or capital outlay. We will then partner with the private sector, will then come in and develop the project, the facility, and they will also operate the facility over a period of time. We're looking at an amortized solution of around 15 to 20 years, and where we will have a business case which then the prospective developer will submit, and with the approval of the client department and treasury, they will then agree on the funding model of the PPP program. So this is one of the PPP projects that we'll be implementing as a high-end solution. These are high-end projects which we feel it could be done through the BOT, as it does not require it will be highly affected if it relies on our fiscals to roll out the project, and it will also be highly affected if it rely on our procurement system that requires us to procure on stages. So the BOT comes as a bespoke kind of holistic solution towards construction of a facility that will then be given to a developer to roll it out. We believe it could be done in record time and at least cost as well, without any hindrances. That is the long-term solution for the forensic lab in KZN. Chair, on slide 16, we have come up with interventions to improve delivery, Chair. And I must say, with utmost dismay on my part, with taking accountability as well, that in the past there was poor communication between ourselves and the SAPS. And it has caused a lot of damage at the level of management over a period of time. And that we acknowledge. Hence, we've agreed that there should be a process that we agreed upon. The DG and the National Commissioner had a meeting a month ago, where we agreed on establishing a steering committee from Public Works, which I'm sharing, and from the SAPS, Dr. Fani and Dr. General Sitor are responsible for that. We have established a steering committee that meets every second week, something that was never done before. And what the steering committee does, it communicates in real time on resolving projects, and also holding us to give progress report, and also ensuring that we don't have time delays when it comes to lagging of budget availability. We also move with the steering committee to various regions, provinces, and meet the head of the SAPS team and our Public Works head team to ensure that there is synergy. Because, Chair, what has been happening in the past, which is something that we are currently resolving, Honorable Minister, is that you will find that Public Works plans a project, and we are at the planning stage, but we also request funding for construction. Then SAPS makes funding for construction whilst we are at the planning stage. What does that mean from a practical point of view? Planning takes 3 years for a project to happen. But if the budget is in the SAPS appropriation budget for that year, we're not going to spend that money. So SAPS will record a non-performance on that budget. And after 3 years, Treasury will take the money. When we are done with planning, we want the money is gone. So there was no alignment.
So we're trying to address, our planning must also be aligned with the budgetary planning process of SAPS, so that there is synergy in terms of project management. There are, of course, internal issues that we are dealing with as Public Works, which we have found to be major causes of our own stagnation, and we are trying to improve. We are also sourcing procurement systems and tools in terms of managing our project management unit. We're also moving towards ITMS as a solution. So we were really improving our own internal processes because they were also directly contributing to our outright failure in implementing some of these projects, which, as I've said, we take responsibility and accountability for that. So that poor planning has had major issues because by the time we're ready for construction, the money is not there. And what does that mean is that the project will be affected. At the moment, we've got a significant number of projects that we cannot be funded because the budget was made available 4 years ago. At that time, we were doing planning. So when we are ready for construction, the money is no longer there. So we're trying to realign those processes going forward. Chair, we have also provided additional information in terms of what happened with the forensic lab. That is slide number 17, which I'm not going to go through. I've also extracted slide number 18. I will then go straight to slide number 19 just to give a background. This is where slide number 19. This is where the current lease accommodation is, and there are challenges within that net bank, which house biology and chemistry has 2 leases as follows. The first floor is 9,987. The second floor, the third floor is 750 square meters 4 base. So it's not adequate. The landlord is trying to improve, but it's not meeting the client department. It's currently on a month-to-month basis. We will terminate this lease. The second one is the King Crest building, which houses ballistics. Again, running on a month-to-month basis, although substantial amount of improvement has been made. During the recent month, the visuals provided below illustrated the difficult phase faced by the end user, but not restricted to damages experienced during heavy rains. The third one is the Charles House, which houses the question documents component of this lease. Was initially concluded with the Durban South Area Commission, which left the premises underutilized. Certain SAPS units are occupying that particular place. The new property owner has been making improvements, of which it has been major challenges with the QDS. The slide number 22, then we looked at the alternative leased accommodation that did not meet the client, because this leased accommodation that was procured by Public Works in 2019 for the forensic lab, the area that they required was 3,815. However, when you look at the installation cost was so higher than the cost of the building, and it did not make economic sense for the department, for the SAPS, to invest in a private building for that amount of money. Currently, that building is going to be reviewed, yes, and alternately, it's going to be used by Public Works. There's a new PI, as I've said, where we're looking at the 2-stage bidding process for the alternate forensic lab. Empangeni 10-1 approvals. The client has been provided approval to continue with the required works at 10-1 Center. I think the matter was discussed again with General Fund last week Friday. The team is working to get it sorted as a matter of urgency. I think in our next meeting with the steering committee and the SAPS and ourselves, we'll then give progress on that one. It's part of our priority projects. The next big one is the Telecom Towers. Can I take water, Chair? Telecom Towers is the well-known Telecom Towers. And this project, Chair, was a project which was initiated by the department in 2015 when the Telecom as a company was then moving out of the city center to moving towards Centurion. And we did at the same time, the department was looking at finding a permanent solution for the SAPS within the inner city. Yeah, because Cabinet, if you go to slide 26, Cabinet had already taken a decision that all head offices must remain in the city center to ensure that the inner city generation is maintained. Part of that, the department had already started with the inner city generation, working with the city of Tshwane in terms of developing precinct
to ensure that some of the precincts are accommodating the head offices for various client departments. So the next slide, there are few of these precincts that have been identified. There are 4 of them, government precincts in the city center. The one that was identified for the SAPS was situated at the Telecom Tower as a solution for the SAPS. So Telecom Tower was then identified as a solution when which was owned by Telecom Retirement Fund, and the Telecom Retirement Fund was leasing the land to the Telecom Ltd Pty. So we then learned of the sale, next slide, and then we approached the seller, which was Telecom Retirement Fund, for us to enter into negotiations. What is available there, slide number 29? What is available in that particular precinct is that Telecom Towers has got 10 complexes, Honorable Minister Chair, which measures around 221 square meter construction area, and lettable areas around 115,000 square meters. It's huge, and it has 2,234 parking bays. The 10 towers, Chair, consist of Telecom Tower West with 1,000 square meters, Telecom Tower North 26,900 square meters, Telecom Tower East 14,700, the annexure, which is a lettable area with 5,000 square meters. And then if you go down, you've got Telecom Tower South with 38,000 square meters, and then there's an IT building lettable area of 7,200, and the PR building lettable area 4,200, Central building lettable area 3,000, then Somerset House lettable area 4,000. Then you've got the National Key Point Telecom, which was then removed as part of the sale due to its nature as a national key point. So, Chair, if you go to the next slide, it shows the status of the building at the time of sale. It was certainly a plug and play kind of a setup, and it was big, highly complex kind of an asset, and it required a lot of management of transition towards occupation. However, what happened, Chair, is that, as you see, it had a reception area, a gym, cafeteria, and so forth and so forth. Today is in the shadow of itself. Next slide, these are just pictures. Slide 32. Slide 32. The process to negotiate the purchase started, and the Telecom Towers, they were indicating that the asking price for Telecom Towers is 954 million rands. That excluding VAT, which is 1 million rand, including VAT. And the feasibility study was then conducted by the team in 2015 through the investment analysis. However, the Land Affairs Board then approved what was the offer by Public Works to the market valuation of 645 million rands, excluding VAT. And the maximum was 677 for negotiation purposes on the 8th of May 2015. The term of contract were negotiated, no offer agreed upon at this stage. However, in the 14th of May, in order for DPWI to establish if the Telecom Retirement Fund will be willing to sell the property at the asking price of 954 million for the DPWI, whilst it was valued by Land Affairs Board to the value of 645 million rand, excluding VAT. In 2015, the SAPS head office lease amounted to, at that time, there were 114,000 in 7 lease facilities in Pretoria CBD. The SAPS lease portfolio in Pretoria was 167,000 lettable area, and they were occupying 1,782 parking bays. Telecom Towers could accommodate the 115 lettable area and 2,200 parking bays. There were more parking bays available. However, there was a shortfall. That was just to be leased privately. The lease cost per annum for SAPS at that time was 120 million rand per annum at 8% escalation. Then there was an opportunity that existed that you can then move from the lease into the permanent building. If you go to slide 34, if you look into the first column in that table, it shows if you were building, a new building, it will have costed us 3.7 billion. That was done by the feasibility analysis. The lease cost of 7 head offices was around 120 million rand per annum. At the escalation of 8% would result to 1.6 billion rand over 10 years. And the initial effect more if you use a future value of money. It could be around 2 billion rand. And if you look at the purchase telecom very complex, it was around 844. What informs that? The purchase price 694 purchase price, the conveyancing that was then costed to transfer the property, 572, and the refurb of 150 million rand. It comes to 844 million rand. That was the capital outlay for outright spent on that particular property. So therefore, the Public Works then sent a letter to SAPS in 2015, and a number of meetings were held with the senior management of the SAPS to view the buildings. There was an expression of interest to procure Telecom Towers as a complex to accommodate SAPS. That was received from the Commission for SAPS in 2015. And the accommodation needs for the Minister, the National Commission, all relevant divisions will be amount to 193,000. So the balance of the 115 will be covered on the private leases as compared to the 193 that was required at that time. As I've said, Chair, Honorable Minister, it was noted that during the feasibility, there was a need for 150 to refurbish the HVAC. And because the HVAC at the time was working, however, given its age, it required recapitalization. That is where the 150 came into that effect. It's a refurbishment cost. So the property was purchased for the 9 buildings was purchased at 694 million rand. And the replacement cost for the building is 3.7 billion. The lease cost over a period of 10 years, 1.6 billion rand. So the funding and acquisition, National Treasury was approached and requested to assist with providing the funding for the acquisition of Telecom Towers. The feasibility study conducted indicated that the acquisition is a viable alternative to supply permanent state accommodation to the user department instead of the current lease that we are currently actually implementing. A meeting was held at the National Office between DPWI, National Treasury, and the SAPS to discuss the acquisition, and National Treasury recommended that the SAPS and DPWI investigate the availability of funding within their own portfolio, which they did. SAPS then made available 543 million, which is around 78% or so, and DPWI made around 150 million rand, and the property was purchased at 694, and 575,000 rand, which was negotiated for the transfer cost, was then paid to the transferring attorneys. Chair, without repeating myself, the view was that the SAPS will recover their costs through the user charge model, which we agreed over a period of time, that over a period of time, they will then realize the saving if this facility is secured. And then the offer to purchase documents and everything was then concluded, and the addendum to purchase dated February 2016. And the final addendum was done in 2016. The transfer of the Telecom Towers complex was transferred to national government for the Republic of South Africa on the 7th of April 2016. What happened, Chair, only 3 leases, I'm sorry, that were later on in 2021 or so, moved to occupy Telecom Towers. Between the time of the finalizing of the transfer and the time delay, a lot happened at the Telecom Towers, and which then undermined the quality of the asset. A lot of equipment was stolen, and so forth happened. So these were the 3 that later on came to occupation. And what was the page slide 42? There were 23 leases that were going to be affected. However, that was part of the migration plan. Those 23 leases, some of them were on month-to-month, some of them were going to be terminated in 2026. So there was a long-term plan for the migration towards Telecom Towers. Those are the 22 leases, which today we pay around 37 million rand from those 22 leases. Per annum, they come to 444 million rands that we pay for the private leases in Pretoria alone. And Chair, what happened is the team that moved to the Telecom Towers South were occupying 3,972 square meters. That is slide 45. However, when they occupied that particular tower, it started to be partially occupied since 2016. However, in 2024, there was a prohibition notice that was issued by the Department of Labor for that one tower out of the 9 that was occupied. So the facility was consequently closed, and the SAPS were to be provided with alternate accommodation. So we go to slide number 47, where we speak about what happened with the Telecom Towers South, where it was then issued with a prohibition notice by the Department of Labor. However, in slide 48, the Department of Public Works was at that time in the process of appointing a total facility management, which they did appoint on slide 49. The contractor was awarded in January 2024, and the provision was issued around March, if I'm not mistaken. And the SAPS was appointed to 2024 as the total facility management to develop 71 million. The expenditure to date is 15 million. So the total facility management was to address quite a lot of issues just on the eve of the prohibition notice. One was to do the facility condition assessment, componentized asset register, the OHS issues, energy efficiency, development of maintenance management plan, the implementation of expenditure public works, development of risk management plan, and so forth. And the total facility management component to minimize breakdowns and ensure that we embark on a preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, and plan maintenance. Those were some of the solutions that were done 2 months, were supposed to be done by the total facility management 2 months prior to the issuing of the provision notice. Chair, I must also indicate on slide 51 that Telecom Tower North and Annex A, which was then subsequently occupied by the SAPS, there was an upgrade to develop 200 million that was done by DBSA on behalf of the department. And the project was supposed to ensure that the project was completed around 2022. And the city of Swan issued an occupational certificate. And at that practical completion, there were several snags that were to be attended to within the defect liability period. And SAPS took over the question thereafter. It must be emphasized that the scope of work for the upgrade project was to be achieved in compliance with the OHS Act. And as I've said, on the 26th of February, the Department of Labor, just a month after the appointment of the total facility management, the provision notice was issued. We then had a meeting between our DG and our National Police Commissioner. It was an urgent meeting where we were looking at an alternate solution for the SAPS, where we set up a team to look into finding an alternate accommodation. And part of the issues that would arise at that time was that the building will be ready in a space of 6 to 8 months, and therefore the Department of Public Works will incur the cost of the relocation of the team. However, there were issues that the SAPS team later on raised with us to say what would be the cost of the furniture, the transportation cost, and so forth. Those were the issues that perhaps in poor communication were never addressed. However, we made available that alternate accommodation at the cost of public works to the maximum of 8 months, which was going to be around, I'm not sure, around a month, it was around 400,000 or so for that period. Within 1 week of the receipt of the provision notice, which was issued to slide 53, deploy the facility management service to look into the provisional notice. The provision notice, if you go to slide number 55, it outlines what was considered as part of the provision notice. One was that allowing employees to occupy offices which does not have enough lighting, so which means bulbs were not fixed. Those things have already been addressed. Allowing employees to occupy offices with no access to ventilation, and all the offices in the building have got ventilation. However, the cooling system remains to be addressed. However, ventilation in terms of mechanical
and has been addressed. The other one was the issue of the fire department, and the employer must get a certificate for approval for the firefighting equipment from the City of Tshwane. And that one needs to be finalized with the City of Tshwane giving us the certificate, which on our side, that issue has been addressed. The issue of allow employees to use Telecom Tower not in that firefighting equipment are not service and operational, and that the building does not have valid certificate of occupancy. The servicing of the firefighting and protection equipment has been completed. Closing exit, there were employees that were located or seated in the closing exit doors, emergency doors, or exit points. That has been rearranged and reallocated to other areas. And then using installation cables which are not allowed. So there were cables that were not in terms of the standardized process and requirements. Those cables have been correctly installed and they've been addressed. General administration regulation in terms of the GRS6, consulting good faith in immediate health and safety representative provide training and assistance. So the Health and Safety Committee has been appointed and reported and by the SAPS representative. Chair, the TFM team that has been appointed has been asked to deal with this issue. I must also say, without going through the entire report, I'll go to 61, slide 61, that there are communications that is currently underway between our minister and the Minister of SAPS, Honorable Bamatwan, to deal with the issue. And the SAPS has expressed their views in writing that the minister is looking at. However, I must indicate, Chair, the migration to Telecom Towers was a highly complex matter, which I think the team did not actually execute it well. Irrespective of who was wrong, the minister has instituted a forensic investigation that will identify as to what happened to that. It was not an easy one to move from private lease to a government building where they are least committed, and the timing and the personnel involved and the security of such facility was another risk issue that was never well managed at that time. So these are some of the issues that we have observed to be a serious challenge and a gap in that particular process. It was a good building, a play and plug kind of an arrangement. However, over time, it lost a lot of value. And the chair, the portfolio committee, we present before you, before we go to the conclusion, what we have done, we have made available annexures for the benefit of the members. The first one is to look at the current lease portfolio that of the SAPS on the presentation called Presentation to SAPS Portfolio Committee by REMS. And it goes to slide number 10. And then the next attachment is the expenditure by DBSA. It's got quite slide to that gives the breakdown in terms of how much was spent and how much was spent for contractors and so forth. And then the last annexure on this presentation, on this report, it's our proposal to repurpose Telecom Towers. And the proposal looks at coming up with a creative and innovative solution that will ensure that government maintains the asset and revitalize the asset to be its prime value or pristine value. And it can, in many ways, change the spatial look of the city. But more than that, provide a boulevard, kind of a precinct, that can accommodate all the SAPS divisions within the city. However, it cannot happen overnight. It's a long process because it requires us to go through the ROT route, which is the refurbish, operate, and transfer. And we are making available, not only Telecom Towers, we're making available the CGO where we are at the moment. We intend to move to a facility called Civitas, which we used to be occupied by Department of Health. We also have another vacant building, which is called Public Works House. The third building we're making available, that can provide adequate facility for all the needs of the SAPS within the Pretoria as a capital city, and Otswana as a capital city, and also other neighboring needs of the SAPS. So that can be the boulevard that can provide gym, conference facility, even residential facilities as well. So it becomes a new proposal that we put forward. Why we provided the proposal? We know that as technocrats, we are paid to think and provide solutions. And we felt as much as there's a need to be held accountable, but at the very same time, we've managed to sit around and assemble a good team to think and what could be done with the asset. It belongs to the state, and what could be it's an indictment in its current state, what could be the future benefit for generations to come. That is what we have presented. As much as we still want to see accountability and want to see responsible person held to account. We presented that to the committee chair. We still have to meet with our colleagues from the SAPS and we try to convince and pursue the colleagues to consider this proposal. I'm taking advantage of this platform, by the way, Chair Minister, to pursue the colleagues to consider this proposal as a solution and a landmark of our legacy for generations to come. It can work, given the kind of money we spend in Pretoria. We spend 37 million at the 222 rand per square meter. Our solution is that we can spend 137 rand per square meter and derive a better value at the pristine look, corporate image outlook. If you look at what silo facility in Cape Town used to be and what it is today, it's a prime. And what these buildings, given their historical engineering quality, it can still sustain us for years to come. And for that, we are saying out of those 22 leases that we are proposing to transfer to the new model in the next coming 7 years, by the way, in total, per month at the moment is 37 million, per annum is 444 million. We are proposing a refurbishment through a public-private partnership without using any money of government, but use the private sector money. But we have to commit over a period of time to refinance through a lease of some kind in the form of ROT. So that is the proposal we have. The money is the same. There will be no new money that will be coming anywhere. And of course, we'll have to play our role as public works and take accountability of what happened in the past. So that in itself, Chair, if you look in terms of that particular proposal, we still will be glad if you can be invited in the next meeting to speak specifically on that proposal alone, so that we can discuss it without having to conclude it with other matters on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to propose, if everyone's comfortable, that we move directly over to the SAPS one, and then we can have the discussion all together. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Minister, honorable members, National Commissioner colleagues. Thank you very much. We will just proceed with regards to this. If we could just go to slide 6, that's where the presentation has effect. Honorable Chair, these are the facility management mandate that we would like to bring to the attention of the committee. That as SAPS facilities portfolio, we do demand an infrastructure planning, which then gives us the total planning for assets that we require, program and project management. These are basically your repair and maintenance programs, infrastructure maintenance, as well as asset operation management that in essence mainly deals with our leasing facilities. If you go to page 8, we would just also like to highlight the devolution. Sorry. If we could go back, sorry. Can we go back some more? Some more, please. That's it. If you can have a look at the devolution agreements between SAPS and Public Works. In effect, Honorable Chair, the mandate is given to Public Works in terms of the GIAMA. And the custodial of all the facilities in terms of the act is that of the Public Works. On the 1st of April of 2009, the SAPS, National Treasury and Public Works agreed on delegation of the custodial responsibilities, and that SLA was put in place. What we are indicating in terms of that custodial relationship, in terms of construction work, for new police stations, meaning that the police stations that are constructed in suburbs, townships, in towns, cities or rural areas where no police station previously existed, SAPS is responsible for that in terms of custodial agreement. The reestablishment of police stations, in what it means, the existing police stations that are replaced by new structures on its existing state, Public Works is responsible for that. Newly reestablished police stations, meaning that the existing police stations that are replaced by new structures on a new site, SAPS is then responsible for that. When it comes to maintenance and repair, the SAPS can only repair the police stations that are devolved, and then Public Works will repair the police stations that are non-devolved. In total, we have 293 police stations that are devolved out of a total of 1,163 police stations, meaning that SAPS will do repair and maintenance on 293, while Public Works does for the remainder of the non-devolved ones. In terms of repair and renovations, still there, SAPS will do for the devolved and NPW will do for the non-devolved. Honorable Chair, that custodial that custodial relationship then clearly indicates that the bulk of repair and maintenance happens in the Public Works space as opposed to the SAPS space. The leases, the acquisition of new and additional or alternative leases is a custodial relationship of Public Works. We can go to the next slide. That slide indicates the approved capital works program, the budget thereof. Honorable Chair, we are rolling out a program in line with those activities that are listed there to the tune of 548 million rands, which is the allocated budget for us. I think what the minister has asked us to look at and to present to him is the strategy around how else can we fund the capital works program without looking at the baseline allocation that we've got. And that's work we are busy with and we'll present to the minister in due course. But the 548 is not adequate for us to roll out the backlog of the infrastructure capital projects that we have in SAPS at the moment. If we can go to the next slide. This slide, Honorable Chair, Minister, gives us just the number of projects that are currently running and those that will be running in the future in the capital works space. Honorable Chair, you will have a note that for execution of projects for the brick and mortar for this financial year, we only earmarking 5. And for the park homes, we are earmarking 6. It's only 11. By no means is this enough for us to be able to do effective policing, hence the need for us to look at alternative sourcing of funds for us to be able to accelerate the capital works program in the South African Police Service. The demand for police station far exceeds what we have. The backlog in the rural environment requires that we accelerate this program, and the modalities for funding are important, and we are finalizing the strategy to go source these funds. If you could go to the next slide. The next slide give us the town planning services. Basically, this is the work prior to us going on execution of the projects. We are having currently about 6 projects that are on town planning services. And we are hoping that we will finish those 6 this financial year. Honorable Chair, I must indicate at this stage that if you look at 2026, 27, 28 and 29, we have a bulk of our projects put in that quadrant. The reason for that is that we can only plan for what we've been allocated funds for, and we're projecting funds for based on the current financial model by National Treasury. However, as indicated, this would not suffice. Hence, we would have to have devised plans and means to be able to make the 2026, 27 and years afterwards for construction of these police stations. If we could go to the next slide. For the planning and design, which is a stage after the site, the municipal services, or what is called site clearance, town planning services. We are hoping that the 7 that we are funding for this financial year would be completed. And as indicated in the previous slide, we are spacing them out into the outer years so that we may have an acceleration plan for the construction of these services. If you go to the next slide, you would also see the same pattern that happens. But here we are indicating what we are constructing currently with regards to the brick and mortar. And we will show in the next slide the ones that we're doing with alternative building sources. In this financial year, 5 have been funded. And we have finished Paudi and Dwarsberg, and Moyeni, Tsiame, as well as Kanana are on plan to be finalized. And again, Honorable Chair, spacing of the completion of these stations are also put out to the outer years so that we can source additional funding in that regard. In the next slide, for alternative building methods, we have 6 that are planned for this financial year, and all of them are completed. And we seem to be doing fairly good with regards to the alternative building methods. And I think the communities appreciate the fact that we have put structures in their spaces so that effective policing or visible policing can happen in that space. The next set of slides that we are going to is, Honorable Chair, the indication of funds that are allocated to public works for the projects that they execute in their space. There has been, Mr. Sibanda touched on these projects. I just want to highlight a few things, that the Ordendal and the Park Road are critical policing districts within the Free State. In fact, that's where most of the crime needs to be managed, needs to be controlled, and these police stations needs to be accelerated. Ordendal Stress, that's where the mining hub is, and the Park Road, that's the capital city of Free State. And if we could have these projects completed, we would be in the position to assist the PC in that environment. The Ordendal Stress one started in 2018. As indicated, the contractor still has to be appointed. The site remains abandoned as far as we are made aware. The Park Road one, the project started in 2016, and the site remains incomplete. And all these projects are the ones that have been done by Public Works. In Limpopo, we've got Tolve that started in 2014, and the Public Works is engaging to revise the bill of quantities for the appointment of replacement contractor. Vuani started in 2012, and the contractor number 3, I'm told, is on site, and progress on site is very slow, but they would pick up. Mankweng, quite a critical one as well in terms of combating of crime and making sure that the community has a facility that they can run to. Also, due to the spatial development in that space, this police station is quite critical for Limpopo. The contractor commenced in 2014, and Public Works is actively engaging to ensure that the manner in settling out in courts are accelerated so that they can have this police stations completed. I must indicate that we have, as SAPS, made funds available for Public Works to finish these police stations, except for Park Road, which is a planned maintenance, and Public Works is funding that project. If we could go to the next slides, we are just indicating the types of physical security requirements. There are quite a number of what we would call security requirements for a police station, and that would be the perimeter fencing, the vehicle and pedestrian motorized gates, bullet-resistant glasses, in the CSCs, repaired to closed detection facilities, butler proofing, as well as the parameter lighting, including the CCTV services. The table below indicates we have started the repair program for all these police stations. An analysis of all 1,163 police stations with regards to their progress is available for perusal if needs be. The table indicates only for the CCTV cameras. We must indicate that there are police stations already that are installed with CCTV, but the ones that we have not installed the CCTV camera with, let me just indicate that from 2018 to date, we have installed 198 CCTVs, and the physical securities are 304. This is where the physical security was lacking and required. However, we do have plans for this financial year specifically to install further 98 CCTV cameras at the police stations and the physical security of 15. In terms of CCTV cameras, we would then have just a total of over 300 CCTV cameras installed in those areas that are critical where funds are available. But we will clear the backlog as we proceed. The maintenance at police academies, the maintenance entailed only 17 police academies are depicted below, where minor repair work was required, and that's mainly just paint work, both inside and outside, the tile work, minor plumbing and minor electrical, as well as broken windows, roof tiles, and ceilings. We have completed all 17 police stations. I must indicate that Philippi regressed and is receiving attention at this current moment, as the portfolio committee has witnessed at Philippi during the site walkabout that was done. The next slide just indicates what it is that we are doing at Philippi at the moment. We have erected the 834-meter long boundary wall at Philippi. The razor wire, together with lighting, was also done in that. However, the community vandalized the wall, and we are looking at how best we can do that wall. The razor wire that was installed on top of the wall was removed, and the criminals are able to jump over that wall. We have various plans that we are planning to put in place that will make it impossible for them to continue to vandalize. However, the other side of the college that just had the normal fencing, we are looking at putting up a different wall, but we are also looking at other alternative methods that we could put in that space other than the wall that we have already put, looking into account the issues of cost. The table below just indicates that we appointed the town planner to be able to give us the planning in terms of the erection of the wall. We will have the planning phase completed by March next year. We take note of the research that's coming in December, and then we will have the execution phase where we will appoint the contractor to commence sooner, but not later than September 2025 for that wall. But in the interim, we will improve on lighting. We will improve on visible security in that environment to ensure that there is no longer encroachment of that environment while we are busy putting the permanent solution for the Philippi environment. The interventions and measures instituted to improve the delivery of the capital projects. We have challenges with protracted time in delivery of projects. We have seen how the Mankweng and Park Roads and them have become a problem. In our environment as well, we did have a bit of a challenge. We have overcome the challenges that we had. Our programs are running fairly well. We need to have the interventions put in place, establishment of term contracts and panel of suppliers to reduce procurement durations. This has assisted us so that we do not have to go out on tender every time and run a risk also of having irregular expenditure where processes are flouted. So we are okay in terms of that. Proactive stakeholder and community engagement to minimize disruptions on site. We've seen how our new approach to stakeholders has yielded the construction of the likes of Majola, the Makassar police station, where we have completed the projects on time with reduced cost. Development of social facilitation framework also assisted the performance and quality of work done by appointed service providers, especially projects executed by public works implementing agents. Park Roads and Ordendale and Mankweng are an example of that. Daselsdorp is a classical example of a project gone wrong. Extensive engagement with public works to reactivation of affected projects. And we are assisting also in making sure that we do quality assurance processes in the construction work that is done by public works. Delayed approval by third parties. We are having challenges, Honorable Chair, with regards to other interventions by other stakeholders like your ESCOM and the Department of Labor in issuance of licenses and the connection of municipal services. But we are having a stakeholder engagement forum that assist us in terms of dealing with these issues. We have had delay in handover of some of the construction work that we completed this year to a tune of about 3 to 4 months, but we have managed those hurdles. Inadequate technical oversight capacity. We have established term contracts and the panel of suppliers to ensure that we've got the capacity. Delayed approval of the construction work to be executed at non-devolved facilities. Honorable Chair, I must indicate that we always have to go back to Public Works to do any projects on sites that are non-devolved and sometimes take quite a long time for them to provide us with that. However, we have done a mileage in terms of getting some of these approvals, and we really appreciate Mr. Sibanda and his team in terms of making sure that we are given those approvals to do the work that we're supposed to do. That comes with a cost because some of these things are supposed to be done with our accommodation charges, but because we want to have effective policing, we will take them up, and we are providing that. It depletes on the 548 million that we've got currently, but at least it gives us an opportunity and the public confidence that we are doing something about dilapidated environments. If I may conclude on the presentation, the department has noted the slow progress of the construction building on police stations, as well as the repair and maintenance of the police station. Chair, at this stage, SAPS is in the process to venture into alternative avenues for the construction of police stations and the maintenance of police premises. And that whole study will be presented to executive for approval, and we will roll it out in due course. The slow progress is also attributed to the frustration on the dependency on public works, including the serious neglect on the maintenance of police facilities. We are speaking here mainly on the balance out of the 293 of the non-devolved police stations that we depend on public works to repair and maintain. The arrangement on the mandate relating to the infrastructure requires a review in order to ensure to enhance acceleration strategies and modalities thereof. SAPS is in the process of exploring new infrastructure delivery modalities that are financially viable and sustainable, with particular focus on PPP and donations to accelerate the delivery of the required state police stations for the next 5-year outlook. Establishment of partnerships with key stakeholders such as Infrastructure South Africa, municipalities, ESCOM, Agrima, will continue for an integrated approach to infrastructure delivery in the South African police environment. I think that concludes the presentation this afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, General. I'm going to take a set of questions. I'm going to start. I've noted Honorable Kola Barnard, Honorable Manye, Honorable Letlape, Honorable Schikkeling, everyone. I want to list everyone. Let's start with Honorable Kola Barnard.
Yeah,
Minister,
thanks.
Sorry, Minister.
I beg your pardon.
Minister, sorry about that.
There is something that I need to add.
Sure.
On Telkom. After taking all the reports from SAPS, at some point, not long after our appointment, we wrote a letter, a formal letter to Minister of Public Works, and we also held a meeting. And that was to the effect that we want to cancel, we are canceling our involvement on, or withdraw our involvement, I don't know how it after the letter, on Telkom. Simply because when I listened to the report more than once, the conclusion was that the project was completely a failure on the side of management. Now, very embarrassing, quite terrible, if you listen to the details. And I couldn't get to any better conclusion than saying, look, let's be out of this, let's explore something new. Public Works Minister said, well, he understands and so on where we come from, but he indicated that it was not going to be easy. But there was nothing further on that. Now, to carry on carrying a blemish like that on the face is very problematic. But I must add that I don't know how SAPS went on to spend money the way it happened in the past on infrastructure, on one hand, paid money. I couldn't get a response, a definite response. When you paid, what were you buying when you paid? It was like in all instances, when you sign off a check, when you pay somebody, you must get something in return. You can't just pay and go and hope that whatever you're buying will follow you. So there were terrible lapses on the part of SAPS and on the part of Public Works. I don't know how they intended managing. I couldn't see any management in everything that happened. So the whole thing is an embarrassment to government, and therefore I think it needs to be allowed to collapse, as it were. We indicated that we would require Public Works to pay SAPS, and then they can do whatever they want to do on the buildings. And so on, but I've never seen a project handled like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to start with Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you. And there'll be questions to both of the sections here. I think it's very useful having them both in the same room at the same time. If one looks at the 270 SAPS stations, the SAPS now takes full responsibility for, the devolved ones, in comparison to those managed by Public Works. And in the knowledge that we know that Public Works some years ago was regularly forgetting to sign contracts for private buildings, police would be thrown out, locked out, working in the streets, It was, yes, probably before your time. I see you're looking confused, but it was a normal thing for Public Works to simply forget to pay the contracts. And police were locked out of these private buildings. It was a regular occurrence. So Public Works got over that, and now they're really, I believe, taking longer. But these leases cost an absolute arm and a leg. So in comparison, I'd like to hear from the SAP side what the state of the 270 stations that you are managing. This is what you wanted. You took them over, you manage them completely versus the ones managed, the rest managed by Public Works. And let's see what the exercise has achieved. On the flip side, I've been to many stations which have inefficient management to the extent they actually don't know how to spend or aren't willing to spend their budget, the maintenance budget held within the control of the station commander. I have met many station commanders who are too scared to use it. So that's the flip side of that one. In terms of building of police stations, how far along down the road are you in this move to use abandoned buildings as opposed to paying rent for non-Public Works properties? These are Public Works properties abandoned all over the country. In eThekwini alone, SAPS had Excelsior Court, massive building. They moved out. Then they said they still wanted it. There were, I think, 3 SAPS members who refused to move out. The building for 15 or 16 years lay unoccupied. They were then renting, the SAPS members were renting them out to individuals, the flats, until I got involved and had the water and electricity cut off. And then the stripping of the building began. The lifts have been stripped out, entire lifts, the metal, every scrap of metal from a very solid and very capable building is gone. Now, it falls under Public Works. You own it. They had the lease. They kept saying they still want it, but they never did a thing to protect it. Public Works is now, thank heavens, first time ever, stepped in, cleaned up the building, put a fence around, and now they're looking to do something with it. And I have a feeling they've now just said to SAPS, go. You've now strung us along for 15 years. That sort of building is lying empty. There's another one right next to the SAP station in Durban. Massive building, just sitting empty. Could be, your HQ for the province could be right there. Instead, it's half a kilometer away, costing an absolute fortune in monthly rental. This is where the money is going down the drain. So I'd like some explanations there. About the forensic laboratories that you were telling us about, or speaking about just now. I've personally visited the one in Amanzimtoti that's flooded regularly, and all the evidence goes straight out the door into the ocean. And there was land purchased maybe 12 years ago, I think in Pinetown, for the new SAPS laboratory. Not one brick has ever been laid. The staff from there, they were sent off to other provinces to work. The evidence related to 450 drug cases was swept out to sea. So that was pretty catastrophic. Thousands of detective hours down the drain, literally. So it has been really a disaster. And again, those were private buildings rented by Public Works. So I'm glad to hear you finally are making some headway somewhere, but I'm not going to hold my breath, in all honesty. Yeah. How many of the SAPS buildings are owned by private individuals to whom you pay massive rentals? I know full well, as you will all recall, when Beki Cele was the National Police Commissioner before he was fired, he signed various contracts, many of which involved Roo Shabangu, who's a billionaire on the back of Public Works and others, and SAPS. There should be a total connection between yourselves, Public Works, saying we've got empty buildings here, can you utilize them, can you utilize them, can we fix them up for you? And I mean, I know they've lost buildings where people, they move out, the nurses move out into a new building, 5 years later, they go, oh, that's our building. It's already been sold. The flats are renovated, sold to individuals. It will cost more to go to court than get it back. That's public works, losing buildings. So I just see that you're working in silos here and not connecting in the middle. It's a great shame, but I would like to hear what's happening in that regard. The issue of abandoned projects, now that's under the SAPS. 5 major cases with sometimes multiple firings, sometimes 4 in a row of the contractors. Do you know what system was previously used to vet these contractors? Where are you finding these contracts? Does Public Works find them for you? Does SAPS find them? Who finds them? And who on earth is hiring people who take the money and run? And then hire another company that takes the money and runs, and then hires 4 in a row on some of these projects. It's outrageous. This is not your money, it's taxpayers' money. So I'd like to know how that's come about and who in fact should be carrying the can here. Is it SAPS or is it Public Works? Yeah, I mean, today I'm hearing Public Works saying that people will now be blacklisted if they've seen to run from a project. That should have happened, of course, years ago. You should never, I've heard of people literally taking the money, running, and they get hired to do another project, government building. I mean, it's just iniquitous. So I'd like to hear your feelings from both of you on that. I'm a bit concerned with SAPS. Your budget is under 50% spent today, as it were. Are you going to be able, considering that December for construction just shuts down, frankly, are you going to be able to spend that whole budget? I'm concerned about that. Yeah, physical security. Now we are having, we had another police station robbed the other day. Firearms taken, 5 officers shot, all speaking to the lack of security of the stations. Now, I've been hearing about the wish, there's lots of wishes in the SAPS, to install CCTV cameras in the cells, SAPS 13 stores in the strong rooms. Is that ever going to happen? I mean, I'm sure I'll be long dead, but is there some plan of when to do this? Because it's just such an obvious technological advance. But I just, yeah, I don't know that it's ever going to happen. I'm quite interested to hear because everyone's talking about boosting the level of technology, but I don't actually see it happening. And equally, it's hard to believe there are stations that have to close when the lights or the water run out. And it's still happening. How many inverters and boreholes are needed? The plan is to supply them. Then how are they going to be funded and where are you going to get them from? And finally, to the SAPS, talk to me about the 2 billion rand debt that the SAPS owes to Public Works, because that's what the minister has just told us you owe them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Carla Barnard. Next is Honorable Mokoena. When Honorable Mokoena is done, I'm going to hand over first for answering, and then we'll come back again just because these are more in-depth questions. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. Did government recover its money in a case whereby there was a termination of a contract of a construction company due to non-delivery? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I'm going to hand over, do you want to do Public Works first or General Funny? Would you like to go first? How do you prefer to answer?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We would go first.
Thank you, General.
We do know the condition of our police stations. The condition assessment that we have done indicates that in the sliding scale from good to bad, we have excellent state, we have good state, we've got the fair state as well as the poor state. So in terms of the excellent state, we've got 72 for both state-owned as well as leased. But this is all stations, the 1,162. But let me just give you for the non-devolved, because that's what was asked, for the devolved ones. For the devolved ones, for the excellent state, we have 37. For the fair state, 168. For the good state, 50. For the poor state, 38. Honorable Chair, you would notice that we are eliminating the 38 from our build, from the allocated budget that we've got. And hopefully we will clear that 38 so that we have all of them. But these police stations are serviceable and they are complete. We just have to have one or two things that are required. Some of them would include installation of additional facilities to accommodate the staff in that space. In terms of our budget, yes, we are 50% on spend. Mechanistically and both analytically, we are indicating that we will spend all the money that we have been allocated for this financial year. We probably would need even more, but for what we've budgeted for this financial year, we will spend. The issue of CCTVs, also the challenge is the limited budget that we've got. And with what we have allocated through the National Treasury allocation, the project, as I have indicated, will be completed in this financial year by our technology management services who are rolling out that project for us. The issue of 2 billion debt that the honorable member has asked a response on. I am not aware what that is, but I must indicate that we have a disputed shared savings costing approach where we have indicated to Public Works that the original intent of the shared savings was that if our municipal service is 100 Rand, they were going to help us save from 100 Rand to a lower figure. And whatever that was shared between 100 and the figure that we have arrived at would then be a saving of 50% to us and to Public Works and whoever the third party is in Public Works. But we have not had a full demonstration of how they have arrived at the shared savings. And in fact, we are not supposed to be paying anything to Public Works, but rather they should be paying something to us as a result of that shared saving. But those discussions have not been concluded. We are hoping that we will conclude them shortly. Other than that, we are not owing Public Works any money. We are paying our bill as we should. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sibande. Sorry, General Masemola, do you want to add something?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe General Fani missed it. The Honorable Barnard did talk about 4 projects that are abandoned. It is not with the SAPS, it's with Public Works. We don't have any abandoned project. Thank you.
Mr. Sibande, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister. Let me start, the colleagues will add. Let me start to agree with the Honorable Minister to say the project for Telecom Towers is a serious indictment on us as officials. And we've seriously let our state down. And I think the minister, our minister, Mr. Honorable McPherson is here in terms of what should be done. And he has called for dire consequence on that. And it's a process that we wish and hope it could be concluded with speed. We agree with the minister as well that the project cannot work in its current form, not at all. Minister, there was, I must say with a disclaimer, Honorable Cameron, I joined last year. So as much as that is the case, we take responsibility and accountability, Minister. What happened was there was an allocation further to spend on Telecom Towers that we were going to be doing at Goha to refurbish the property. But we said, no, we can't continue in that piecemeal approach. It's a property that belongs to the state now, to the people of South Africa. When we approach, it should be a holistic approach. And therefore, in essence, we are also saying we can't continue in that approach the project should collapse. The project should collapse, and hence we came to that approach was to say, how do we then move forward? Then we came up with this proposal that we want highlighted today. But I must humbly, Minister, before you and request for an opportunity to present ourselves and our proposal to yourself and the team in terms of what is our perspective before the final decision is taken. We are pleading to our minister as well to look into that proposal as well, to say, Minister, let us, we know that the minister, the SAPS team is not happy, and we are really pleading with the commissioner as well to give us an opportunity, a second chance to work, to look into this solution. We normally say, Minister, if we don't do well, our performance, our contracts should be reviewed as technocrats. And we put our heads on the block. At some point, we do that so that things can be done. And those below me, they should follow suit. So this is one of the projects that we really want to see turning itself around and the recovering from this manner that has happened in the past, which one cannot be explained in words. And we really humbly so Honorable Matingwane to really give us a chance to present our case before you, so that we can agree with you that yes, the project has failed, the project has collapsed, but what is the way forward? The SAPS portfolio is the biggest in the country, in our portfolio. In Pretoria alone is the biggest as well. Currently, it benefits the private developers per annum of R1 billion per annum. And the state in return gets zero. Instead, we've heard losses through Telecom Towers and value that is historical to us and our heritage as well. That is not only Telecom Towers, there are others as well that we want to put as a basket, as a proposal to the minister, and hence we agree that the project has failed. That we agree, Minister. But we do plead, Minister, to come back. The other one, Chair, Honorable Bernard, I think she has mentioned quite a lot of issues that I don't want to mention a lot because I still want to build my relationship with my colleagues with the SAPS team. Because there are a lot of properties that we are engaging with them to ensure that we really repurpose and optimize those properties. There are quite a lot of residential properties all over the country which are at a derailed state, and we are using our resources to safeguard them, and they are not returning any value to the state. And the minister said we are busy right now packaging those properties. The minister wants us to, where we consider those properties as not longer in need by the state, in a sense that they are profitless, we should dispose those properties. We are currently incurring holding cost to R500,000 on properties that don't necessarily give us any return. Cape Town alone, which is the province here, we did a study on Monday, last Monday. So we are paying for security on properties to the value of R72 million per annum, security alone, for properties that we will never use in the next coming 15, 20 years. So we need to dispose those properties. There are properties where colleagues, client departments, various them, they've occupied one. When they leave the property, they don't tell us that the property is no longer occupied. And some of those properties, they are illegally occupied. Hence, we've got hijacked buildings because when client departments vacate, they seem not to communicate to us on time to really take over the buildings. We've got a lot of vacant properties in Pretoria, in the city of Johannesburg, that we need to repurpose. Durban is already started. We are advertising in the next coming few weeks to call for proposals on some of the state strategic assets because we need to generate revenue. Our overdraft at the moment is sitting at 3.6 billion rand as public works. Why the reality, Chair, we subsidize departments using our baseline and using money we don't have. on municipal services, you find that the particular department have been switched off by municipality. The first department they call for intervention is public works. We go and pay for municipal services, and at times client department don't come to the party. As what contributes the 3.6 billion from municipal services is 1.1 billion that the departments are not honoring. I'm not talking about shared savings, I'm talking about direct service accounts, water and electricity. For projects where there were disputes in terms of timeline payments, they contribute around 800 million to the overdraft, where clients are not paying us. Whether there's a dispute, but the project is there, then clients have not honored it at that. So we've got clients where they are not honoring payments, for example, for maintenance. And others have been upfront to say we don't have money to pay public works. But because the PMTE unit is technically insolvent because clients don't pay. We have impaired our revenue payables, which is our accruals payables, by 11 billion rand. Money owed over a period of time by the state. We can't sell the debt to a private entity to recover. We can't take each other to court. So whenever there's a dispute, we are at the receiving end of the dispute. We can't even attach anyone's asset. So at the end of the day, these are some of the challenges because the devolution framework of 2007 appropriated budgets to departments. For any work to be done by public works, it has to be sourced from the client department. And the public works' primary function is to manage the immovable asset. And we want to support the police on that mandate so that they are able to execute their mandate as well. We agreed on the devolution because there are areas where we feel that in terms of value for money and timelines, the client department can do better. We're negotiating with the team with SAPS to make sure that the minor works within SAPS, which is repainting of cells, changing of carpets, repairing windows, those things can be done by the client department. However, structural work should remain part of public works because the responsibility and accountability remain with the minister in an event anything happens wrong. There are challenges, of course. We agree, and we are working with the team to address those challenges. That is what we mean by the devolution. And it's not to relegate our responsibility. There is a contestation chair with some of our client departments where there are really serious work issues of contestation of mandate, where the budget is contested as who must take over the budget, who must make use of the budget, it's client public works and so forth, and client departments. So it becomes a serious issue. The Portfolio Committee for Public Works has called a meeting with Treasury and ourselves to look at that particular model, because then that business model makes public works some kind of, I will say, a challenge department in a sense that it has no teeth to bite. Because every time you want to do something, you must go and ask the department. And if there's a dispute on water, then the money for the project is withheld. But the dispute is not on the project, it's on water, on the water account. It's not on the project. So these are some of the challenges. I'm giving you a scenario, Chair, that we can put facts before it as we move along. We do recover some of the funds from failed projects, especially monies for surety and money for guarantees in some of the projects. But there are structural projects where we have to pursue a legal route, and that takes time. However, in some instances, some of the failed projects, I'll be frank, there's a project currently happening, it's a big project in Durban. It's a magistrate court. It's a multi-billion project. The contractor has got capacity. It has hired cranes to finish the project in record time, but they can't. Yesterday, I was reading an email. The client department said, slow down, we don't have money. What does that mean? The contractor is saying, if I slow down, who's going to pay for the time delay? Who's going to pay for the cranes? These are some of the issues we experience in some of the projects. Why other projects, of course, collapse? It's because of the non-alignment between our planning and our budget by clients. General Secretary have said to me several times, you public works have failed to spend money when we have the money in our budget. Then I go to public works, I said, guys, why can't you spend the money? The guy said in public works, the project is in planning stage. So the money in SAPS is on construction stage, but the project in public works is on planning. So there's a non-alignment. You budget for something that is not going to be implemented in that current financial year. So we're bringing all these things together so that projects must be aligned to budget. Why, again, the money for the project does not stay with public works. It stays with the client department. It's not like in the municipality, where they make go straight to the municipality. When they fail to spend, the money is deducted in the next current financial year. In this case, it's not. It stays with the client. So those are the issues, but what you are saying, Chair, we want to work with the colleagues to make sure that we address. There should be continuous meeting and ongoing meetings to make sure that there is alignment, there is synergy between ourselves and them. But in conclusion, Chair, from our side, those properties that are unoccupied and they are holding cost, they are carrying high holding cost, we will repurpose them. Some of them will dispose. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Kalabona.
Yes, referring to the abandoned projects, and it's 5 stations, 2 in the Free State, 3 in Limpopo. These are not devolved stations. So it wasn't up to SAPS to pick people. It's absolutely public works. And I mean, this contractor, 3 have been terminated in one of them. I mean, that's paying a contractor, firing them, paying a contractor, firing them, or they've run with the money over and over and over again. This one hasn't even found a new contractor. It's completely collapsed. And they're all disasters. Now that's public works relying on contractors who are obviously going to fail. I mean, I've got to ask why you don't do your homework. I mean, surely somebody's got to have some bona fides in order to pay the money to build something. But that's now SAPS is left without 4 stations that they had planned on occupying, and we have a complete financial catastrophe. I trust you haven't charged SAPS for your failures, because that would add fuel to the fire, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kalabona. Over to Honorable Manye, followed by Honorable Shikele.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suppose this is also the gap I'm going to use to put those other 5 questions.
Go for it.
Thank you. All right, I'll end with that. Chairperson, you know, that building, that Telecom Towers, it's just unreal. That building, I used to go there when Telecom was still in that building. I still don't know how did it migrate from that to what we're dealing with today. How did you even get there and all of that? It's just shocking as to how that happened. But be that as it may, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty that Honorable Barnard has gone into, because I actually think it's like flogging a dead horse. For me, I think public works is a monument of incompetence on its own. This is a department that just to remove rubble from a parliament that bent took them 2 years. Just to remove rubble before you do anything, 2 years. So this is a serious monument of incompetence, public works, as it is. So I have no hope of anything coming right. I've lost hope completely. I mean, even this new project that is being proposed here by the DDG to replace Telkom, to replace Telecom Towers, even that, we will be told a particular number now in terms of what it's going to cost. Before you know, the cost escalations are going to triple this thing. So this cost is just something just to get a yes now. Once you get a yes, this thing is going to just go sky high. I mean, it's just going to go wild, like all others typically do. Where is it today? I mean, really, I think I've come to the end of the road. The simple thing of installing a dome has been a mission for this department. So I just really have a problem. And I was going to ask maybe because we've got one political head here, maybe he must raise this in cabinet, that why is it that we don't leverage our relationship with, in the BRICS? Why don't we leverage and just ask China to come and do this for us? You know, if our public works takes 2 years to remove rubble, during COVID days, China took 2 weeks to build a whole hospital, 2 weeks. He is busy talking here about some 2029 stuff. Even that 2029 is not guaranteed. It's a complete waste of time. We have relationship with the Chinese. Just get the Chinese to come and do this. And then we can, I can guarantee you, by end of next year, everything can be where it should be. And then we can have build, operate, and transfer arrangement with the Chinese, you know? Then at least, you know, this thing is going to be done, it's going to be done properly, it's going to be done on time, everything. Why don't we do that? I mean, the only benefit, or not even a benefit, the only thing I've ever seen about this BRICS thing is just pictures. I've never seen anything beyond these politicians taking pictures, holding hands with their BRIC partners. Beyond that, I've not seen anything on the ground to represent what BRICS is. Just pictures, that's all. Beyond pictures, nothing. So I'm suggesting something tangible out of BRICS. Get these Chinese to do this, it will be done. Whilst at it, even with these maintenance things, you go and maintain the various presidential, I don't know whether it's even political, that for instance, in Nkandla Homestead, nobody from Public Works sets foot there to go in and maintain that place. Why is that allowed to collapse like this? Other presidents, their properties are looked after. But President Zuma, is he hated by the state so much?
Honorable
that,
Manye, this has nothing to do with the police now.
No, to Public Works.
I know, but you're now referring
no,
to the maintenance of Nkandla at a session about
Well,
police
now,
capital
they're
works.
both implicated, both departments, by the way.
No, but it's not this isn't a housing matter. So let's stick to police capital works, please.
It's a national key point. But going forward, but I am making this point nonetheless, now that they're here. They must take that feedback to say they must go and look after Nkandla, not backing down from this. So I move on, Chair, to the issue of Stelfontein, the Zamazamas, and other Zamazamas that were briefly touched on here by the Minister. The only thing I want to say, the Minister, is that one thing that is never mentioned in this thing are the risks that the neighboring communities are faced with. I'm not talking about criminality and all of that. I'm talking about the seismicity that can be induced. You know, for your benefit, Minister, some of us have been in the mining space. So when mining companies leave pillars underground, it's for structural support. Now, when you get these Zamazamas, they come and mine these pillars. One of these days, what's going to happen? These pillars that they're busy mining underground, that's the only thing that they're mining is the pillars. So once these pillars collapse, what you're going to have is induced seismicity. The neighboring housing that are sitting there, they're going to crack. It's going to be a complete mess. And my worry is that no one is focusing on that element of seismicity that can be induced by the collapsing situation as these people keep mining these pillars. People are just worried about everything else but that one. And that can put the lives of people at stake, not even shooting them. The depressions that will arise out of that, they might start off as if they are localized, but as soon as that localized one happens, it induces another one. And before you know, you've got seismicity going along, and you've got people's housing cracking. It might even assist some sinkholes. And before you know, other houses might even disappear. So, but I don't think government seems to understand some of the structural issues that this thing causes. It's all about criminality and everything else, but it's far bigger than that. So I just want to appeal to you, Minister, that this thing must be taken seriously. Those things must be shut down. Close all the holes and everything else for the sake of the safety of the people that are just sitting innocently in their houses and all that. And then the 5 questions I wanted to have on DPCI. Number 1, you know, this is following that bizarre decision by NPA not to prosecute on the Phala issues. Number 1, I just wanted to know how did General Libya deal with the issue of undeclared foreign currency? Why is that not? Why was that not an issue for him? The issue of undeclared foreign currency, number 1. Number 2, the South African Reserve Bank said that the transaction was not perfected. This is just a financial lingo. Not perfected, it means actually there was no legal transaction to start with.
Honorable Manye, you said you're going to ask unrelated but police matters.
Yeah, this is a
Now you're
police matter.
busy- No,
This is police matter. This is
Yes.
DPCI.
you need to go and sit with the MPA and discuss this.
No, but this, I'm not talking, this is the investigation was done. The investigation was done by DPCI.
Honorable Manye, if you want to formally follow it up with DPCI,
No,
write
I
a letter.
asked for
and we'll
permission to do
gladly-
this, Chair. I sat here because you said I'm going to do this here.
Yeah,
I'm
but
almost
you
on
did
number
say
3.
it's totally on a different
Potential
level. I'm sorry,
violation
Honorable
of
Manye, Honorable Manye,
Reka. How did
Honorable
the
Manye,
DPCI deal with that?
we will not minute this if that's the way we're going to do things.
But I asked you for this. You said I should do this, or is it because now we're
No,
dealing with the coalition things? You don't want us to
No,
disrupt the coalition things?
Don't go that road. You know that I'm fair and that we speak openly.
But I
about
did,
things.
I did,
Don't-
I did.
no, no,
I know I
no,
did
no.
warn you in advance.
Well, Manye, don't make assumptions about me.
I
I'm
did.
warning you.
I
Do
did.
not make
No.
assumptions
What,
we
what
speak-
assumptions?
about that. It's about.
I asked a
coalitions that-
question,
No,
not
no, no.
assumption. Didn't make an assumption.
You
I
are-
asked, is it
You're
about?
creating a perception. You didn't ask.
I did ask.
You didn't give an indication what you're going to talk about. You said
Yes.
it's a police matter.
It is a
So
police
we're
matter.
no longer discussing this. We're moving on to the
Let me,
next
let me,
point.
let me
Honorable
clarify you.
Manye.
No, let me clarify you, Chair.
No.
Give me an opportunity to clarify you. This is the
Honorable
police
Manye,
matter.
It's not a police matter.
It is a
anymore.
police matter because
It's a
I
matter
asked
that the
NPA.
decided not to
No, I
prosecute.
asked
Honorable
NPA.
Manye.
No, but you're not hearing me. You're
You
not hearing me.
continue
Just hear me
speaking.
out.
No, it's
First,
not
hear me
listening.
out. Chairperson, your
Honorable
duty is to
Manye.
listen to me.
Honorable Manye.
No, you must hear me out.
Honorable Manye, I'm the presiding officer of this meeting.
Yeah, not the boss of the meeting, a presiding
I'm not
officer.
the
Your
boss.
duty
Everyone
is
in
to
this
listen to me.
room know that I act fairly with these things.
If
you're not happy
you
with
must
it-
first hear me before you make a ruling.
You have already said
Hear me
enough.
before you, no, what do you mean enough? The
You are
issue here,
referring to a matter that the MPA will not prosecute. That is a matter that must be discussed in a committee with the Department of Justice and
I
the
am not
MPA.
dealing with that.
Not the police
I
committee.
am dealing with
Now
the
you are questioning General,
investigation.
you are questioning General Labia,
The fact that-
and he's not
Yeah,
here to answer.
Yeah, but his colleagues are here.
You
The
can't
fact
do
that,
that.
no,
You
no,
know
the fact,
that.
no, the fact that
Honorable-
NPA is not going to prosecute does not mean the investigation must stop. And what I'm talking about here is the investigation, what it covered and what it didn't cover. Nothing after that
Honorable
decision of the NPA
As I said
stops
to
the
you before,
investigation.
Put it on paper. We will follow it up with the utmost pleasure. In fact, I would go as far as saying we can have a briefing in the committee where we can invite everyone that you need for such a briefing. But let's do it properly then. The previous time we allowed these kinds of questions, I also asked, put it on paper. I never received any form of communication.
Was that to who?
Also from you, when we sat in the other venue, name 46.
46, I was
Yes,
not there.
You were there previous time.
No, not M46, I was
Then-
not there.
Then it might have been a alias, but
Yeah,
someone was
these
there.
Africans, they all look the same, I know.
No, no, no. Don't do that. Don't do that, Honorable Mani. That's not right.
Yeah, but I was never at M46 with you.
Okay, it's another venue, but the point is I never received it in writing. I'm not going to continue this debate any longer. We're focusing on public works. Sure, that's a low blow, Honorable Mani. I'm going to hand over now to Honorable Schikkerling, followed by Honorable Letlape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think if there's two departments that cannot accept fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it is definitely the SAPS and Public Works. Because it is something that definitely lands in both of our laps, and we should be putting boots on the ground to protect our citizens. And we definitely have to look at how these tender processes take place. Sorry. Several projects have been abandoned due to issues with contractors, which is a concern. Are these contractors red flagged somewhere on a system to ensure that government does not use their services again? Why do we use different contractors the whole time to complete projects, and why do we pay them if they're not delivering the service that they should be delivering properly? I mean, it's beyond my mind. And how regularly do you do quality checks? Because if you do quality checks on a regular basis, then obviously you will notice that the contractor is not fulfilling their duties, and we can get rid of them very easily. Because I see in the report, some of those contractors were appointed like in 2017, and only in 2021 or 2022 were they asked to leave. So it's like 4 or 5 years that people are not really doing what they should be doing, and that shouldn't be acceptable. I mean, we are losing a lot of money, and that money can rather be put back into a department or into the police to ensure that we appoint extra police officers, which is something that our country desperately needs. Public Works rightfully said, over time, the buildings become dilapidated. But this is because we do not do continuous maintenance. There are no continuous maintenance plans anyway. And I understand from a policing point, because I've also visited several police stations, and the requisition for maintenance is a cumbersome process. It's also a cumbersome process to have a vehicle fixed. So, I mean, even to have a tire replaced on a vehicle is really a cumbersome process. So I think we should look at our processes to ensure that we streamline things so it doesn't take so long for things to get done. I mean, we wait for months to have a light repaired or a window repaired. It shouldn't be that way. If we do things on a continuous basis, it will just take so much burden off both of the departments. And then something that I've noticed is that the police stations do not have groundkeepers or groundsmen to help them clean their premises, most of them. This position doesn't exist. So I don't know why there isn't collaboration between Public Works, EPWP, and the SAPS to allocate groundsmen stationed at all police stations that can assist with the cleaning and with basic repairs. Because if you have somebody stationed placed at a station that can do basic things like fixing lights, painting walls, things like that, and it will obviously create jobs in South Africa, because you can capacitate these EPWP workers to do grounds work and also to do maintenance and repairs. So we are actually uplifting people while we're making sure that our buildings are looked after and our premises look better. So I think that's really something you should look at. I mean, many police stations are not conducive for police officers to conduct their duties adequately, and we've seen that from the report. As the Honorable Kola Barnard said, there are several buildings standing open. And I mean, these buildings are just being vandalized in most towns. I come from Kimberley. There's several buildings that are standing open that are not only owned by government, but by private individuals as well. I don't know why we don't go into a discussion with them to see if we can't rather have satellite police stations in these areas, because obviously it saves the building from vandalism, and it also ensures that we have places to rent at a lower cost instead of paying the huge fees that we are paying now for rental. I understand that from what I've seen that the SAPS wants to put inverters and boreholes into certain police stations. I really think that in the South Africa we live in, it is vital that every police station has Jojo tanks put into them, which I think all government departments actually should have, because several times I've been to police stations or government departments, and because there's no water, there's nobody working because they don't have water, which I understand. I would also go home. Several structural matters have come up, and I know, as you said, it's the client department. In this case, it's the SAPS that's responsible for these matters. In Philippi, things like taps and geysers are the SAPS's responsibility and not Public Works. And I come back to the corruption issue that we had earlier on. If we cut out the corruption at Philippi, we would probably have money to make sure that we fix taps and geysers. So I think it's something that we should look at. I am concerned that it seems to me that DBSA is hindering some of these projects due to non-payment. Why is this? Why are we not paying people on time? And then my last two is, on the 4th of November, I received a reply from the Minister of Police that the Moloto Police Station in Mpumalanga's feasibility study has been done and the site is confirmed for permanent police station. I do not see Moloto anywhere in the report, and I would like to know why it has been omitted and when it will be placed on the capital works projects to be built, please, because I have received indication that it will be done in the 2024-2025 book year. And then my last question is, we did hear from SAPS that they say they don't owe Public Works any money. However, I wrote a letter to the Minister of Public Works to request assistance with Philippi, and in the reply from the Minister of Public Works, he indicated that the SAPS owes Public Works approximately 2 billion rand. So I think it's something that should be looked at, because this will also ensure the ongoing relationship between the SAPS and Public Works is strengthened, and that we don't have any issues between us going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. Honorable Leslape.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the general view here is that there's a serious crisis between Public Works and SAPS. There's a serious communication breakdown, and there seems to not be any intentions of being able to work together. We can't have one department saying this one owes us 2 billion and then the other one says you don't owe us 2 billion. And the two departments are here and no one can confirm whether this is true or not. And with the issue of Telecom Towers, it's just money for jam, honestly. People were playing with government's money, with people's taxpayers' monies, and no one is there to be held accountable. And there has to be serious consequences on what happened with Telecom Towers. If it's administration, we must have a serious forensic report on what happened in Telecom Towers. And I think the portfolio committee must request for that report. It must be discussed in this portfolio committee, and serious consequence management must be put in place, Minister. With regards to the high priority projects, most of these projects, you'd find that, I think it's already mentioned, that service providers or contractors were changed because non-payment this, non-payment that, or non-performance. I would like to know if there is a report on particularly these projects, on what happened to the contractors, if they are still in the database of government, and ever since they were given these contracts, did they do any other work outside of these particular projects? And I would also want to get a report on how much money we lost in total with regards to contractors that had to be terminated due to non-performance. And maybe with who owes who what, how much money. I want to maybe check if there is a steering committee, or if there can be an established steering committee that checks that checks the books of both Public Works and SAPS, so that we get a clear report and confirmation on who owes what and who owes who what. So that when you go to police stations, you find a ceiling, you find, I once went to Rustenburg Police Station during oversight, and there's a big sign there that says toilets are not working. And when I asked, why are you not fixing the toilets? They say it's Public Works. Toilets. And when I asked, how long has this situation been? It's been 2 months. Toilets are not working because it's Public Works. So it's the smallest things that people have to suffer in police stations because of Public Works. And maybe to some extent, we must look at the mandate and the jurisdiction of Public Works with regards to other departments, what they can do and what they cannot do. Because the procurement process of procuring things, maintaining things and all of that takes forever. And that's generally a government thing. It takes forever to fix things. By the time a project is approved, the situation is worse than when they started analyzing the project. So that's another thing that we must look at. But what I also want to check on these month-to-month leases, how long do you plan to keep these leases on month-to-month basis? And if there is a plan beyond those month-to-month leases? And is there a standard design or for the building of new police stations? I know that in different areas you'd need to look at the capacity that the police station would need to service and all of that. But are there standard designs for this particular population, you would probably need to have this particular police station, or you just look at how much you have and then you work on that? And what is the standard contract period for a project to be completed? Because you can't spend 5-6 years building one station. That's 4 financial years, if I'm not mistaken. And there needs to be a standard. You need to know at what point do you say this contractor is not performing? Because you leave a person with a contract for 5 years, and after 5 years, you appoint another contractor because this person was not performing. So at what point do you realize that this person is not performing? And at what point do you think the budget of public works must be protected? That's what I want to know. And you mentioned that Park Road, for instance, I've been to Park Road, and Park Road has been in the condition that it has been for years, for 3 years now. And every time you are told again, public works. If you go to Park Road and it's raining, communities are not able to enter that police station. They must wait at the gate for them to be escorted inside. If you have an umbrella by luck, then you can enter the police station. And if we are not going to fast track the smallest things, chances are that by the time you have to complete Park Roads, another part of the station is in a crisis. Because the weather conditions and everything else also has an impact on how long these buildings are exposed. Buitikong police station in Rustenburg has no fence. I hear you're talking about CCTVs. Buitikong police station doesn't have a fence. It's right at the end of Buitikong, in a very corrupt area. If you know Buitikong, you'll know how corrupt Buitikong is. Now there's a crisis of illegal mining. People are coming out into people's houses and there's no one. They still leave residents to live in those houses. There's no one doing anything about it. If you get into that police station, they will tell you that at night, they can't leave a police officer to go and check out the cells because it's not safe. At some point, a police officer was confronted by just a normal person at night in the cells. So if I want to go at night and force a police officer to open the cells and let the prisoners go, it's going to happen because there's no security at all. So I also want to check, when you identify these projects, what are some of the things that you consider, that you put into consideration to say, in this financial year, we're going to look into Western Cape, majority of the projects are going to be in Western Cape, others are going to be in Gauteng and all of that. What are some of these considerations that you look at for you to be able to tell whether there's a serious need or security purposes or infrastructure purposes and all of that? I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lehlape. Then the last insight is Honorable James, but I also actually want to ask Honorable James, she's conducted quite a few oversight visits over the last weeks, to just share some of the insights or findings on those visits with regards to the topic today.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Whenever someone responds, I think how this affects the community on the ground. All of these reports that were given, and I'm feeling pretty hopeless right now, like where to next? If we're not getting the answers that we need from this committee and in this committee, where does that leave the people that we've been mandated to serve? I like one thing that the DDG said, and I think, Chair, this is the route we need to take when he said, our contracts must be reviewed if we are not doing our work. I think that's where we're at in terms of people not doing their work. I want to ask just a few questions based on the presentation, or not even based on the presentation. How often is building inspections being conducted by both Public Works and SAPS? Is there something like that that exists? What's the turnaround time for maintenance and repairs? And I'll tell you now why I'm asking this. I'm sure everyone has seen the video. If you haven't, on Kwatemba Police Station. As I was looking at your presentation, I was hoping to see the name of that police station that you can't even call a police station be highlighted there. That begs the question, how do you highlight high priority police stations when you have left out Kwatemba Police Station, where members don't have a CSC, where the fencing wall has been compromised, where there's no electricity, where the cells aren't functioning, where there's no space even to put files in, where it's absolutely open, where that police station gets broken into every other day, where there isn't even a desk, where there's no telephone lines. How are you prioritizing that police station? I wasn't the first person who visited that police station. I was told that it was people visited that station previously, the previous ministers, the previous provincial commissioners, and still that is the state of that. I can't call it a police station because in that station, in the CSC General, there's a broken fridge that stands there that serves as a filing cabinet. There's what you call the benches that you find in a tavern in the CSC. There's 18 policemen, and this is why I ask how often is inspection conducted and who identifies those police stations that needs to be extended. Just yesterday at Ravensmead Police Station, I spoke to a member there that told me she takes 2 weeks just to find a docket when the court requests it. This is as a result of Public Works. There was a protest in Eldorado Park, I cannot tell you how many years ago. We are still sitting with a vandalized building, windows that hasn't been repaired. I'd like to know what is happening about that police station. The high priority projects, who identifies them? And is this a joint exercise or only one department? Who's responsible for building extensions? I asked that. Are you blacklisting? My colleague asked that as well. Are you blacklisting contracts who have abandoned sites? There's Kwatemba. It is shocking to learn that police stations are being broken into because of compromised security. Police stations don't feel safe. Members cannot work in conducive environments because of ablution facilities that's not working. As I'm sitting here now, I also serve on the committee for correctional services, and I almost feel as if though Department of Public Works has too much on their plate because there too it's a disaster. There are some police stations that's operating from containers year in and year out. And there's no electricity. They actually have to close their gates at 7 o'clock. At the back of your minds, colleagues, you need to think. If our police stations don't look conducive, do you think people will report crime? If our police stations don't have electricity and don't have running water, our cells cannot be used. Already we have a problem with budget and we're having to have our vans drive from one area to the next just to apprehend criminals because the cells aren't functional. Department of Public Works, wherever I gone, I've just been hearing, we're waiting on Public Works, we're waiting on Public Works. I'm not even sure if we should be speaking to Public Works. I almost feel as if though, and because I've done this oversight, and because I've heard about previous people having been there, and because I now read about and you tell us about that it takes 3 years. It takes 3 years to plan. Do you know, when you said that statement, how hopeless I felt. And it's acceptable. When the honorable member made an example and said in China, you look at 12 months and something is resolved, what is wrong? Do we not have the capacity to lead and to fix our country? Or have we just become, has this just become the norm? And I don't even know what to say. I thank you, Chair. I don't know.
Thank you, Honorable James. I'm going to hand over for the last round of response from Public Works. Before we do that, I just have one question. The forensic audit, the investigation that was ordered by the Minister of Public Works, I just want to know, according to me, that forensic investigation was meant to be completed already. And is the report available yet? And then also, I know it was meant to have been completed at the end of October. Is there any feedback on that? So that's the very last question, but let's first refer to all the others. I'm going to hand over to Public Works first, and then if there are any additions by the police, we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If you may allow me, Honorable Chair, I've got the colleagues here with me, the DGGs who are here. I would request that you may allow me, Chair, I will respond at the end. On construction project, DDG Kafile will respond. DDG Mteto will respond on the issue of the leases or anything related to the leases that has been raised. And on the issue of planning, DDG Suban will respond on the issue of planning. I will respond on the issues of the funding model and the issues that relates to the impact in general around funding model of DPWI. Thanks. The forensic will respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of contractors failing, I think there's been more than one honorable member that has asked about it, and it's something that is a big concern that is happening a number of times. I think from the reports, members would have seen that there are projects where you would appoint, they fail, you appoint another one, they fail. It's something that we are working hard on to look into and zoom into. One of the issues that we've noticed is the cumbersome processes and the time lags that you have to adhere to in addressing some of these issues. When we appoint these contractors, we enter into a contract for whatever specified period of time. Maybe to answer to the honorable member, there's no standard. I can't say there's a standard. Each project has its own time depending on the design and what you are delivering. So each contract would have what is expected for the contractor to deliver. And there are certain issues that need to be done. What happens is that you would have a professional team that continuously monitors your engineers, quantity surveyors that are monitoring progress, and issues are addressed. However, it is prevalent, the failure of contractors across the industry, whether you go to human settlements or any other industry. That is something we are trying to address across the board. And in terms of consequence management, that is where we are going, because we have a provision on the CIDP to say, once contractors fail, then you are able to report and blacklist them from doing further work on each project. So, Honorable Member, I will not have a report at this stage on these specific contractors to say what has happened to each, but that information can be provided at a later stage. So that is a crisis that we are having in terms of contractor failing. We do, in terms of payment and how we recover losses, contractors are paid for work done at a particular time. So there's no upfront payment. So you finish a particular milestone, you'll get paid for it. What happens in terms of recovery, if there is any funds lost, when you do a termination, then you will have to go to what we call a final account to say, let's look at work that you've done, what you've been paid. Is there any amount owed to anyone? Can we recover this money from the construction guarantee, or whether there is any amount that is still due to us? So each case will have its own report in terms of the liability of each contractor. So those are things that we look at and try to pursue. Standard designs. At the moment, we do not have a standard design for all police stations, but that is a discussion we are going in that direction to look at, to make it quite shortened and a process for planning. But you will also have to consider site conditions, because each site will have to be different. But at the moment, there is no formalized standard design for the police stations. We will look into that. What other issues? We do agree that we need to do more in terms of monitoring and ensuring that contracts are completed. But it is true that the processes that we have in government are at times not assisting us to ensure that projects are completed on time. One of the issues is that you will appoint a contractor to do a particular project for whatever funding. But because in government, we budget every financial year, even if that contract is for a 3-year period, for 300 million, you don't have that 300 million at one go. So every financial year, then you have to go back and see, do I have this money? And it becomes a challenge if Treasury decides to cut the budget, because now you have to make plans with a contractor that you are contracted with. So at times they will get those issues to say, you need the contractor here to slow down because we don't have enough money, and that extends the period of the work that we have to do. So there are quite a number of challenges, Chair, that we are looking at resolving, working together with client departments and the National Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe let me start by adding on the standard design issues, Leander, that the department had engaged ISA, Infrastructure South Africa, to develop standard designs. And in another conversation, Dr. Fani confirmed that at SAPS, they also do have standard designs. So what we needed to do is to make sure that ISA engages with SAPS so that we don't develop a new prototype of a police station, would rather align it to what SAPS may have. On month-to-month leases, we acknowledge that month-to-month leases are literally not desirable. In fact, they are the source of a huge irregular expenditure on our side. But we only renew leases based on the mandates that we receive from our clients. So when a client is in a specific building, we start engaging them 18 months prior to the expiry of the lease, and we have conversations in terms of whether they want us to renew the lease for them to stay, or they want us to do alternative accommodation. So with the leases that were linked to Telkom, you'd understand that there would have been a delay because we were trying to finalize the refurbishments with Telkom so that we can then move the clients, but things are not moving, obviously. So we are now renewing those leases. We have a total population of more than 2,000 leases in our books, and we try to keep month-to-month leases at a minimum of 10%, at a maximum of 10% rather. You also mentioned, Honorable Letlhapeh, the issue of maintenance of toilets. That specific function has been devolved to various client departments, including SAPS. At some point, it was 100,000 per incident, meaning depending, it's so smaller items they are allowed to do. And at some point, they requested 1 million client departments, and that was granted. I'm not sure if that is still, but Ricky will expand on that particular matter. What we did not devolve is bigger infrastructure like boilers or air conditioning, because the liability of those remain with the Minister of Public Works. Honorable Caller Barnard had mentioned the issue of us as SAPS and Public Works working in silos in terms of the leasing and versus state-owned. We have started engaging with SAPS, incidentally, Home Affairs and Department of Justice, because of police stations that we are leasing, understanding that we should not be leasing those anymore. Some have been leased for a very long time. I don't even want to mention the years. So we're discussing different funding methodologies to acquire those police stations and courts and Home Affairs offices. And so far, the response has been positive. We have a standing steering committee that the head of PMTE has instituted. We meet every Thursday, and we're going to add the issue of the debt so that we understand who owes who how much. There's a lot to talk about. I think there's still a gap in terms of how we understand the shared savings from what I picked up from Dr. Fani. And then we just need to explain how that works so that we can determine who owns who. Patty, did you handle the ex-Celestia matter? Okay. Ricky?
Honorable Chair, thank you, honorable members. Yeah, I think it's important for us to acknowledge some of the issues and also acknowledge the contribution made by the members. As part of your oversight, your comments and your criticism assists us, especially when it comes to issues that we know we need to deal with. When we look at issues about project management, and there certainly are areas where we need to improve on. And for us to deny that would be incorrect on our part. We do have standard contract documentation that we have to comply with. And the documentation is very clear. We use JBCC, we use GCC, and all the terms and conditions are in those contracts. And the service providers have to comply with various milestones in those projects. But I think cutting across some of the questions that have been asked, there are certain things that we need to do better. The question asked by Honorable Schickling about how often do you visit site? How often do you do inspections? Even that is clearly stipulated because we have a team of professionals that we appoint, and this cuts across our construction project management branch as well as our facilities management branch. And they, by law, they have to conduct technical meetings, site meetings, and then there are other meetings that need to take place, and projects need to be visited on a regular basis. What is lacking in terms of our response is that sitting at head office, it's not always possible for you to have a handle or eye on everything. What we're looking at together with some of the interventions of the Honorable Minister, the DG, and the head of PMTE is to improving our early warning systems, because we shouldn't have to wait for a question to be asked about Kwatema or about any project in Düsseldorf to say that there's a problem. There should be an early warning system to say we haven't achieved a particular milestone. Therefore, our system should allow us to be able to report on that. What we do currently, we wait for the question, then we start running around to find the answers. So those are some of the things that we are looking at now to improve on our early warning systems. I think it's important for members to understand that just looking at the question about the 270 devolved properties vis-a-vis the rest. So Public Works has land in excess of 27,000 land parcels and 81,000 improvements. Out of that 81,000 improvements, 18,000 are allocated to SAPS. The maintenance backlog, just to for you to have an understanding of the challenge that we have, is over 28 billion rand. Just on one particular project or facility that we did a condition assessment, the maintenance backlog was over 500 million rand. That is just for one facility. So those are some of the challenges that we are faced with. The user charges that we had requested from National Treasury, from client departments, was 10 billion rand. We only got 4.2 billion rand. That was further cut. But we have to make do with what we have. And that's not to say that that is an excuse for the non-delivery on certain projects. We need to address those. My colleague has already spoken about the devolved functions in terms of day-to-day maintenance. The blueprints did exist in the past. I think we need to look at that again. I do understand that, you know, we can't allow projects to continue to be under-delivered and our milestones not met, like Park Road. It's an indictment on us, and some of these issues when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the contract also makes provision that the contractor, before you make an award, the contractor must provide you with sureties or guarantee. And if the contractor fails, you call up that guarantee, and the guarantor must then foot the bill for everything that, so the state shouldn't have to pay for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But again, you know, there's certain things that we need to do some introspection on, including in certain instances when it comes to that particular matter, you know, relationships that are not conducive. And we won't go into any detail, but, you know, when you have a relationship, you don't necessarily take the action that you're supposed to take. And with regards to the issue on inspections, we know that we need to improve on that. We do have issues regarding capacity, but it's something that we need to deal with. I think that covers some of the questions. Just on the optimization, the head of PMT is running a program on looking at underutilized or unutilized properties. Because it is correct what members have raised, that whilst we have so many buildings that are unutilized or underutilized, why can we not utilize some of them, some of these buildings as police stations or offices or detective branches for SAPS? And that is possible under the optimization strategy. The only issue is that location is key for SAPS. And in the past, we have made proposals on utilizing certain other properties, but because the community is used to a particular location is actually paramount when it comes to policing and the communities that SAPS serves. Thank you, Chair. Let me leave it there.
Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. So I'm going to address the pre-planning processes that are associated mainly in the town planning realm. Now, you know, when we look at the requirements in terms of getting a site cleared, it's quite cumbersome because one has to subscribe to the various prescripts that are in place in terms of legislative frameworks such as PLUMA, land use that's associated with the Land Use Management Act that have been implemented by both rural development as well as the municipalities. Then the other issues that we have is in terms of ownership issues. The department is busy with the vesting program. We still got to vest over, we've done 16,000 already, so we left with about 2,000. Then you have where we identify, for example, municipal land that is suitable for construction. And you find in most cases that land has to be donated by a particular municipality. And then there's a dependency there as well in terms of getting council resolutions, et cetera. And that also, you know, takes a time. Then you've got to align to environmental legislations and get requisite approvals from the Department of Environmental Affairs, for example, so that the EIAs, et cetera, gets approved. Then there's a process in terms of township establishments, subdivisions, surveying and zoning. Then the biggest matter is to determine for town planning before a development is proven to be suitable and gets the go-ahead is the aspect of bulk and engineering services. Now, where there's there's inadequate bulk and engineering services, then the department has to ensure that this is installed accordingly together with, collaboration with the municipalities. And we do know that most municipalities currently are suffering budget constraints. However, this is part of the improvement program that we're looking at with our head PMT, Mr. Sibande, on how processes can be improved, including having direct MOUs and SLAs with municipalities
to support all development coming through. That is one of the interventions that is being proposed and will be put into play going forward, because we do agree that this process is very long. But with that being said, it was also determined also historically by the PIC and currently by ISA, that these processes in terms of town planning is very long, and also looking at within intergovernmental framework, how we can fast track this. But like I indicated, that is part of the solutions as we're moving forward. On a bit of good news, one of the members asked about the standard designs for SAPS. We are working on that project. My team is working on that, and we hope to complete that by end of March, latest June. There is quite a bit of traction in that regard. And that will also assist with the planning processes, because if you understand, if we determine at the outset the extent of development that is required, it also helps with the town planning aspects in terms of the land use and also the zoning aspects. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just before we conclude, just want to highlight 2 things. The one is in relation to our ability to maintain state assets. If you look at how much we receive from client department versus what we pay to private landlords, from client department, the average per square meter from departments, they are paying us between 20 rands and 25 rands, which is far even below to what we spend on municipal rates. The money we receive from departments won't even be adequate for us to fix the total required condition assessment done now. It's around 28 billion rand. Over the period of time, as the relation as a result of budgetary cuts had an impact in terms of prioritizing state assets over a period of time. And if you look in terms of what departments are doing, they would rather prefer a private lease than going to a state building, because they know very well that the state building won't be maintained, because the money we receive from state building or paid by department for state building cannot even maintain the merge cleaning of the building itself. So those are some of the challenges. What then how do you prioritize projects? We have said to the team, I've done a research study around all provinces. Currently, Western Cape is doing very well when it comes to user asset management plan. And I have said to the team, let us start now and reciprocate what Western Cape is doing. It's part of the Kiyama requirement, that we should have a user asset management plan. At the moment, we are firefighters. We run after police stations. Let me be honest, Honorable. You went to Guatemala, it caught all of us attention. We're already working with Guatemala. We had a meeting with the team, when was it, last week Thursday, from the Eguruleni. First, before that, we had a meeting with the SAPS team. We agreed on the approach. One is that there's a requirement to fence the area, to secure it. Second is the requirement is to relocate the team into a temporary structure. But both the requirements, they need the Eguruleni municipality to give us a permission, because it's their asset. It's not the state asset, it's the municipal asset. We have been trying to secure the asset from the Eguruleni for some time, but it requires council resolution. And municipalities, at times, they are not coming on board. And we are now going into the city manager's office begging to say, take the matter to council, so the council can take a resolution to allow us to recapitalize on the asset, on the property. Then they will charge us rates and they will make money. At the moment, they are not making money. They are charging us 7,000 rand or so, legally, for that asset. Hence, they can't even maintain it. So these are some of the structural issues that we need to deal with. But they need, maybe you're correct, all these things require leadership at all levels. And if they, in the absence of leadership, everyone goes astray. And we are pinpointing these issues. They're going to form part of our radar. I must also accept, Honorable Conan, we as Public Works, we don't have systems. We are a limping horse. We are at ICU. we must accept. We don't have systems. We don't have a project management unit to support projects. If you can ask me about the police station in Limpopo, I must phone my team in the office. Please give me the report. He will decide what reports he wants to give me. Yes. We don't have what you call a project management tool. I can't go to the computer and see the project, even a picture of where the project is. If I want to see the budget, I must call the guy. He will tell me the budget of what he wants to tell me. If he wants to lower it, he lowers it. If he wants to make it that at that moment, he wants it. Then I must go to the system to see WCS, which is our system that gives us the feedback. But who loads the system? Who loads the information in the system? So there is that, those are the issues we are working on. Internally within Public Works, to approve a project after we've got the budget, it takes 8 months. Because before we advertise, we must go to budget, ask for budget approval. They give us a budget approval. Before we appoint, we must go back to budget approval. So we've got poor systems that are stagnating the entire value chain. We have to subject the process of procurement to a process called probid, which takes another 6 months because of previous corruption cases. So you build a system that makes the system inefficient because you're managing corruption. And yes, we have reduced corruption drastically, but performance have collapsed at the end of the day. Because you're creating a long route to ensure accountability, but it collapses the project. If a project is delayed, Chair, you're a businessman, you know those things. If a project comes in, if a project comes in,
I take that as a compliment.
oh, I mean, you look like one. So if a project can be, if I tender for a project, Chair, today I submit a bid for 6 million rand, but you appoint me after 2 years. What are the inflationary costs of the project? It's gone up, but the client department does not want to adjust. It says, no, guys, we agreed on 6 million rand. So now the project we have to cut corners. That is what has happened at what you call one. You see the quality of the structure is very poor. Yet contractors have got their own problems, but I've interviewed some of them. I said, what is your problem? Why are you not finishing? He said, Baba, we sit here for 3 months, no work. And then when the money is available, we're getting pushed. Yes, corruption is there. I agree. We have to deal with corruption and consequence management. We have to improve our efficiencies, but the system itself, it has to be reconfigured. Unless somebody said how the system works, how can we improve on the system? Then definitely you will see a change, because we can scream as much as we want. But unless the system is not, at least Public Works we are trying now. The DG has called a meeting, the minister wants results. It's on our neck. We are pushing hard. And I even said to the team, we should have 2 shifts. One, others must come in the morning, others must come in the evening, so that we work 24 hours. That is how much the backlog is. So these are some of the challenges that we need to address. With regard to the investigation, Chair, the minister is dealing with the investigation. It's a closed case because it's not open to all of us, unfortunately. I don't have much information. And I think as soon as the results are, the report is available, he made a commitment to make it public. I think he will do so. So that is what we are also itching for. But the Chair, I think that is what I wanted to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much. General, do you want to add something to conclude?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Indeed, I should. I must also maybe start by saying that, Honorable Chair, Kwatema did not come overnight. Not that we were not aware of Kwatema. During the previous administration, Kwatema was there, and there were teams that were sent there, both SAPS and Public Works, to deal with Kwatema. So I don't know, today it sounds like Honorable James, at least you have shaken things that there is much attention, whatever. So maybe in the future I'll use you to go to other places so that they can get more quicker attention. General Stoller can talk about what we've been doing, what measures we've been trying to do. Not long ago, a few months just before the election, that's what the work that we've been doing. Honorable Chairperson, the day-to-day maintenance we accept is our responsibility. Station commanders are responsible to do repair of toilets, window pane that's broken. Of course, they are painting. I think we are reserved to paint how much, General Stoller? Square meter, painting. What is devolved to us in terms of repairs or painting? We have limitations in terms of how much we can painting of buildings. We do. There is a restriction. I'm not sure, but she's supposed to know better. So that we do. Groundsmen, Honorable Schickling, is our responsibility. Where there is groundsmen, we will employ them and make sure that they are there. Moloto Police Station, Honorable Shingling, it will of course come on a priority, but it won't be very quickly now. It will go quite right at the back. I'm aware of that study that has been finalized, but there is a lot that still needs to be built in Mpumalanga. So Moloto will be just there on the tail of that. So let me give General Fani and General Stolle maybe just to add areas I might have not covered. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. As National Commissioner has indicated, Moloto has been reprioritized, and we will come around to it, but other pressing environments have indicated that we need police visibility in other environments, and Moloto would then follow later. In terms of Bitikong, it is a non-devolved police station, meaning that all the work, including the perimeter fencing, was required to have been put up by Public Works. However, we have put it in our plans for 2025-26 to put that perimeter fencing in that space. I think that's it. Maybe what I can also indicate, Chair, is that we as the South African Police Service pride ourselves with the payment of suppliers. On month-to-month basis, we pay our suppliers at a percentage of 99.9%. So we are not contributing to the detriment of suppliers, neither are we contributing to the non-performance of the departments. It is in my performance contract, is it in the performance contract of all other my colleagues that we pay our suppliers. The 0.1% are those invoices that are questionable, and none of those are Public Works invoices, if I have to indicate. And I think that's all that we needed to respond on. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. Colleagues, I think it's been a marathon day. I'm not going to labor anything any further. I would like to firstly thank everyone for being here today. Again, I repeat it almost every week, but it's important that we are able to engage frankly about it. And I think it's critical that each of us is allowed to, or are allowed to do the job that we're mandated to do. Next week, we have a mixture of things. First, it's capacitation of protection services, the overview of the crime statistics that will be released soon, and then also with regards to the safer festive season operations. Also, the questions regarding Philippi Training Academy and the feedback regarding that next week. So there's a whole list of things. If there's any clarity that is needed, General Masemola, if we may have not, provided clarity on things requested for next week, please let us know, and we'll gladly provide that. And then also to the members, If there's anything that I may have missed or that we need to ensure that we follow up for next week, please also let me know and let's do that. So thank you for everyone today. Thanks for everyone that traveled here and have a good Wednesday further. Thank you.